वेलकम, स्वागत है आप सभी का realme BGIS 2025 में। आज के दिन पे हमारे पास सारे IGLs जुड़े हैं। सोमराज, मान्या, पंख, बॉट आर्मी से मोंटी, कैसे हैं आप सब?
एकदम बढ़िया।
आप कुछ और बोलने वाले थे?
मैं ये बोलने वाला था, ये फॉर्मेलिटी क्यों कर रहा, अभी तो पूछा था बाहर।
ये चलता है क्योंकि जो हमारी बातचीत है ना वो भी काइंड ऑफ इसी तरीके से चलती है, पर मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि फन बहुत ज्यादा आएगा।
मतलब आप फेक पूछते हो?
हाँ, ये थोड़ा सा आप कह सकते हैं, फेक थोड़े क्वेश्चंस होते जरूर हैं, पर मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि आंसर्स जरूर जेन्युइन दिए जाएं। पर पहले मैं मोंटी की तरफ आना चाहूंगा क्योंकि यहाँ पर अगर एक्सपीरियंस के तौर पर देखा जाए, मोंटी के पास एक्सपीरियंस बहुत है। वो अलग बात है कि इनके पास कोई नोन चेहरा नहीं है, इसलिए थोड़ा सा पीछे रह जाते हैं। मोंटी, मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा, आप लोग इन गेम क्वालिफायर से क्वालिफाई हुए, कैसा रहा है अभी तक realme BGIS 2025 का सफर आपका?
थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे रहा है, अप्स डाउन्स गए हैं, क्योंकि हम ऐसा रहा है कि वाइल्ड कार्ड भी गए थे, उसमें भी हम लास्ट गेम में क्वालिफाई किए हैं, और फिर सेमीफाइनल में भी गए तो वीक 2 चोक हुआ। पहले दिन चिकन लिया, उसके बाद चोक हुआ, तो फिर सीधे सेमीफाइनल वीक 2, फिर वहाँ से कम बैक किया। हमने भी सोचा हम भी जाएंगे, तो फाइनली अब हम यहाँ हैं।
अच्छा, एक और सवाल इसी पे मैं आपसे ज़रूर जानना चाहूँगा कि जब आप सच में इतने समय से खेल रहे हैं, जैसे आप सब भी एग्री करोगे इस बात से कि लैंड फाइनल्स के लिए भी आप मल्टीपल बार क्वालिफाई कर चुके हो, आपकी टीम बहुत समय से एक साथ है, तो इनवाइट ना मिलना थोड़ा आपको सोचने पे मजबूर कर गया कि यार इतना बढ़िया खेला पर BGIS में इनवाइट नहीं मिला?
हाँ, सोचते तो हैं, क्योंकि लेकिन 23 में टीम ने परफॉर्म किया था, तो 24 में इनवाइट था, लेकिन 24 में कुछ नहीं कर पाए थे, थोड़ा ऊपर हो गया था, नीचे हो गया था। तो इस बार देखते हैं वो मिस्टेक नहीं हुई, अगली बार इनवाइट ज़रूर मिलेगा हमको।
ये बड़ी पॉजिटिव चीज़ थी कि आपने बढ़िया खेला तो इनवाइट मिला, आप खुश हुए, पर आपने खराब खेला, इनवाइट नहीं मिला तो आप दुखी नहीं है। ये बड़ी अच्छी चीज़ है कि आपने फिर से मेहनत करी, आप लैंड फाइनल्स तक पहुंचे। सोमराज, देखिए अभी तक का जो फॉर्मेट रहा है BGIS का, हर बार कुछ ना कुछ नया फॉर्मेट के अंदर आता जरूर है। इस बार का फॉर्मेट आपके लिए कैसा रहा?
हमारे लिए तो अच्छा ही रहा, एक बारी में ही क्वालिफाई कर गए लकीली, और अगर उसमें नहीं भी होते तो ऐसा फॉर्मेट था कि हमें और चांसेस मिलते हैं। क्वार्टर फाइनल से आप वाइल्ड कार्ड में, सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 में नहीं हुए तो सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 2, और नंबर ऑफ मैचेस भी ज़्यादा थे, तो एक्सपीरियंस टीम्स के लिए ऑब्वियसली एक अपर हैंड है, क्योंकि वो फिर अडाप्ट कर लेते हैं।
पर ठीक है, डायरेक्ट की अगर बात करी जाए तो गॉड लाइक भी है, एरोक्सट्रीम गॉड लाइक, जो क्वालिफाई हो गई डायरेक्टली लैंड फाइनल्स के लिए। पर क्या सच में आपने सोचा था कि इतना इजीली हम नंबर 1 पर आएंगे? वो कर्ट्स ना लगे इसलिए आप नंबर 2 पर आ गए?
नहीं यार, इतना सोचता नहीं हूँ मैं। लाइक एक फ्लो होता है, उसको पढ़ के रखते हैं, और वो BMPS से कंटिन्यू अभी तक पकड़ के रखा है और इजीली क्वालिफाई हो गए थे।
मतलब चेंजेस क्या आप देखते हैं BMPS और realme BGIS 2025 को अगर कंपेयर किया जाए तो आप टीम के परफॉर्मेंस में क्या क्या चेंजेस देखते हैं?
टीम के परफॉर्मेंस तो मतलब ज़्यादा चेंजेस नहीं है। मेन तो न्यू जोन मेटा था, उस पर थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे हुआ हमारे स्टार्टिंग में, बट बाद में कवर अप कर लिया हमने, तो बाकी तो देख ही लिया स्ट्रीम पे कैसे खेल रहे हैं।
अच्छा, ये डिस्कशन का एक टॉपिक जरूर होना चाहिए, न्यू जोन मेटा, क्योंकि अभी हाल फिलहाल में ये बहुत टॉपिक उठा कि ऑफिशियल के अलावा कहीं और हमारे पास न्यू जोन मेटा है नहीं। तो आप लोग की क्या क्या पर्सनल राय कहती है कि न्यू जोन मेटा अगर होता तो लैंड के लिए आप कितने अच्छे से प्रैक्टिस कर सकते हैं? मोंटी,
न्यू जोन मैटर सिर्फ अल्टीमेट रॉयल में है, उसमें लॉबी भी नहीं रहती, वो कॉम्पी वाली लॉबी तो अलग है, उसमें वो क्लासिक वाली लॉबी रहती है, तो उतना वो कुछ होता नहीं है। तो फिर हम तो वैसे भी द ग्राइंड में स्लॉट नहीं मिला, तो हम तो ऑलरेडी कम मैचेस खेले हैं, हमको तो टाइम लगा उसमें, तो अगर हमको थोड़े मैचेस और मिलते तो मोस्ट प्रोबेबली ऊपर ही रहते थोड़ा और।
लाइक रिजल्ट कुछ और रहता है। लाइक अभी क्या है, सबको एकदम न्यू जोन मेटा में लाइक डायरेक्ट BGIS ही खेलना था। अगर पहले से रहता क्लासिक वगैरह में तो सबको एक्सपीरियंस रहता और मे बी न्यू टीम्स आती अभी जो आई उनकी जगह।
चलिए अब उम्मीद करते हैं कि जो फाइनल्स है लैंड, वहाँ पर जितनी भी हमारी सारी टीम्स है वो ज़रूर बढ़िया करने की वो कोशिश करेंगे। पर पंख, देखिए हमने ये बात ज़रूर कही है कि BMPS में गॉड लाइक क्वालिफाई हो गई, पर अगर अभी की आप सिचुएशन देखते हैं गॉड लाइक के लिए कितना फेवरेबल है? जो पिछली बार वो चूक गए थे, पर शायद इस बार ना चूकें।
इस बार लाइक न्यू जोन मेटा के हिसाब से काफ़ी फेवरेबल चीज़ है। बाकी कुछ चीज़ें तो शेयर कर नहीं सकता, वो तो गेम में पता चलेगी। बाकी लाइक है, काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंट है हम लोग। अब मेन ऐसा था लाइक लास्ट जोन मेटा में जो पहले का था कि उसमें जोन के बाहर इतना डैमेज पड़ता नहीं था। अभी वाले में जोन के अंदर फाइट लेनी पड़ती ना चाह के भी सारी टीमों को, तो हमारा मेन ये था 4v4 फाइट लेते थे, तो अभी कॉन्फिडेंट रहेंगे कि फाइट लेनी है। पहले थोड़ा ऐसा था कि जोन के बाहर जाके रोटेट करके फालतू में लाइक टाइम वेस्ट होता था। अभी क्या डायरेक्ट फाइट लेनी पड़ेगी, तो एक मेंटलिटी रहेगी कि 4v4 लेके ही बनना है, ऐसे नहीं बनना एक एक करके।
अभी तो जैसे बहुत सारी डिस्कशन इस बात पे हो रही है कि भाई न्यू जोन आया है, बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं, जीतने के चांसेस बहुत ज़्यादा हैं, पर उस पर बात ये भी आ जाती है कि प्राइस पूल जिस तरीके से इंक्रीज हो रहा है, अभी तक तो आप कह रहे थे कि जीतने वाले को 60 लाख रुपए मिलेंगे, बढ़िया बात है, 60 लाख तो मिल ही रहे हैं, पर उसके बाद वो जो BGIS क्रेट आई, फिर प्लस हुआ। सोमराज मान्य, आप लोगों से ही आपका ओपिनियन जानना चाहूंगा कि ये किस तरीके से वो जो हमारे अंडर गॉड्स हैं उनको बेनिफिट दे सकता है, प्लस वो जो हंगर होती है ना कि हमें जीतना है, वो और कितना बढ़ा सकता है।
देखो, प्राइस पूल बढ़ रहा है, वो तो क्राफ्टन की श्रद्धा है, और गेम इतना आगे अभी हमारे इंडिया में जा रहा है BGMI, तो सब लोग देख रहे हैं और वैसा रिस्पॉन्स दे रहे कि हाँ हम गेम खेल रहे हैं, हमें भी एक करियर ऑप्शन ओपन हो गया है कि आप ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट बन सकते हो।
पर मान्य, आपको नहीं लगता कि अगर ऐसा कोई जो सिचुएशन अभी की है कि BGIS क्रेट आ गया, अगर ये सिचुएशन अगर पहले से लाई गई होती तो शायद आज हम वो टीम जो शायद सोच चुकी थी कि चलो ठीक है वो 2-3 टीम ही है जिनको प्राइस पूल का हिस्सा मिल रहा है, पर अब प्लस होने की वजह से मल्टीपल टीम्स हैं जिनको प्राइस पूल का हिस्सा मिल रहा है।
तो अच्छा ही है, लाइक सबको मिल रहा है, बट आई थिंक जैसे मैंने सुना कि टॉप 32 टीम्स को मिलेगी, बट मैं तो चाहता कि बस 16 टीम को मिले।
ऐसा क्यों? आप दूसरे का भला होते हुए नहीं देख सकते? समराज, अभी आपको पैसे से फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा था, अभी सडनली पैसे से
नहीं, पर ये भी एक अच्छा इनिशिएटिव है, क्योंकि यार देखो बहुत सारी बड़ी बड़ी बाहर हुई है, मेहनत सब लोग करते हैं, टाइम सब लोग लगाते हैं, और उसका भी ऑपरेट करने में एक्सपेंसेस होता है। सो वो इनिशिएटिव अच्छा है कि 32 टीम्स को मिल रहा है। हाँ, 16 रहता तो और ज़्यादा सबको डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होता, पर वो एक अलग बात है, पर मेहनत सब लोग करते हैं, ये भी एक अच्छा इनिशिएटिव है।
ये तो एक्सपीरियंस्ड प्लेयर के मुख से हमने ये सारी बात सुनी है। मॉन्टी, आपको कैसा लग रहा है कि 32 में डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होगा? आप भी मानते हैं कि 16 में होता तो ज़्यादा अच्छा होता?
हम अगर 32 में होते तो हम बहुत खुश होते हैं, लेकिन अभी हम 16 में, तो हमें तो इतनी खुशी है नहीं। सबको ही नहीं होगी, है ना?
आप भी चाहते हो नहीं 16 में ही होना चाहिए? पैसे चाहिए?
नहीं, पैसे नहीं चाहिए, अच्छा ही है 32 को मिल रहा है, लेकिन अगर 16 में रहता तो उनको हंगर और रहती ना, अगर फाइनल्स में जाना है, लेकिन अभी उनको 32 में मिल गया तो अभी वो उसमें ही सेटिस्फाई हो गए।
मैं शिव फ्रॉम रेकनिंग स्पोर्ट्स, और मेरी एज 16 ईयर्स है, और मैं फ्रंट लाइन असॉल्टिंग करता हूँ रेकनिंग स्पोर्ट्स के लिए। और ESL जर्नी से मेरा लैन एक्सपीरियंस स्टार्ट हुआ था। तो शुरू में ऐसा था, ESL लैन के पहले कि घर वाले बोल रहे थे कि मत जा, मत खेल, मतलब उनको बेसिकली उनको आइडिया नहीं था। तो उन्होंने मेरे साथ एक गार्जियन भेजा था कि तू साथ रह देख ले। फिर उसके बाद से मेरा बहुत मन करता था, वैसे तो मैं ESL में बेंच था, फिर उसके बाद से मेरा मन करता था खेलने का कि प्लेइंग में खेलूँ, बट फिर मेरे बोर्ड्स आ गए तो मैं उतना गेम पे ध्यान नहीं दे पाया। सो BGIS आई एम नॉट प्लेइंग, बस नेक्स्ट इवेंट फॉर श्योर प्लेइंग में दिखूंगा। बेसिकली मेरे को प्लेयर्स का गेम अच्छा लगता था रेकनिंग से, इसलिए मैं रेकनिंग में आ गया। बहुत मेरे को DMs आते कि भाई आप मेरा ड्रीम कर रहे हो, मतलब मेरा ड्रीम ऐसा था, तो वो चीज़ मेरे को भी अच्छा लगता है कि मतलब कि थोड़ा बहुत मेहनत किया हो तो अब वो उसका मिल रहा है। सो बेसिकली प्लेयर्स का तो बॉन्डिंग मेरी अच्छी है बहुत, सारे प्लेयर्स जैसे भाई जैसे ही है, किसी को लगता नहीं कि कोई मतलब अलग प्लेयर है, मतलब सारे छोटे भाई की तरह ही ट्रीट करते हैं, और बाकी तो सब बढ़िया हर प्लेयर से। मेरे को तो स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट ही बनना था। उससे पहले मैं क्रिकेट के बारे में खेलता था, बट फिर उसके बाद से गेम में और ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट आने लगा, फिर गेमिंग में आ गया। सो बेसिकली आइडल तो मेरे स्काउट भाई है, तो मैं उनको ही देख के गेम चालू किया था, तो उनका मेरे को मैचेस बहुत अच्छे लगते थे, और जो पंप मिलता था मेरे को उनको देख के, तो वो क्रेजी था। सो बेसिकली चेंजेस तो मैं बहुत करूँ अपने गेम प्ले में, और मैं धीरे धीरे सीख भी रहा हूँ कैसे कैसे चीज़ें होती है। मेरे दोस्त लोग मेरे को मतलब थोड़ा सा ऐसा तो नहीं रहता कि मतलब रिस्पेक्ट ज़्यादा देते कि बड़ा प्लेयर, ऐसा दोस्ती मानते हैं, बट उन लोग को अच्छा लगता है कि अपना कोई बंदा है, आगे जा रहा है, बढ़ रहा है। सो बेसिकली मेरे को DMs तो बहुत सारे आते ही हैं कि मतलब कि भाई मेरा स्पोर्ट्स में क्या होगा, घर वाले साथ नहीं दे रहे, घर वाले ये नहीं कर रहे। तो शुरू में मेरे भी घर वाले साथ नहीं दे देते, बट उनको कुछ ना कुछ शुरू में करके दिखाना होता है कि गेम में फ्यूचर है। तो आप ऐसा कर सकते हो कि उनको मैचेस दिखा सकते हो बहुत सारी टीम्स के, और लैन इवेंट्स दिखा सकते हो, बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स के व्लॉग्स भी डालते हैं कितने बंदे, तो वो दिखाओगे तो वो लोग भी आपका चाहते हैं कि आप लोग आगे ग्रो करो।
Namaskar, Kemorache, Kolkata. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the realme BGIS 2025 Grand Finals Day number 3. आज आखिरी दिन रहने वाला है हमारी इस ग्रैंड फिनाले का, जहां पे हमारे जो इस realme BGIS 2025 के चैंपियंस हैं वो क्राउन किए जाएंगे. It could be the beginning of the end or the end of the beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, in the meanwhile, हम लोग हमारा शो शुरू करें. मैं जो हमारे पीछे जनता खड़ी हुई है उनसे दरख्वास्त करूंगा कि अभी बस शुरुआत ही हुई है, तो थोड़ी देर के लिए अपनी कुर्सियों पे बैठ जाइए प्लीज, cause this is just the start. You are going to need that energy throughout the day. And Kolkata, can I hear some noise? Thank you so much. That's more like it. But as I said, it's the last day, last 6 matches that await us. और उसके बाद हमें पता चलेगा कि इस realme BGIS 2025 की वो कौन सी टीम होगी जो आज ये ट्रॉफी उठा के सेलिब्रेट करेगी, और वो बाकी 15 टीमें कौन सी होंगी जो उनकी खुशियों में शामिल होने की कोशिश करेंगे. कंपटीशन बहुत ज्यादा क्लोज हो चुका है इन द लास्ट 2 days ऑफ मैचेस. 12 मैचेस अभी तक हमने देखे, जिसके बाद टॉप पे डिफरेंस रह गया है सिर्फ 1 पॉइंट का. अब वो 1 पॉइंट की कीमत कुछ टीम्स काफी अच्छे से जानती है, बाकी टीम्स को आज हो सकता है समझ आ जाए, लेकिन टॉप 2 के अलावा भी बाकी की टीम्स चेस में काफी ज्यादा क्लोज हैं. बट नाउ सिंस यू गाइस फाइनली सी अस, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Super Johnny, joined by my lovely friends Mr. Anki the Bot and Maisie. So lads, it's the last day. मैं बहुत बार बोल चुका हूँ, last day है, last 6 matches हैं. But first 2 days, did you expect this much chaos in the action?
देखिए, सिर्फ 1 पॉइंट के डिफरेंस पे हमें टॉप 2 टीम्स देखने को मिल रही है. उसके नीचे भी अगर आप आए तो पॉइंट डिफरेंस उतना ज्यादा है नहीं, तो एक्सपेक्टेड था कि वो जो कंपटीशन है, वो जो केओस है, वो अपनी पीक पे देखने को मिलेगा. एंड आई थिंक द स्टैट्स से इट ऑल कि अभी के लिए केओस और कंपटीशन दोनों ही पीक पे है.
देखिए, अभी के लिए सबसे बड़ी बात है कि हमारे पास टॉप 6 टीम्स हैं जो ट्रॉफी उठा सकती है. अब उनमें से कौन होगा वो तो खैर 6 मैच के बाद पता चलने वाला है, पर कंपटीशन ऐसा नहीं है कि 2 दिन के बाद समाप्त हो गया हो. एंकी ने बताया भी मात्र 1 अंक का वो फासला है पहले और दूसरे के बीच में. तीसरे और चौथे को देखते हैं, ज्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है, 5वें 6ठे वहीं पर मौजूद हैं. पर अभी भी मैं उम्मीद करता हूं, क्या पता नीचे से कोई टीम हो जो टॉप 3 का सफर तय कर पाए.
आई मीन अगर ऐसा देखने को मिलता है तो एक कमाल का परफॉर्मेंस ही ऑफ कोर्स रहेगा इन 6 मैचेस के अंदर, लेकिन टॉप 3 तक आई थिंक एक बड़ा स्ट्रेच हो जाएगा. टॉप 5 आई थिंक बॉटम से अगर कोई फाइट बैक करता है तो इट वुड बी लाइक अ सक्सेसफुल एंडिंग टू देयर जर्नी. लेकिन अगर बात करें मेन, आज तो सिर्फ ट्रॉफी की डिस्कशन चलेगी ना गाइस. गॉड लाइक रेकनिंग वर्सेटाइल की कल हमने एंट्री होते हुए देखी इस ट्रॉफी की दौड़ में, तो उनकी एंट्री के बारे में कुछ बताइए. डिड यू एंजॉय द 6 मैचेस ऑफ एक्शन फ्रॉम वर्सेटाइल एंकी?
देखिए, बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतरीन वो खेल करके गए. आते ही 2 बैक टू बैक चिकन डिनर्स. उन्होंने एक स्टेटमेंट रखी कि हम यहाँ पर सिर्फ पार्टिसिपेट करने के लिए नहीं आए, हम सिर्फ यहाँ तक पहुंचे नहीं है, हम उस ट्रॉफी के लिए आए हैं. बट उनके लिए स्टार्टिंग से लेकर के अभी तक एक बड़ा चैलेंज रहा है सैनहॉक का मैप, और कल के दोनों ही सैनहॉक उनके खराब गए. मैं बस ये एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूं कि अब जब प्रेशर सबसे ज्यादा हाई है, जब स्टेक सबसे ज्यादा हाई है, अगर वर्सेटाइल अपने सैनहॉक को सही करने में कामयाब हुई, मैं मान के चलता हूं ट्रॉफी उनकी है.
Maisie, what about the other 2 teams at the top right now?
देखिए, मैं एक्सपेक्ट तो यही कर रहा हूँ कि आज के दिन पे बस वो कंसिस्टेंसी कैसे भी मेंटेन करी जाए, क्योंकि 6 मैचेस बहुत ज़्यादा होते हैं. कहाँ हम 1-2 मैचेस में देख लेते हैं कि बहुत बड़ा पलटवार हो जाता है, जैसे हमने VXT को देख लिया, FS को वो चीज़ करते हुए देख लिया. आप उसमें ओरांगुटान का उदाहरण ले सकते हैं कि कैसे एक चिकन डिनर उस टीम को सीधा टॉप 5 के अंदर लेकर गया. तो एक बड़ा मैच जहाँ पर आप 25 पॉइंट्स निकाल पाए, टॉप 5 के अंदर कोई भी टीम जो टॉप 8 के अंदर है बहुत आसानी से पहुंच जाएगी.
Anki, you are very well bonded with a lot of the players. A lot of them look up to you as an older brother. And मैं notice कर रहा था, you were talking to a lot of players.
Yeah.
So क्या बात चली, लेकिन उससे पहले आपसे ये सवाल का जवाब जानने से पहले कोलकाता की जनता, भाई बस नाम लेने की देरी होती है. Everyone is ready to answer back. I have a question for you guys. Who are you supporting today? Is it godlike? Or is it reckoning esports? या वर्सेटाइल जीतने वाली है आज की ये ट्रॉफी. यार वर्सेटाइल के लिए मेरे को ज्यादा चेयर्स नहीं आया. आई थिंक वर्सेटाइल, there's no one cheering for versatile. What's up? Yeah, we are gonna get some versatile supporters with us. मैं पर्सनली जाके इंटरव्यू करूंगा कि भाई आप लोग इतना शांत क्यों रहते हो. I guess taking inspiration from Somraj, he also usually likes to be a man of few words. लेकिन चलिए, एंकी, बैक टू द क्वेश्चन
Yeah.
दैट आई हैड फॉर यू. यू वर टॉकिंग टू अ लॉट ऑफ प्लेयर्स. कुछ इनसाइट्स पता चले, हु इज फीलिंग अंडर प्रेशर, हु इज रेडी टू फाइट बैक द प्रेशर.
लुक, बीइंग वेरी ऑनेस्ट, आज के दिन पे तो प्रेशर किसी के ऊपर है ही नहीं, क्योंकि जो प्रेशर था वो डे 1 पे था, डे 2 पे था. आप सोच के देखिए, ऑडियंस का इतना ज्यादा बेहतरीन सपोर्ट हमें देखने को मिल रहा है. आई विल बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट, कोलकाता, यू आर द बेस्ट क्राउड दैट आई हैव एवर बीन टू, एंड आई एम सेइंग दिस विद ऑल द ऑनेस्टी, एंड दैट्स अ फैक्ट, बिकॉज हर एक टीम, चाहे वो अंडर गॉड हो, चाहे वो नया नाम या एक बड़ा एस्टैब्लिश नाम, वो अप्रिसिएशन जो आ रहा है ना, जब इतना अप्रिशिएट आपको ऑडियंस कर रही है, आपके सामने आपको पंप कर रही है, तो प्रेशर का पी हट जाता है और पंप्ड फील करते हो आप.
आई मीन बिल्कुल, कल के कुछ आइकॉनिक मोमेंट्स मेरे को याद हैं. इतना ज्यादा शोर मैंने अपने पूरे करियर में कहीं किसी अरीना के अंदर नहीं सुना है. सो दैट वाज जस्ट अमेजिंग. यू गाइस हैव बीन अमेजिंग. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर बीइंग अ पार्ट ऑफ दिस जर्नी. लेकिन अभी ये जर्नी खत्म नहीं हुई है. वी स्टिल हैव 6 मोर मैचेस ऑफ एक्शन लेफ्ट. मेजी, आपके कुछ इनसाइट्स हैं आज?
देखिए, मुझे मैं बस प्लेयर से मिला, बस मैं उनकी बॉडी लैंग्वेज को समझ रहा था कि आज के दिन पर एक्चुअली में वो क्या कर सकते हैं. ट्रू रिपर्स के कुछ खिलाड़ियों से मैं मिला. मैं कह सकता हूं कि जली पहला दिन हो या आखिरी दिन हो, उस प्लेयर को उतना कुछ खास फर्क नहीं पड़ता. वो जिस तरीके से खेलना चाहते हैं उसी तरीके से वो प्लेयर खेलता है. हमेशा वो आपको हंसते हुए दिखाई देंगे. बहुत कम होता है जब वो प्लेयर उदास होता है. क्यों लमाओ, वो भी उसी तरीके से शांत रहते हैं पर खेलते बहुत बढ़िया है.
जी बिल्कुल, देखना होगा कि आज अपने परफॉर्मेंस को नेक्स्ट लेवल लेकर जा सकते हैं या नहीं, क्योंकि वो नेक्स्ट लेवल गेम प्ले की ही जरूरत होगी अगर आज सक्सेस हासिल करनी है कि नहीं. लेकिन चलिए, आई गेस वी हियर द कमोशन एंड दैट मींस the players are ready to take the stage on and of course take on the competition as well. And ladies and gentlemen, सबसे पहली टीम जो आज इस मंच पे कदम रखेगी वो है FS Esports.
जी हाँ, ये जाने जाते हैं वो चिकन की स्ट्रीक के लिए, लेकिन अभी तक सिर्फ एक चिकन डिनर आया है. बट दे आर एक्चुअली फाइटिंग, दे आर नॉट हियर टू गिव अप. और जो मोमेंटम है उनका, उसको और बेहतर करने की कोशिश इंसीडियस है तो मुमकिन भी है.
ये मुमकिन देखना होगा क्या आज ट्रॉफी जीतना रहेगा इनके लेकर. जैसा एंकी आपने बोला, एक चिकन डिनर की दरख्वास्त तो सबको ही है. इनसे रिकॉर्ड सेट किए हैं, लेकिन लैंड पे अभी भी वो चिकन डिनर बाकी है. लेकिन चलिए अगली टीम की तरफ बढ़ते हैं, एंड दैट इज सिंसिनाटी किड्स.
सिंसिनाटी किड्स हमेशा से उनका रिकॉर्ड रहा है पहले मैच में चिकन डिनर निकालने का. हालांकि यहाँ वो नहीं कर पाए, दूसरे पायदान पर उन्होंने पहला मैच अपना फिनिश किया था. पर हमें पता है कि आदित्य वो क्या काबिलियत रखते हैं. जूसी एज एन IGL वो कितना ज्यादा बढ़िया अपनी टीम को लीड करते हैं. फ्लॉक अभी तक उतने अच्छे फॉर्म में दिखाई नहीं दिए, पर मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आज के 6 मुकाबले जहां पर सिंसिनाटी किड्स एटलीस्ट वो कोशिश करेंगे टॉप 3 के लिए.
बादलों पे सवार ये सिंसिनाटी किड्स, क्या लाजवाब एंट्री है. एंड यू कैन सी द स्माइल ऑन द फेसेस ऑफ ऑल दीस प्लेयर्स. लेकिन क्या अगली टीम भी अपने इस होम क्राउड के आगे मुस्कुराते हुए आज ट्रॉफी उठा पाएगी? I'm talking about Forever Red Ross.
जी हाँ, फॉरएवर रेड रॉस, अभी तक उन्होंने बढ़िया गेम प्ले दिखाया है. अभी भी यहाँ से चांसेस बनते हैं टॉप 8 के आसपास वो आपको देखने को मिलते हुए. और ये अंडर गॉड को है जो एक स्टेटमेंट देते हुए कि हम में भी दम है, और इन्होंने बेहतर खेल के दिखाया भी है. आज के दिन पे अगर इनकी शुरुआत बढ़िया होती है, दे जस्ट नीड 2-3 गुड मैचेस, और अगर वहां से वो उसको कैपिटलाइज करने में कामयाब होते हैं, आई एम प्रेटी श्योर दैट FS भी एक बढ़िया कंटेंडर बन सकते हैं.
अब ये कंटेंडर्स बनेंगे या नहीं बनेंगे, एट द एंड ऑफ द डे वी विल फाइंड आउट. बट लेट्स टॉक अबाउट द नेक्स्ट टीम, बिकॉज़ दे हैव अ बॉट इन देयर नेम, बट दे आर बैक्ड बाय अ प्रीटी सीरियस आर्मी.
पर कल के दिन पे थोड़े बहुत चेंजेस के साथ ये टीम आई. लैंड को खेलने का मौका दिया गया, पर मैं अभी भी उम्मीद रखता हूँ स्कैरी जॉट से, मैं अभी भी उम्मीद रखता हूँ उनके बाकी साथियों से. हमने मॉन्टी से बहुत ज्यादा बात करी है, उनका यही कहना है कि प्रेशर तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं, पर आज वो साबित करना है कि प्रेशर है या फिर नहीं है.
I mean, day 1 पे मेरे को याद है मेजी, आपने बताया था मॉन्टी वाज वेरी कॉन्फिडेंट, और आज उस कॉन्फिडेंस को दिखाने की बारी है. लेकिन अगली टीम की तरफ आगे बढ़ते हैं, एंड दैट इज गोइंग टू बी THWNON Esports. एंड इनसे काफी एक्सपेक्टेशन थी हमारी, काफी.
जी हाँ, THW की अगर हम बात करें तो आप कह सकते हैं कि उनका सफर भी आपको थोड़ा बहुत लड़खड़ाता हुआ ही आगे बढ़ता हुआ नजर आया. ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग पे सेकंड लास्ट पोजीशन पे वो मौजूद हैं, बट प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट एक बड़ी चुनौती इनके सामने रहने वाली है. आई एम प्रेटी श्योर दैट दे आर एंजॉयिंग द वाइब. आई एम प्रेटी श्योर कि इनको भी याद आए उनके वो मीरामार एरांगल के मैचेस जो ऑनलाइन स्टेज में उन्होंने खेले थे. वो 18 अंक 19 अंक का चिकन डिनर अगर आ जाता है तो फिर शायद पिक्चर बदल सकती है.
लेकिन चलिए अब अगली टीम की तरफ आगे बढ़ते हैं, क्योंकि पहले कोच की कमी थी, कल कोच की एंट्री हुई, लेकिन परफॉर्मेंस ऑपोजिट डायरेक्शन में गया। आज देखते हैं कैसा परफॉर्मेंस रहेगा जेनेसिस ई-स्पोर्ट्स का।
देखिए जेनेसिस के लिए तो बहुत सारी चीजें दांव पर लगी है। आप कह सकते हैं कि शैडो बहुत समय बाद एक लैंड फाइनल्स खेलने के उतरे हैं। उनमें आप मैक को भी ऐड कर सकते हैं, सैम जिन्होंने अपनी टीम को एक्चुअली में क्वालिफाई कराया इस लैंड फाइनल्स के लिए। बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो उनको भी सही करने की जरूरत है, तक उनको खेलने का मौका मिला नहीं है। उम्मीद करते हैं कि शायद आज के दिन पर कोई बदलाव हो और साइरेक्स वो भी अपने परफॉर्मेंस में दिखाई दें।
मगर इस टीम में तो एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर्स है। हमारी जो अगली टीम है एंग की, वो पूरी की पूरी अंडर गॉड से बनी है, बट दे हैव प्रूवन दैट दे कैन टेक ऑन द गॉड्स देमसेल्व्स
फॉर श्योर। और जब हम यहाँ पर आए भी थे लैंड इवेंट में, जब हमने प्लेयर से बात की तो वहां पे भी ये चर्चा चली कि एक SOA मेटा चल रहा है। तो इस मेटा को सबसे बढ़िया तरीके से अगर किसी टीम ने क्रैक किया सबसे पहले तो उनका नाम था टीम SOA, लेकिन अब बाकी टीम भी उनके ऊपर हावी होना शुरू हो चुकी है। आज कुछ करके जाना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि करने और मरने की स्थिति आ चुकी है अब।
लेकिन कल सब पे ये टीम भारी हुई थी, एंड दैट इज वर्सेटाइल। कल के 2 चिकन डिनर्स में भी काफी अमेजिंग।
देखिए 2 चिकन डिनर उन्होंने निकाले जरूर और बहुत मजेदार खेला कल का दिन उन्होंने।
पर अगली टीम की तरफ आगे बढ़ते हैं और इस टीम के लिए पूरी अरीना अपनी कुर्सियों पे खड़ी है। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, इट इज गॉडलाइक ई-स्पोर्ट्स।
जी हाँ, हीरो स्ट्रीम गॉडलाइक देखना इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा कि क्या वो आज के दिन के अंत में भी वो पहला पायदान लेकर के जा सकते हैं। और आप देखिए वो एनर्जी के साथ जो एंट्री है वो हमने देखी है। आर दे रनिंग टुवर्ड्स द ट्रॉफी, दैट इज द ओनली क्वेश्चन। बट आज का दिन उनके लिए भी बहुत ज्यादा अहम।
अब अगली टीम की बात करते हैं जो गॉडलाइक को जैसे वॉक-इन्स में चेस कर अब अगली टीम की बात करते हैं जो गॉडलाइक को जैसे वॉक-इन्स में चेस कर रही है, वैसे आज लीडर बोर्ड पे भी चेस। वी हैव रेकनिंग ई-स्पोर्ट्स इन द हाउस।
देखिए रेकनिंग ई-स्पोर्ट्स के लिए सफर अभी तक तो बहुत बढ़िया रहा है, और जैसे हमने कल डिस्कस भी किया था कि वो पहले पायदान पर रहना नहीं चाहते, और ऐसा ही हुआ। वो दूसरे पायदान पर गए, हालांकि वो फासला ज्यादा नहीं है, 1 अंक का मात्र वो फासला।
मगर अब इस देश की सबसे बड़ी फैन बेस वाली टीम इस अरीना के अंदर आती हुई नजर आ रही है, एंड दैट इज टीम सोल।
जी हाँ, जैसा कि हम कहते हैं तो सोल एंड हार्ट ऑफ BGMI, लेकिन अभी के लिए जो टीम सोल का परफॉर्मेंस है वो अप टू द मार्क हमें देखने को नहीं मिल रहा है। बट वी डू बिलीव इन द बैटमैन, वी डू बिलीव इन द मांगा मैजिक। रॉनी का वार आज रहने वाला है या फिर नहीं, सवाल वही, क्योंकि बड़ा कमबैक एक्सपेक्टेड है इनसे।
अगली टीम को इंट्रोड्यूस करना बहुत स्पेशल रहता है हमेशा मेरे लिए, तो मैं चाहूंगा आप लोग भी मेरे को ज्वाइन करें इसमें। आर यू गाइस रेडी? इट इज
OG। देखिए ओरंगुटान के लिए मैं कहूंगा कि सफर बहुत बढ़िया रहा है, खासकर वो जो कल का आखिरी जो मुकाबला उन्होंने खेला है वो चिकन डिनर के साथ उन्होंने मैच को समाप्त किया। दिन का अंत एक अच्छे नोट पर समाप्त किया गया है, यानी कि वो आरू बहुत ज्यादा खुश होंगे, आतंकी वो भी खुश हैं।
लेकिन खुश अगली टीम हमारी कितना होगी ये तो दिन के एंड में पता चलेगा, बिकॉज इनकी जर्नी काफी शेकी थी, लेकिन इन्होंने रिकवरी बेहतरीन दिखाई। एंग की आ चुकी है मेडल ई-स्पोर्ट्स।
जी हाँ, और हमें तो उनकी जितनी तारीफ की जाए उतनी कम रहने वाली। हमने पहले भी ऐसा कहा है कि उन्होंने अब अपना नाम दर्ज कर दिया इतिहास के पन्नों में। बहुत ही ज्यादा वो उम्दा खेल करके गए, और वो स्माइल बताती है कि एक बड़े सेटबैक के बाद भी ये टीम कमबैक की तरफ बढ़ना एटलीस्ट जरूर जानती है। अभी भी ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग पे टॉप 8 के अंदर मौजूद। दिस इज अ मिरेकल दैट इज बीन रिटन, जो अमित एंड कंपनी लिख रही है अभी।
और मिरेकल्स की बात करें, 2025 का सबसे बड़ा मिरेकल था जेली का सर्किट में कमबैक, और अपने सारे क्रिटिक्स के मुंह पे एक करारा तमाचा। अपनी टीम को अभी भी टॉप स्पॉट पे रखे हुए IGL, और आ चुकी है ट्रू रिपर्स।
कियोलमाओ निंजे के साथ ये जुड़ी टीम, और इनके साथ आप सैम को भी ऐड करिए। खिलाड़ी दमदार है, और IGL तो उनके और भी ज्यादा कमाल। जेली जैसे अभी तक हमने उनकी बात करी है, ट्रू रिपोर्ट पहले दिन से ही उन्होंने वो कंसिस्टेंसी मेंटेन करी है। टॉप 5 के अंदर वो अपने आप को बना कर रखे। उम्मीद करते हैं आज का दिन कुछ नया वो करके जाएं।
अब नई चीजों की बात करें तो एक नए नाम की भी बात करते हैं, राइवलरी NRI इन द हाउस। कल का दिन इनका भी एंगी काफी डिसेंट रहा था।
जी हाँ, चंदन विश्व व्यापत नहीं लिपटत रहत भुजंग, और देखना इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा कि आज चंदन कितना बेहतर खेल के जाएंगे, और साथ ही साथ जो पूरी टीम का सपोर्ट है वो कितना ज्यादा बेहतर मिल पाएगा। बट एक बात तो तय है कि डे 1 पे प्रेशर था, डे 2 पे प्रेशर रिलीज हुआ, आज बारी है स्टेटमेंट देने की।
वेल प्रेशर हमारी अगली टीम को सबसे ज्यादा रहने वाला है, बिकॉज़ दे आर बी फाइटिंग फ्रॉम द लास्ट स्पॉट, लेकिन लास्ट टू फर्स्ट की ये रेस बहुत एपिक रह सकती है। लेट्स सी how Hades Edge 4K does.
देखिए बहुत जरूरी है ड्रैक्सी का चलना, क्योंकि कल के दिन पर थोड़ी कोशिश ड्रैक्सी ने जरूर करी थी कि अपनी टीम के लिए वो फिनिशेस निकाले, अपनी टीम के लिए वो प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट दिलाए, पर एक सिंगल खिलाड़ी से वो काम नहीं चलने वाला। आप एज अ टीम खेलने के लिए आए हैं, बाकी जो प्लेयर्स हैं उनको भी शानदार खेलने की जरूरत है।
जी, लेकिन चलिए अब 16 की 16 टीमें हमारी आ चुकी है हमारे इस मंच के ऊपर, तो चलिए जल्दी से चलते हैं दिन की शुरुआत करते हुए none other than रोहित ऑन द स्टेज।
के वो नाचो कोलकाता! We are live from the city of joy across the country, and इस समय पूरा देश आपको देख रहा है, तो एक बार आप भी देश को हेलो बोल दो, इंडिया को हेलो बोल दो, who are watching this stream. If you have the band in your hand, there is a small plastic flap right besides the band. अगर आपके हाथ में ये बैंड है तो एक छोटा सा प्लास्टिक फ्लिप है यहाँ पर, तो इस फ्लैप को आपको निकालना है, and then the magic will happen. You have to remove this small little flap besides the watch. Yes! All right! So ladies and gentlemen, and everyone watching the stream, welcome to the grand finals and the third day, the main day of realme BGIS 2025, ladies and gentlemen. आज के दिन इतिहास बनते हुए आप देखेंगे. Our top 16 teams are here and one of them will be forging history. But standing between their forging history and the amazing trophy and the title of being called the BGIS 2025 champions stands 6 intense games. So, Kolkata, if you are ready, can you raise your hands and make some noise? लाखों में से ये 16 टीम्स यहां तक पहुंची हैं जो आज लाखों का दिल जीतने के लिए तैयार हैं. लेकिन कोलकाता, अगर आप तैयार हैं तो इन प्लेयर्स तक आपकी आवाज पहुंचनी होगी, इन प्लेयर्स तक आपका वाइब पहुंचना होगा. So on my count, you need to just raise your hands and tell me and the players and the teams that you are ready for witnessing history being made. So in 3, 2, 1, Kolkata! Let's begin the final day of realme BGIS 2025.
Simply the answer is I. Raising the bar, finna raise it some more. What? No elevator, we up from the way, up from the floor. I've been on fire, can't pass me a torch. Made it from the bottom, now I'm on top and I'm ready for. Oh my God, yeah, this one sound like. Oh my God, yeah, this one feel like. Sliding, all green lights, I got it. Holding my part of the deal, trust, don't need a scale. Superman in the steel, try me and see how I feel. Need everybody to chill, Nintendo, I'm switching it up like. sacrifice, mean risk it all. Spartan baby, all I know is ball. Stand tall, I can never fall. Standing with me or we standing off. Once you get it, gotta get it off. On my level, I'm the final boss. So any minute I can lay you off. Wait, hold on. Yeah, this one sound like. Oh my God, yeah, this one feel like. Oh my God, yeah, this one sound like. Fight to the top of the hill, now I'm on top and I'm ready for Superman in the steel. Try me and see how I feel. Need everybody to chill. Nintendo, I'm switching it up like. Oh my God, yeah, this one sound like. Oh my God, yeah, this one feel like. Oh my God, yeah, this one sound like. Fight to the top of the hill, now I'm on top and I'm ready for. This one sound like. This one feel like. This one sound like.
My goodness, now that was something else. और क्योंकि आज हमारे चैंपियंस डिसाइड होने वाले हैं, we all know what it's gonna sound like, don't we boys?
क्या बिल्कुल, अभी के लिए आप ये कह सकते हैं कि पूरा जो अरीना है वो तैयार है, पूरा जो भारतवर्ष है वो तैयार है विटनेस करने के लिए हिस्ट्री को, बिकॉज अभी तक का ये जो पूरा टूर्नामेंट है ना, ये बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतरीन रहा है। हमने इतने सारे नाम देखे, इतने सारे दिन देखे, इतनी सारी टीम्स देखी, इतने सारे प्लेयर्स देखे, कुछ प्लेयर्स देखे जिनको हमें लगा कि यार ये पोटेंशियल प्लेयर्स हो सकते हैं जो इस बार स्टार बनते हुए नजर आए, ये वो टीम्स हो सकती है जो ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तक पहुंचे। बट अगेन इट ऑल कम्स डाउन टू कि सबसे ज्यादा कंसिस्टेंट 16 टीम्स कौन थी, सबसे ज्यादा प्रेशर में बेटर 16 टीम्स कौन सी परफॉर्म करके गई, और वो 16 महारथी सिर्फ पहुंचे यहाँ तक। ये बिल्कुल भी आसान बात होती नहीं है, और यहाँ पर आने के बाद भी अगर आप वो प्रेशर को हैंडल कर पाते हो और आप उसके राउंड आगे बढ़ रहे हो, वो अपने आप में एक जीत है। लेकिन देखिए, चैंपियन तो कोई एक ही होता है, और आज की कहानी बस वही होगी कि इस प्रेशर को सबसे अच्छे तरीके से कौन हैंडल कर पाएगा।
देखिए, कहानी आपने काफी अच्छे से अभी तक की समराइज कर दी है कि काफी सारी टीम्स थी, आई डोंट इवन नो, मोर देन टेंस ऑफ थाउजेंड्स ऑफ प्लेयर्स रजिस्टर्ड, एंड यहाँ तक सिर्फ ये 64 प्लेयर्स जो हैं वो आने में कामयाब हुए। लेकिन मेजी, नंबर्स की थोड़ी बात करते हैं, स्टैट्स की थोड़ी बात करते हैं। हम लोग काफी टाइम से टॉप 3 टॉप 4 डिस्कस कर रहे थे, वी टॉक्ड अबाउट ट्रू रिपर्स एज वेल। ओरंगुटान की कॉन्वर्सेशन कहीं ना कहीं हम थोड़ा साइडलाइन करती, क्योंकि ये टीम काफी अंडर द रेडार खेल रही है, बट दे आर स्टिल इनसाइड द टॉप 5।
मुश्किल थोड़ी सी कल के दिन पर हुई जरूर थी, जब उन्होंने पहले 3 मुकाबले खेले थे, वहां जब उन्होंने उतनी अच्छी शुरुआत नहीं करी तो सबको लग रहा था कि शायद अब ओरंगुटान वो जो BMPS का सफर था जो अधूरा रह गया था, शायद उसको पूरा वो ना कर पाए। पर सबसे अच्छी बात रही कि लास्ट मैच में जो उन्होंने वो चिकन डिनर निकाला, वहां से जो उन्होंने वापसी करी है, अपनी टीम को बहुत ऊपर लेकर आए हैं। तो मैं ये मानता हूं कि अभी भी उनके पास मौका पूरा रहेगा। और सबसे बढ़िया बात मुझे ये लगी कि 2 दिनों में जो 12 मैचेस उन्होंने खेले, दिमाग में एक सेकंड थॉट्स आया भी नहीं कि चलिए एक बार अपने 5वें प्लेयर को चूज करके देखते हैं, क्योंकि वेरॉन ऐसा नहीं है कि वो खेल नहीं सकते, पहले भी हमने उनको खेलते हुए देखा है, पर स्टिल अच्छा बात ये मुझे लगा कि वो अपने प्लेइंग 4 के साथ स्टिक करे, और अभी भी आप देखेंगे बढ़िया प्रदर्शन, टॉप 5 के अंदर वो टीम है।
बिल्कुल, लेकिन अभी बस ये देखना बाकी है कि आज का दिन, आज के 6 मैचेस जो हैं उसमें ओरंगुटान कैसा खेलती है, बिकॉज हिस्ट्री जो रही है वो यही रही है कि लास्ट डे थोड़ा सा फंबल हो जाता है। बट लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, इससे पहले कि लास्ट डे की शुरुआत हो, एक बारी नजर डालते हैं ऑन द रिकैप ऑफ डे 2। राइट, डे 2 की शुरुआत काफी ज्यादा बेहतरीन हमको होती हुई नजर आई थी, और अगर पहले गेम की बात करें, आई थिंक एक साइन था ये कि वर्सेटाइल भूली नहीं है किसी तरह से भी कि फाइनल्स में कैसे खेला जाता है। पहले गेम के अंदर सबसे पहला खिलाड़ी वर्सेटाइल नहीं खोया था, लेकिन उसके बावजूद चिकन डिनर अपने नाम किया।
देखिए, एक्सपीरियंस जिस चीज की हम बात करते हैं वो सोमराज के पास कूट कूट के भरा हुआ है। इस पावर की सुपर पावर भी कल के दिन पे अनलीश होती हुई नजर आई, और उसके बाद दूसरा ही मुकाबला जहां पे टीम वर्सेटाइल एक बार फिर से प्रूव करके गई कि मीरामार के महारथी तो वो ही हैं। लेकिन उसके बाद जो चुनौती है वो थोड़ी बढ़ना स्टार्ट हुई, और इन सबके बीच में एक नाम जो हमेशा कांस्टेंट रहा, एक नाम जो हमेशा आपको बेहतर खेलता हुआ नजर आया, वो टीम रही टीम रेकनिंग, जो लगभग हर एक मैच में एक बार फिर से कंसिस्टेंसी के पर्यायवाची बनते हुए नजर आए।
एंड रेकनिंग के इस स्ट्रैटेजी का, इस परफॉर्मेंस का आई थिंक किसी के पास तोड़ नहीं है, बिकॉज जैसा आपने मेंशन किया है कि रेकनिंग इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट कंसिस्टेंट टीम्स। इनके मैचेस बड़े नहीं रहे हैं, काफी फिनिशेस हर बार थोड़े से पीछे रह जाते हैं बाकी टीम्स के कंपैरिजन में, लेकिन कंसिस्टेंटली टॉप 4 में ये टीम फिनिश करते हुए हमें नजर आती है। बट मेजी कई और ऐसी दूसरे नाम थे जिन्होंने कई बड़े मैचेस हमको देखने को जिनकी तरफ से हमको देखने को मिले। ये जो सैनॉक का गेम था इसमें गॉडलाइक की तरफ से सबने काफी उम्मीद लगा रखी थी, लेकिन वो रिवर क्रॉसिंग में थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट राइट हो गया।
पर ठीक है, उन्होंने वो फिनिशेस निकाले और ये टीम सोल का मुकाबला था जहां पर उन्होंने वो चिकन डिनर निकाला। और आप एक श्रेय जरूर जोन को दे सकते हैं क्योंकि उन्हें ज्यादा मूवमेंट वहां से करने की जरूरत पड़ी नहीं, बैक टू बैक जोन उनके ऊपर आते रहे और वहां से उन्होंने फिनिशेस भी निकाले और चिकन डिनर भी निकाला। पर टीम हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक फिनिशेस, जैसे हमने पहले भी कहा कि वो सैनॉक में भी बहुत सारे फिनिशेस ले गए, पर यहाँ पूरा क्रेडिट जाना चाहिए जली को, जिस तरीके से आते हुए 2 खिलाड़ियों को उन्होंने गिरा दिया और उसके बाद वहां उनके लिए सिचुएशन थोड़ी सी खराब हुई। पर ये मैच जहां पर हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक बहुत फिनिशेस लेकर गई, पर ओरांगुटैन आखिरी जो पल था उन्होंने अपने लिए जिया, वहां पर वो चिकन डिनर लेकर गए, एक बड़ी छलांग लगाई उस चिकन डिनर के साथ।
इस आखिरी एरांगल की एक मोमेंट मैं कभी नहीं भूलने वाला, एंड दैट वाज व्हेन सोल पुश्ड द साइड ऑफ रेकनिंग एंड देन गॉडलाइक केम फॉर द थर्ड पार्टी। तीनों की तीनों टीम्स एक दूसरे के 5 से 6 सेकंड में खत्म हो गई थी। नो वन सर्वाइव्ड दैट फियास्को। लेकिन ओशन की एक लाइन थी कि दैट वाज द वन टाइम इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडियन ई-स्पोर्ट्स वेयर एवरी गॉडलाइक फैन वाज चीयरिंग फॉर टीम सोल, बिकॉज कंपटीशन उन्होंने बाहर किया, फिर थोड़े एक्स्ट्रा पॉइंट्स वहां से गॉडलाइक ने निकाले, बट दे आल्सो कुड नॉट सर्वाइव बिकॉज प्रेशर ओपन फाइट्स का हमेशा काफी ज्यादा रहता है। लेकिन उस एक फाइट ने एक चीज बदली थी, व्हिच वाज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, कि गॉडलाइक आ चुकी थी नंबर 1 पे एंड रेकनिंग वाज जस्ट अ पॉइंट शाय।
जी हाँ, देखिए वो बहुत ही ज़्यादा क्लोज कंपटीशन हमें देखने को मिल रहा है जिसकी हमने चर्चा करी। सिर्फ 1 पॉइंट, जी हाँ, वो बहुत ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण रहता है, लेकिन जब 6 मैचेस बचे तो उतना ज़्यादा महत्व वो नहीं रखता। और हमने जो कंसिस्टेंसी देखी टीम रेकनिंग की, अगर आज के दिन पे भी वो वैसा ही खेल करके जाएं, वो प्रेशर को उतने ही बढ़िया तरीके से हैंडल करें, और क्यों ना भी करें। आप वाइपर को देखिए कितनी प्राइम फॉर्म में वो चलते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, डायनेसिस वो बेहतरीन खेल के जा रहे हैं। तो आप कह सकते हैं कि पूरी ही जो टीम है वो बहुत बढ़िया नजर आ रही है। और आप लिख के ले लीजिए, लास्ट मैच की लास्ट फाइट तक पता नहीं चलेगा चैंपियन कौन है।
आई मीन ये तो जानना मैं काफी बेसब्री से चाहता हूँ कि कौन चैंपियन बन रहा है, लेकिन काफी देर से देख रहा हूँ आप लोग बहुत बढ़िया डिवाइसेस पकड़ के खड़े हो, realme GT7, but guess what boys, I also have one. We got it, ladies and gentlemen, and it has been an amazing experience with the realme GT7 for all of us. I believe कल आप काफी अच्छा खेल रहे थे, मैंने नोटिस किया। Was it because of this?
देखिए, मैं तो बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा हूँ, पर मुझसे भी कहीं ज़्यादा फायदा इस डिवाइस का जो हमारे प्लेयर्स हैं वो उठा रहे हैं। जैसे हमने कहा भी कि वाइपर वो बहुत बढ़िया फॉर्म में चल रहे हैं, जॉनथन वो बहुत अच्छे फॉर्म में चल रहे हैं, इन्होंने बहुत सारे फ्रैग्स निकाले हैं, और उसके साथ अमित को हम कैसे भूल सकते हैं, कितने सारे फ्रैग्स वो प्लेयर निकाल कर गया। और सब कुछ हो रहा है हमारे इस शानदार डिवाइस realme GT7 Pro के ऊपर, और जैसे हमने कहा भी है, प्रो के लिए ये डिवाइस है और ये पूरा BGIS इसी पर चला है।
एग्जैक्टली, आई मीन प्लेयर्स के एक्सपीरियंस काफी अच्छे रहे हैं। जैसे मैं कल भी बात कर रहा था, मैं थोड़े बहुत प्लेयर्स से मेरी बात हुई थी, and everyone was like they just felt extremely comfortable because of how easy it is to hold performance, no lags, 120 FPS, हर एक चीज जो अपना बेस्ट डिलीवर करने के लिए जरूरत पड़ती है, and especially for the players that were setting foot on the stage for the first time, usually they would want कि okay, they do not want to worry about their device, they already have to deal with the pressure of playing in front of people, और वो प्लेयर्स काफी ज्यादा कंफर्टेबल फील कर रहे थे, एंड मैं भी काफी कंफर्टेबल फील कर रहा हूँ। ये मैं वापस तो नहीं कर रहा किसी को।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल आप वापस करिए नहीं, और आप भी कोशिश करिए कि आपका गेम प्ले भी इंप्रूव हो पाए ऐसे ही।
आप हमेशा सबके गेम प्ले की बुराई क्यों करते हो, ये बताओ मेरे को। आप बहुत अच्छा खेलते हो, एक्चुअली द बॉट।
जी हाँ, देखिए अगर आपको अनलीश करना है अपने अंदर के बीस्ट को, तो पहले तो मैं चाहूंगा कि आप एक सिप लीजिए, क्योंकि आप ये जो एनर्जी है ना क्राउड की, उसकी एनर्जी को मैच करना है, तो फिर आपको भी ऐसा ही मॉन्स्टर और जो बीस्ट है वो अनलीश करना पड़ेगा।
Exactly. Thank you for calling me the beast, by the way. No one has ever called me that, but the man recognizes what a true monster is like. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, अभी हमारे को भी बहुत एनर्जी की जरूरत पड़ेगी, and thanks to a lovely energy drink partner Monster, we're going to be filled with that energy throughout the day. लेकिन अब चलिए, जिन 64 लोगों ने सबसे ज्यादा एनर्जी दिखाई है पिछले 2 दिन से, उनकी परफॉर्मेंस पे नजर डालते, थोड़ा हिसाब किताब हो जाए, अब किसने कितना पॉइंट्स जमा करें, किसका कितना घाटा हुआ है कल के दिन में, नजर डालते हैं हमारी ओवरऑल लीडर बोर्ड के ऊपर। दी ओवरऑल रैंकिंग्स, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, विल बी ऑन आवर स्क्रीन सून, एंड दिस इज गोना बी आफ्टर 12 मैचेस, 6 मैचेस पर डे। 2 दिन खत्म हो चुके हैं, हिसाब मैंने यहाँ पे मैचेस का तो लगा लिया, बट मेजी, लेट्स हैव अ लुक एट द नंबर्स ऑफ द टीम्स परफॉर्मेंसेस।
105 पॉइंट्स के साथ हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक टॉप पर वो बैठी हुई है। रेकनिंग ठीक है 104, पर अभी भी VXT उनके पास वो 2 चिकन डिनर है, ओरांगुटैन उनके पास भी वो 2 चिकन डिनर है, यानी कि अगर टाई होता है तो ये दोनों ही टीम जो गॉडलाइक और रेकनिंग है उनसे ऊपर होंगे। वो अलग बात रही कि आने वाले समय में हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक वो एक और चिकन डिनर लेकर जाए, रेकनिंग उनके पास भी 1 चिकन डिनर आए। पर जैसे मैं आपसे कह भी रहा था कि फॉरएवर एक्स, रेड एक्स रॉस या फिर मेडल, दोनों में से कोई भी टीम जो अपने पहले 2 मुकाबले बहुत बढ़िया खेले और 90 का मार्क वो क्रॉस करे, वो भी रेस में लग जाएंगे उस ट्रॉफी के।
वेल अब देखना ये है कि इस रेस को ज्वाइन करने की पॉसिबिलिटी कितनी ज़्यादा सक्सेसफुल साबित होती है, क्योंकि अभी अगर पहले 2 मैचेस खराब गए तो प्रेशर हर मैच के साथ बढ़ते चले जाएगा। अगर मिडिल पैक से एंकी हम लोग बात करें, जैसा मेजी ने कहा कि फॉरएवर रेड ड्रॉस हो गई, आपकी मेडल हो गई, एक पहला मैच इनका सिक्योर करना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। तो जैसे एरांगल हम मीरामार की बात करते हैं
जी,
2 मैप्स है जिसपे प्लेयर सबसे ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल भी रहते हैं, लेकिन सिर्फ आप कंफर्टेबल नहीं हो, पूरी बाकी जो लॉबी है वो भी उतना ही ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल है। एनीथिंग कैन गो रॉन्ग एट एनी टाइम। हाउ डू प्लेयर्स लुक एट दैट सिचुएशन?
देखिए उसमें अब मुझे लगता है कि इतना एक्सपीरियंस उनके पास ऑलरेडी हो चुका है, इतने सारे वो मैचेस खेल करके आए हैं कि अब उनको पता है कि उनके ओपोनेंट कहाँ जाएंगे, वो कहाँ पे जाएंगे। अनटिल एंड अनलेस कुछ अलग से ही स्ट्रैटेजी हमें देखने को ना मिले कि ड्रॉप चेंजेस और बाकी सारी चीज़ें हो रही है, और मुझे लगता है वो होंगी भी, बट टुवर्ड्स द एंड ऑफ द कॉम्पिटिशन जहाँ पे सिर्फ 2 या 3 मैचेस बचे हो। बट ऑल इन ऑल आप ये कह सकते हैं, चाहे वो एरांगल का मैप हो, चाहे मीरामार का या फिर सैनहॉक, जब आप पूरे टूर्नामेंट के आखिरी 6 मैचेस पे आ चुके ना, तब कौन कैसा कहाँ क्या खेलेगा उसके बारे में चर्चाएं ज्यादा नहीं होंगी। द मेन कॉन्वर्सेशन शुड बी अराउंड कि भाई प्रेशर कौन बेटर तरीके से हैंडल कर पाएगा, बेटर काउंटर स्ट्रैटेजीज कौन बना के आया है।
आई मीन एक स्ट्रैटेजी मेरे ख्याल से मेरे बाजू वाले भाई साहब है, काफी देर से सेल्फी मांग रहे हैं, तो इनकी दरख्वास्त पूरी करते हैं। लेट्स हैव अ सेल्फी विद द Realme GT7 Pro and we are going to include the audience in this one.
ए मैं रह गया,
वो उनकी हाइट थोड़ी सी देख के चलिए।
और अब हम छुप रहे हैं कैमरा से, यार प्रोडक्शन might have a few things to say, but ladies and gentlemen of Kolkata, are you ready? ये रही हमारी
अमेजिंग क्राउड
GT7 Pro Realme की सेल्फी एंड दिस ये क्राफ्ट इंडिया esports के सोशल पे आपको पता चल जाएगा कि कहाँ आप देख सकते हैं। वैसे हम लोगों को मिलेगी ना?
जी हाँ बिल्कुल
फोन
मिलेगी।
ही नहीं दे रहा। Anyways, jokes apart, coming back to the serious conversation, right? Because we were talking about the leaderboard, and as we discussed the possibilities of all of these teams, realistic chances, कितना realistic रह सकते हैं? Maybe like how far deep into the rankings do we go? I mean, that comes from the depth of that man's heart. पूरा पोस्टर लेकर आया, which feels nice.
देखिए मुझे, मैं सच में बताऊं तो ऑब्वियसली जो हमारे दर्शक है ना, वो सारी ही टीम को बहुत ज़्यादा प्यार करते हैं, सपोर्ट करते हैं। और मुझे एक चीज़ बहुत ज़्यादा पसंद आई जब कल के दिन पे हमने इनफैक्ट जब पहले दिन पे स्टार बॉय थे जिन्होंने वो क्लचेस निकाले थे, 1v3 के अप्रॉक्स राइवलरी को उन्होंने कर ही दिया था, वहाँ ऑडियंस का जो सपोर्ट था स्टार बॉय के लिए वो बहुत कमाल का था। कल के दिन पर भी वो हमने मल्टीपल प्लेयर के लिए वो सपोर्ट देखा। नो डाउट यहाँ पर हीरोइक सिंह गॉडलाइक के बहुत सारे फ़ैन हैं, सोल के बहुत सारे फैंस हैं, पर उनको पता है कि अच्छा गेम प्ले होता क्या है, और जब वो अच्छा गेम प्ले आता है हर किसी को सपोर्ट दिया जाता है।
आपका फेवरेट मोमेंट कौन सा था कल?
मैं मानता हूँ स्टार बॉय, क्योंकि चैलेंजेस बहुत ज़्यादा थे, अकेले वो प्लेयर बचे हुए थे, ग्रेनेड्स का उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा इस्तेमाल किया था, और उससे भी खूबसूरत था वो स्मोक्स जिनका पाथ बना के वो उनके आगे आगे चलते चले।
लेकिन चलिए, आई मीन जैसे प्लेयर्स अपनी परफॉर्मेंस लेकर आ रहे हैं इस अरीना के अंदर, मेरे सूत्रों से पता चला है कि कुछ स्पेशल गेस्ट भी आ चुके हैं लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन इस अरीना में। And of course we have your favorite creators also in the house. थैंक यू। आपकी कुछ लोगों से मिले जाके, आपको मौका मिला?
जी हाँ, अभी तो फिलहाल नहीं मिल पाया, मैं बैक स्टेज ही था, सारी मीटिंग्स वगैरह चल रही थी, मैं आपके साथ ही घूम रहा था। बट जी हाँ, जो सपोर्ट है, जो मैनेजमेंट स्टाफ है, जो क्रिएटर्स है, ये सारे ही लोग आए हैं और ये भी विटनेस करना चाहते हैं, अपनी टीम को जीतते हुए देखना चाहते हैं। और ये सारी हमारे एस्टीम्ड गेस्ट जो आपको देखने को मिल रहे हैं, अब देखना इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा कि जो हिस्ट्री फोर्ज हो रही है उसमें नाम किसका लिखा होगा। पर देखिए, जो भारतवर्ष की ऑडियंस है, जो ऑनलाइन ये इवेंट देख रही है, वो ऑडियंस जो यहाँ पर आकर के देख रही है, उसके पीछे की इमोशंस की वजह है, और वजह ये है कि वो इस हिस्ट्री को क्रिएट होते हुए देखना चाहते हैं, वो इस हिस्ट्री का पार्ट बनना चाहते हैं। और देखना इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा कि उस हिस्ट्री को अपने हाथों से लिखेगा कौन।
लगता है थोड़ा टाइम लगा रियलाइज करने में कि कैमरा महाशय आपके ही ऊपर था, इसलिए ये ऑडियंस के अंदर एक नई जान आ चुकी है। एंड ऑफ कोर्स ऑल ऑफ दीज लवली पीपल वांट टू सी देयर हीरो बी क्राउन्ड विद द व्हाट दे फील इज राइटफुली हिज राइट टुडे। Everyone wants to see Jonathan walk away with the title of the MVP. They want to see him walk away with the trophy as well, because बहुत एक लंबा अरसा हो चुका है इंतजार करते हुए। But they are going to face tough competition as well, because there is Soul that's going to be fighting back.
जी हाँ, आज के दिन पर एक बार फिर से बदलाव के साथ कल के दिन पर हमने रॉनी को पहले मैच में नहीं देखा था, वहां पर हमने हंटर्स को देखा था और उनके साथ 100 में मौजूद थे। आज एक बार फिर से हंटर्स, उनको बेंच किया गया है, रॉनी को वापस बुलाया गया है। जो वो पहले दिन की प्लेइंग 4 थी उनके साथ ही वो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं और उम्मीद करते हैं कि कुछ एक्स्ट्रा करने की कोशिश करी जाए, क्योंकि अभी भी 50 से ऊपर उनके पास पॉइंट्स हैं और टॉप 3 के लिए जो रेस है वो अभी भी खुली हुई है। हाँ, वो पहला पायदान वो शायद थोड़ा दूर जा चुका है।
जी हाँ, और साथ ही साथ सोमराज वो भी आपको यहाँ पर देखने को मिलते हुए, पावर वहाँ पर मौजूद है, एक्वानॉक्स भी आपको देखने को मिल जाएंगे और ये बहुत ही ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट जो टूर्नामेंट है ये इन खिलाड़ियों के लिए भी रहने वाला है। हमने चर्चा भी करी कि वो जो ऑर्ग है वो उनके पास नहीं है और बिना स्पॉन्सर के सपोर्ट के भी वो इतना ज़्यादा आगे तक आए हैं, इतना ज़्यादा बेहतर खेल रहे हैं, कंसिस्टेंटली वो खेल रहे हैं। तो देखिए, ये कहानियाँ जो ऑडियंस देखती है, जो हम देखते हैं वो तो रहती है, लेकिन वो इंडिविजुअल जो रिडेम्पशन की कहानी है उसके साथ भी बहुत सारे खिलाड़ी आए हैं। ये जो उत्साह ऑडियंस का है, ये जो जोश ऑडियंस का है, वो इसीलिए है क्योंकि ये बहुत बारीकी से जो BGMI esports है उसको फॉलो करते हैं। ये ही तो है BGMI की हार्ट बीट। और ऐसे में एक और नाम, अंकित शुक्ला AKOP, एक वक्त पे बोला कि बाल नहीं कटाऊंगा जब तक वो ट्रॉफी नहीं आएगी। फिर घर में कुछ चीज़ें ऊपर नीचे हुई, उनको वो जो कार्य है वो करना पड़ा, उसके बाद वो वापस आए हैं और अब यहाँ से एक और रिडेम्पशन आर्क। क्या ओरंगुटन के एप्स इस कोलकाता में हु ओजी करेंगे या कोई और, वो भी देखना है।
I would love to see that happen actually. I would really love to see that happen because OGs, it's not a cheer, it's a war cry जब ये टीम किसी भी टूर्नामेंट में जाती है मैचेस खेलने के लिए अपने। And I think right now, maybe in that orangutan watch party as well, I think those cheers are going to be going on. But once again, my lovely audience, you see the timer on your screens. I know आप लोग काफी दूर से आए हो. I'm seeing signs, people from 600 kilometers away, people from 1700 kilometers away. But अब आखिरी 15 सेकंड बचे हैं. I want you guys for one last time as we are about to head into the action. Just raise your voice, give your energy to all the 64 players. So Kolkata, let's move on to the action. Here is game number 13, the map of Erangel.
Final 6 games separate from the champions being crowned on that stage. Hero Extreme, Godlike, currently the fan favorites, and also the first one to be in the overall standings. Following them close in the overall board, it's Reckoning Esports on the second with 104 points, just 1 point shy of claiming that throne. As the plane's gonna hit the skies on the game 1 of the last day, starting all the way from the Povka towards Kotka. This plane flight path, it's going to be comfortable for the players.
Well, this is going to be a very, very interesting one as well. And to take you guys on this amazing journey on the English broadcast, my name is ICBaby12. And joining me, the man with the voice, Mr. Necro, as we continue on things, how they are going to go. A lot of stakes on the line here. And there's only going to be one trophy at the end of the day. The journey starts here. Final 6 games of their long journey since the beginning of February itself.
Godlike and Soul dropping quite close to each other. Well, they're just going to drop in towards school and the apartments area. They will be safe for now since there's no one really around them in that vicinity. And speak of Kotka as well, you've got a few teams ejecting on that similar side. TSW Non-X, Cincinnati Kids are going to move down south towards Ferry Pier. Genesis Esports as well will be moving up north towards Georgia Pool.
Oh, this is going to be a very interesting one. Seems like Circle. Ooh, this is a refresher course.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of this circle since during the grind stages and round stages here. The pool might be on towards the ruins. We've seen the intersection around those water segways around west of Rozok. Those are going to be the, I would say, orders to actually maneuver. That is a lot of open spaces here, not a lot of cover. Prioritizing on those specific spots is going to be good. But the question here is, it could pull towards north side or south side as well. But now, the man, the myth, the monster, the potential MVP by the end of today, based on day 2's result, he was the top fragger of the tournament itself.
On the last day, Hero Extreme Godlike back towards Yasna Poliana, realizing this has always been their main drop spot. Since the start, you talk about years back, Hero Extreme Godlike, this used to be their main drop spot, and once again back towards the basics. Let's see how much it's going to be helping them. Seoul moving up north directly. It's quite a quick move from the side of Seoul. I'm not exactly sure what's going through their minds.
Oh, it's going to be tough here. This is a very early rotation coming from Seoul, right? But I guess they are expecting this circle to actually shift up north as well, especially during the shooting range. We've only seen one exact same map during the entire journey from ground to grind, and that's across, what, 1,000 over teams. So the likelihood of it dropping there is very low, but better safe than sorry, right? Like there are a couple of shelters. You can kind of hide around the shooting range. You can also potentially set it up in a way to try and stock up those gas stations around the Yasnaya Bridge as well. So Seoul's got a lot of option here because of this early rotation, right? It's 3 minutes in the game. They're going really, really quick. And I'm actually concerned what is going up through their minds here, to be honest.
Same here. Still trying to wonder what exactly is going to be going through their minds. Went all the way up north towards Severny. I'm not exactly sure who they're searching as well. It's still such a big question mark in my mind. It feels like Seoul is searching for someone. They're searching for something. And let's keep this thing in mind as well. Seoul, if they get a 25 bomber off the rip, even they can stand a chance to be the champions. Not a lot of points separating. All it takes is one nuclear performance on the board, and easily things can be under control. TSW Nanek still towards the Gatka region. And even Orangutan, one of the teams that's currently sitting on the 4th spot in the overall standings, even they stand a major chance.
Well, speaking of which as well here, everybody's got a fighting chance. It all begins with this opening match itself here. The final 6 games, the most important games of every single player in this lobby. Nobody can afford to drop the ball because it decides the fate of whether or not will they be able to stop the bleeding, or will they pull the lead, especially for teams on the top as well? Because think about this, Hiroshima Godlike, Reckoning Esports, Versatile, they're all the top leaders of this points or in general as well. So will they be able to pull the lead, or again, will the teams at the bottom here make a comeback and then stop the bleeding, try and potentially snatch the trophy by the end of the day? But on screen right now, we do see first contact, and that's going to be FS Esports going up against H4K.
FS Esports found a little bit of that pit stop to play with. That pit stop occupied by the foes in the name of Hades H4K, and they surround the entirety of FS. A one-play state from Sejong's going to find the knock. Dreams knocked out. FS Esports handicapped off the rip. A rough start to the day. FS's ball, they're not doing too bad in the overall standings, currently on the 6th spot. Not too far away from being the champions either. They just need good games after good games. But if they're going to start things off in such a weird manner, then FS Esports, that good game might just slip away from their hands.
Oh, seems like they are going to be running in with the contenders here. Reckoning Esports is going to be lurking around as well. And none of these teams are inside the zone. Seems like FS Esports has no choice but to sack Dreams and then save the entire body here. Cut off one of the leaves. Not a great start for them. 82 points, 20-ish points to actually catch up to Hiroshima Godlike. Anything is possible, but still, think of the bigger picture here. Necro, 5 minutes has passed and we are seeing a lot of early rotations, but seems like Seoul, they went all the way to the north and now they are in the middle, back into school once more.
That's what I mentioned too, right? It felt like Seoul was searching for someone, and I'm not even sure who they were exactly searching for, but whoever they were searching for, hopefully, will be found in the future. Seoul is one of those teams that is all the way back in the overall board with just 56 points. And the team on the 1st spot has already managed to acquire 105 points. Seoul's got a Herculean task in front of them, but still 6 games can flip the entire script as well.
And the first 3 games of this 6 here is going to completely decide the tempo of the rest of the remaining match later on. Again, I have to remind you, will the top pull the lead, or will the bottom stop the bleed?
Exactly. And speaking of the lead itself, something that's going to help you get that lead will be the realme GT7 series. Let's not forget, it's also the BGIS official smartphone partner with Snapdragon 8 Elite flagship chipset and also the GT Boost. And let's not forget, even that stable 120 FPS.
Well, speaking of having good FPS here, Necro, like jitters are coming in from the teams as well. You can see the pressure is on, intensity is on. And drawing first pick here. In this case, losing one member right from the game go, FS Esports. I'm curious to see how they're going to be able to play this. Speaking of resources, they don't really have a lot themselves. Only like what, 1 first aid kit, one of the members. It's not good utilities coming in from FS Esports. Meanwhile, Battle Esports, they've got a lot of ammunition, but not a lot of mats. This has been unlucky if you think about it. But are they stocking those mats inside those? Because I see 3 of the players from Metal Esports having absolutely no first aid kits.
Yeah, Metal Esports, they were quite quick to move. A lot of these teams on the last day itself are being quite proactive, which is interesting. Reckoning Esports, at this point in time, you've got to understand the amount of pressure that's going to be there for Reckoning Esports will be insane. The new dogs on the playing field, they're going to be feeling all sorts of intensity. And right now will be the time for them to conquer the fields, but all it takes is a few games.
Well, speaking of a few games here, Hero Extreme Godlike, I was able to get inside scoops coming from my man Robin, coach, coming in from Hero Extreme Godlike. They mentioned that the game plan for today is to try and go as aggressive as they can and pull the lead as much as they can. The question here remains, based on their gameplay, it seems like they're playing a little bit slow and safe, so doesn't seem like they want to, but the circle shift comes through. Oh my goodness, we are back at it again here. Necro is the biggest scam ever. It's not going to be an offside. We've seen Gatka Mount Everest for the longest of time, and it looks like we are right on the money. It is going to be a ruined circle here.
Once again, and we know how many teams do tend to struggle in a ruined circle. A hard shift on the stage to itself, and that's how the meta has been so far. We also need to understand one thing, and that is BotArm Esports is still all the way down south towards the Sanhok military base. Probably going to go for a late game rotation. BotArm Esports is one of those teams that is also not doing extremely bad. One good game can actually bring them in the race as well. Versatile, spotting so many vehicles out in the open. Shots were taken, but finding connections will be impossible that far away.
Wow, this is really smart on Team Versatile as well here. Hero Extreme Godlike was able to play this exact same zone a couple of months back at this exact same spot. But the problem with it is that there is no one on top of those antennas here, and Versatile looks like they don't really want to hold down the fort. This is a very, very good intersection to kind of hold any kind of rotations here, but considering that they don't really have a lot of ammunition despite having those compounds, I guess they are looking to reposition and get away. Kind of unorthodox, but maybe they have a different kind of plan, or maybe Hero Extreme Godlike may look to try and replicate it, because they are going to be coming up on screen right now, and it seems to me it is stage 2, and they are playing edge zone this time.
Yeah, they indeed are. Hero Extreme Godlike a little too late to try and breach inside of the circle. That means their pathway to the center part is going to be filled with a lot of hardships. Reckoning Esports holds the edge of the circle where Hero Extreme Godlike wants to breach in from. And this just seems impossible. It's going to stop on the other side of the bridge. Reckoning Esports in the front. Player spotted. Utilities will be tossed in the houses as well.
What a treat to start off the day, the grand finals as well. Hero Extreme Godlike looking to take the top dogs out here as Reckoning Esports. They're getting completely flabbergasted here, caught off by surprise. Can they reset? Hero Extreme Godlike, they're deciding should they fight this, but it seems like Reckoning Esports says now is not the time as they managed to get out to safety. Great reposition there, but Hero Extreme Godlike wasting a little bit of utilities, but they do force a little bit of space to rotate in. But the two top teams right now, Necro, seems like they're both struggling and realizing that not a good time to fight. This is not good positioning. And 15 seconds left for stage 3, and this is where the important movement, the next play after this 10 second is going to decide where and when and how they are going to be fighting.
Reckoning Esports, at this point in time, realizing the fact that the intensity around that area is too high. That's why they reposition. Hero Extreme Godlike will have clear waters for now, but still, if they keep on trying to breach in from that same vicinity, they will meet the players of Seoul, and that's where things will be difficult. The next zone pops up, centers on up a bit more. Ruins is going to be the hot spot, and also the best spot ever. Forever Red Ross in this max center, looking pretty good.
Cincinnati Kids also having those salvo compounds here, having one of the highest vantage points to zone people out in open view here. Hero Extreme Godlike outside the zone. They need to find an entry point. It's going to be very difficult here. They dodge Reckoning Esports. They're rotating towards the south side now and hoping to try and penetrate there, but the best entry point is going to be crashing onto the Cincinnati Kids. That's going to be something that they have to worry about as well. But guess what? Another team that's also scrambling their heads to try and rotate in is going to be Hades H4K. But it seems like Hades H4K, they're deciding if they want to fight or not. Hero Extreme Godlike, they haven't really found space at all, Necro.
They haven't yet. Hero Extreme Godlike still back in the blue, taking a bit of that damage constantly. Eventually, they have found a bit of that breaching point. Not in the safe zone yet, but it's still out of blue. Hades H4K all the way in the back, down south, still back in the blue. They're going to be tanking the damage for a while. Elimination feed does pop up, but it's not something critical. FS Esports once again falling short. It's not a good news at all. FS Esports down to a one-man squad. How can they recover?
Going to be tough for FS Esports here. Seems like they are going to be down in the gutter. Meanwhile, teams outside the zone, only Hero Extreme Godlike and Hades H4K is still outside, and slowly but surely, Circle is going to slowly take on towards their health and on those first aid kits, because that is something that they have to figure it out here, considering that this Circle might shift into the open fields of Gatka, maybe even directly onto his runes. Stage 3, hard shift, pretty much in play. Metal Esports decides to, well, work around out in open here. Not the best option for stage 3 here, but they have a lot of choice now. But widespread coming in. This is interesting choice here coming from coach now turned player Amit.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. All the top teams currently playing from the edge because they've got no other option. Reckoning Esports, Hero Extreme, Godlike on the edge. Even VXT's on the edge towards the Water City. I'm not sure if this playstyle's going to work out, but all of them are going to cross their fingers and hope that the zone's not going to move away from them.
They have to cut rotations, and they're doing a fantastic job. But guess what? Hero Extreme Godlike, they finally make the call. Guess what? We are going to hunt down Hades H4K. There can only be one outside the zone. They are going to steal each other's economy. Sim with the play, gets the knock, but the Sim, he goes down as well.
Hades H4K walking into known territory, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they welcome them with open arms. Hades H4K just Draxi standing from that squad. But even Hero Extreme Godlike, they need to evacuate this area. There's one man knocked out. He gets confirmed from Hero Extreme Godlike. They're a part of third party now. It's not a good news at all. Hero Extreme Godlike in the open field. But still, the rescue operation comes through. And maybe Hero Extreme Godlike will survive to see another day.
What a save. What a save coming in here. Orangutan was about to gobble them up. That last minute rescue mission was able to clutch things out here. But all things considered here, stage 4 already begun. They were so desperate to get in the zone. They had no mans. Making the quick decision here is what saved them. What a nice play coming from Hero Extreme Godlike. Meanwhile, Orangutan a little bit fell short here. Meanwhile, guess what? They're running into another trouble. They're going to crash into Forever Red Ross.
Fights after fights, and Hero Extreme Godlike directly contesting the smack center off the circle. And somehow they're winning the duel as well. Forever Red Ross, they choke big time. But they also give up a lot of vehicles and a lot of loot for the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. The remaining 2 players from Forever Red Ross arrive, and now the util's tossed out, and Mino backs away. Luckily enough, the man's still going to be alive. Hero Extreme Godlike with 3 men standing. Genesis Esports joining the party, and Forever Red Ross, they lose out on Phoenix. Arto is the only man alive, but now for Hero Extreme Godlike, they need to switch their focus on Genesis. Back finds the opener. Jonathan gets knocked out. It's down to just one man. Punk all by himself. He's got a lot of pressure. The IGL with a lot of hope. He needs to save the day for his team, but Punk gets wrapped up. Hero Extreme Godlike eliminated with 5 finishes on the board.
Oh my goodness, what a fiasco. They tried their best, but the third party is not over yet. Genesis, they themselves put in a tight spot. This is an absolute disaster. Bot Army Esports looking to try and jump on them as well. Scary John with his reflexes. Scary John, the man with the skills, now wiping the floor with Genesis Esports. In one fell swoop, they get completely shut down.
Fights after fights, third parties after third parties for the hotspot towards Druids. This spot is in the smack center. Whoever controls it will have the best possible chance of winning the game. And right now, Bot Army Esports with 3 finish points, they have secured this spot for now.
Well, they have definitely unleashed the beast here. What a monstrous performance coming in from Bot Army Esports. And nevertheless here, let's talk a little bit more on Hero Extreme Godlike as well. Despite the fiasco that they have to go through here, the adversities, the obstacles here, think about this. They still had 6 finishes despite being eliminated that early.
OG, they catch a man of True Rippers. I'm not even sure what Kilamau was doing in that vicinity, but OG was pretty quick with that trigger. But a third party from VXT will eliminate the last man standing of True Rippers 2. Reckoning Esports as well around that similar vicinity. OG, they've got a lot of bullets against him. Reckoning Reckoning Esports and VXT, these two teams are next to each other even in the overall standings. And in this game as well, Seoul's gonna join the party. They want to stop the players of OG from winning this game. As Seoul, they crash in, eliminating the players of OG. 2 players down. It's just down to that one last man from Orangutan. Can that ape make it happen?
Well, stop the bleeding is gonna be the meta here. Seems like it's worked out somewhat, but can the rest pull the lead here? Seoul looking to make a potential comeback here. 2 finishes in the bag, 11 teams remain. Circle shifts onto his ruins, open field. Seoul not having a lot to work with here. Look at this, Manya not having a lot of ammunition. A lot of long-range fights, backs against the wall. 35 seconds before the zone closes in. They need to work with this. But why are we watching SOA hard dive onto a rivalry NRI on the ruins vicinity?
Magic with a miraculous entrance inside the fight, and he's given the advantage in the hands of his own team. But Magic, the trouble's not done yet. Chundan, he catches the man, strikes down, takes him down pretty low. Magix does not really have a lot of HP to try and defend himself, so he backs away. But Chundan is the only man alive for rivalry NRI. What a successful retake that was.
Oh boy, they need to hold out fort here, Chandan. Any chance of recovery here solely depends on him making the plays here. As SOA finds a little bit of room, they lose one player. Magic gonna be keeping Chandan in check, defending the grounds here, and it looks like they are gonna be good. They will be able to get the reset. Time is in their favor now. It is finally stage 5, so they can take things a little bit slower compared to the earlier fights there. Stage 1, 2, 3, it's all about rush, rush, rush. 4, 5, 6, this is where things can kind of slow things down here.
No.
But so what is going on? Seems like they almost lost the vehicle. They tried to go for a rescue mission, but no, they got picked off, and it's going to be Metal Esports that reaps the rewards alongside with Versatile from afar.
This happened because Seoul's vehicles collided into each other, and now Seoul is also getting dismantled from the far away by Metal Esports. Ahmed just chipping away a lot of damage on the players in the front, also getting the confirmations rolled up for Metal Esports. And those points going to be quite the vital ones. Seoul with 2 finishes on the board and only 2 players standing. They've got a Herculean task in front of us. A few smokes that's shrouding their presence. But we know there's a team right next to him in the name of Reckoning Esports. For Seoul, the game 1 holds too much value. That's the only chance they can pull off a comeback. But if this chance slips away, Seoul will be done for in this competition. Reckoning Esports, now their focus is going to be shifted towards VXT. Koya falls down, Viper follows up, Gravity's taken down super low. Reckoning down to a 2-man squad, and VXT's constantly applying that pressure.
Oh, the star player, Aquanox with those days. Neon dropping so low. S-Power looking to gobble them up. Does he have superpowers? They're dropping them down. No. Viper about to bleed out. Gravity goes down.
My God.
The car explodes, and that's it. Versatile, they shut them out. 8 finishes in the bag for Versatile.
Oh my God, Versatile. Eliminating the team on the 2nd spot, and VXT, now they've secured a lot of points on the board, but they still haven't taken over the spot of Reckoning Esports in the overall board yet. Need a few more points to make that happen, and probably they will too. 8 finishes on the board, VXT looking smooth as ever before, like a hot knife through butter, cutting through teams. And Seoul, with just a 2-man squad still, morale's all-time high, dreams still coursing through their veins, and they want to conquer the lobby. A 2-man squad still will be tough to try and get anything done, but Metal Esports in the backlines now being pressured. Even VXT from up top will try to apply that constant pressure against Metal, and this nade might just find the opener, and yes it does! One nade's gonna find that 2-piece, and Metal Esports, they've been successfully dismantled.
What am I watching? Team Versatile right from the get-go. What a banger. S-Power back in action. This is the S-Power that we know him of. This is the S-Power we get to see with the IGL coming in from Samraj. This is next level play coming from Versatile.
Versatile, 9 finishes, looking dominant as ever before. They've got a big split going on for themselves. 2 players in the house of Water City, while the 2 out in the open. Dominating the lobby slowly and steadily. Versatile looking unstoppable with this flow. They've got the form. Seoul in the front. Somehow Seoul needs to make it out alive of that spot and make it inside of the circle in a decent spot. Seoul's on the move, making it in. They've got the edge control too. Thunder does spot the player out, but he could not do anything.
Boy, rivalry and Arai Chandan, the boy wonder, he's still keeping SOA in check. He takes down Magic. Now the nade comes through. He's stuck in the stop rock place here, and that is going to be SOA. He cleans him out, but the damage has been done. They've lost Magic.
SOA is another one of those teams that's dominating this Ruins area. First they took down Rivalry NRI, now they're slowly and steadily conquering Druids. One more team in the front, FS Esports is Crypto. And Crypto is all by himself. He does not have enough ammunition, he does not have enough backup to try and defend himself. Man's pulled out the shotgun. He's gonna try to do everything he can. All by himself, with 0 finishes for his team, and Herculean task still in front.
While this is happening as well, Metal Esports also bowing out on this match as well. We're down to the final 17s, and in one fell swoop, 13 players remaining. Soul still hanging on for dear lives, but the nades coming in from S-Power. What is this? He senses everything. He is going to try and shut them down. Nako, Manya down towards their last mats here, trying to go in for those resets. S-Power still has 5 more nades, continuing his push. Will he be able to find them out? Sees a glimmer of what Manya drops those nades, but like, doesn't want to overextend this.
Soul does not have a good position at all. The high ground in the hands of Versatile, they've got the advantage. An uphill battle for the players of Soul. Can they conquer the grounds? Can they win this fight against Versatile? S-Power has always had that golden hand, and Manya gets struck. He was in the front, Knuckle all by himself. Can this time the Batman save the day? But unfortunately for Knuckle, he could not save the day for Manya. Soul with just one man, the last glimmer of hope standing. This game could have been the game where Soul could have pulled off a comeback, but since there's just one man alive and not a lot of points secured, this seems like it's going to be a game slipping away from their hands.
It is indeed going to be a game that may slip here, but all things considered, Versatile, they will come on top, but remember Red Ross goes out as well on 5th place. Now 4 teams remaining. Versatile, 4 men alive, looking dominate from yesterday's performance here, making one of the biggest comeback here in the grand finals of realme BGIS 2025. Day 2, day of comebacks. Versatile, the biggest comeback ever, and now they are about to overtake everyone else here after game 1 in the final 6.
BXT's got the most amount of players alive in this scenario, and they're probably going to dominate as well. They can feel it coursing through their veins. They know it's their victory. 13 finish points acquired, absolute demons. And why not when you've got that superpower with you? Having a look at the replay, this is how they unleashed the beast against the players of Reckoning Esports. And the Howling Wolves could not even try and contain it. Slowly and steadily getting systematically dismantled. In the end, it was just the IGL alive. Because of that vehicle explosion, even the IGL could not do anything.
My goodness, S-Power just completely dismantling them here. The confidence coming from him as well is just completely out of control. Going for those wide angle picks, knowing that for a fact that his face is not expecting this back behind. It's just insane. But journey continues here. Look at the space that he's out as well. He sees everything, and the pick comes through. Samrat finds Aditya from across the field there. What a pick coming from Team Versatile. 14 finishes coming from Team Versatile right now.
And probably more to come. Cincinnati gets this flock behind this one single tree. And I'm pretty sure he needs to leave this tree and make it inside of the circle too. Flock can probably feel all that pressure on the back now. Crawling slowly and steadily inside the circle. Flock's main objective is just to secure that second spot for his team. Get those placement points loaded up. BXT's someone, they've got his number. They're not going to let Flock slip just like that. Luckily enough, the man still makes it barely in the zone.
It's going to be very, very tough indeed. SOA still having some sort of cover druids to lose in vicinity here. It looks like they are going to provide a little bit of assistance here. SOA, Orangutan going to be focusing on Versatile, who has the open fields in their control. The moment the final zone stage comes in here, I think it's 8. Flock is going to be probably scouted out. And yes, it is. That's going to be Raiden that takes him out. Final tree, 15 finishes now from the side of Versatile as they dominate in this lobby. Great strat reading coming from Versatile, and it's paid off tenfold now. Maybe even more. But with this play coming in, it is going to make things extremely difficult for the rest of the pack to try and catch up. On the cams as well. intense focus on the perspectives of Team Versatile. Look at his power. Just absolute focus. Equinox on the sides looking for a flank here. Very cheeky angle. Looks like he wants to pick off Orangutan.
Indeed does. Because he does not know who lies in the ruins. AKOP is all by himself from OG. We completely forgot about OG. 4 finishes, 3rd spot right now in their hands. So anything can happen.
And speaking of anything can happen here, all comes down to that one drop. AJ comes through, 45 seconds here. There's still a lot of playing field. Versatile still 4-man strong, and nobody is making a move here. AKOP knows he needs position point, but he's the closest to the biggest target right now. And SOA knows that the moment AKOP goes down, settling for 2 is fine, but he needs something to work. And his power from all the way from across there, going to be providing some sort of support fire to try and help things out. Versatile now going to be flushing this corner.
BXT, 3 players looking to charge on against OG. AKOP is the only man alive, but SOA can take the advantage of this entire circumstance. AKOP was not able to do a lot of damage, but still that nade, it's going to be the equalizer from SOA. A 2v2 brawl between VXT and SOA. It's to find out who's going to be the one to come through victorious in this game. VXT's already secured the 1st spot in the overall standings, but this chicken dinner is going to be the icing on top of the cake, and also the lead that VXT's looking for. Another man gets struck down. I'm not sure why the man moved out in the open like that. SOA, few players are already up close and personal.
The question here is, will Starboard try and find a play here, or will he deny those points? But VXT, they know for a fact that they need those points. The nade comes through, he's still alive, but the zone is kicking in. He needs that one pump, he doesn't get it. Versatile takes the chicken dinner for the first game here in the final day of Grand Finals. realme BGIS 2025. Versatile pulls the comeback, and now they are on top.
What a game that was from Versatile. More than 15 finishes on the board. Probably around 17 or 18. And also that chicken dinner. That's what you call a nuclear performance. And that's done by VXT.
The crowd has been silenced. The crowd is an absolute disarray. Could not believe that Versatile pulling, what a statement coming in here to overtake the throne on top for now, as Team Versatile 1 step closer to claiming the trophy. But 5 matches remaining. Absolute silence from the crowd. The fan favorites, Hero Extreme Godlike, bowing out rather early, has caught them all by surprise here. And of course, speaking of surprises, welcome back to the English panel. And we have a special guest to give us a little bit of input here on what he thinks about that match. We have Salty back with us on the desk. How are you, Salty? What's going on?
You know what? The coldest team on this land so far. It is insane how much ice Somraj has got inside of his veins so far. I'll give you a little bit of a backstory. 2021 BGIS. Somraj, the man leading his team, skylights to victory. 7th position on the first day. 2025, 7th position on the first day. 2 chickens on the second day. 2025, 2 chickens on the second day as well. And now the 3rd day starts with a banger, and with this chicken, they are at the top. And it seems like Somraj is looking to repeat history. I want to know from you, gentlemen, what do you think?
I mean, look, Somraj, he's done it a lot of times in the past, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be VXT taking the throne and also taking the trophy away. But what a way to kick things off. Even yesterday, back-to-back 2 games. Now they've already got the first game conquered. Maybe the upcoming one is also lined up.
So it's interesting enough as well that Ocean made this prediction yesterday.
Yeah.
And he spaced specifically at the end of the day, after everything we were working on, was chilling, right? He realized that, hey, after taking through some stats, like you said, 2021, 2022, and then now, and then seeing the stats here, there seems to be a little bit of a repeat pattern coming from Versatile.
Yeah.
And it may look to kind of happen again. And guess what? With this opener coming in and 5 games remaining, they are currently taking the lead against everybody else.
Speaking of patterns, I want to talk about one more pattern. Day 1, number 1. Day 2, number 1. I'm talking about Hero Extreme Godlike. The same thing happened in the last official LAN that they played after 3 years inside of BMPS. But then we remember what happened on the 3rd day. A big choke comes through and Godlike finishes 3rd. I do not want to predict anything, but it seems like today we might be moving towards those angles. But ladies and gentlemen, towards the MVP of this game. No surprises in there. It will be the man himself, the one with ice in his veins. Is going to be Somraj with 5 eliminations, 778 points of damage, 2 knockouts, 1 headshot. And you look at the survival time. Do you know everything that he did in this game was pitch perfect? What's the dicey?
This is really good IGLing coming from Somraj as well here, especially when they realized that this zone could be shifting onto his Watertown in particular. They made the call to hold that fort where that compound itself was one of the strongest to actually cut off rotations. Hero Extreme Godlike was able to pull a big game from that time in the past, and now replicating what they did and just completely denying everybody from getting some sort of space and cover and just shutting everybody down was just huge coming from Versatile. But all things considered, alongside the top 5 as well, guess what? We've got 3 of the VXT boys. We've got Equinox, we've got S-Power also in the mix, and this super sub coming from Equinox ever since yesterday, day 1 on itself as well, has been working out for Team Versatile.
Equinox has always been an absolute legend, a star fragger for VXT, and even S-Power, as always, he's been there at the top of the board. 17 finish points secured from VXT and 10 positioning points. That's going to give them 27 points in total. That's a nuclear performance right there. But let's not forget, even SOA had quite a decent game, and OG is still maintaining that average, so the trophy can be anyone's.
The trophy can actually be anyone's, and my point was on AKOP, how important was that contribution, right, Necro? I mean, you look at the way he single-handedly managed to enter the podium finishes, the top 3 of course, but then VXT comes through, numbers overwhelmed. But one interesting tactic which I got to see was Godlike being aggressive. I like the mentality, but I want to know from IC, do you think that mentality can be successful?
Yeah, I spoke to Robin about this specifically as well, right from the side go. They were looking to get as aggressive as possible, but based on how the circle shifted happened, they didn't really have a lot of options to work with here. Because when they started the journey as well, they were late to the zone, they were playing H zone, and you can't really blame them because number 1, the flight path was a little bit weird for them. Number 2, the circle was scamming in a way where it's going to be north or it's going to be south side. So eventually, when it scam and go back to the original, most common zone or the south side, things went extremely chaotic. They had to go through like 4 to 5 teams to actually overcome that obstacles. And despite that, they lost a little bit earlier. But it's okay. They still had 6 finishes. So it's not the end of the world, but getting some points is still better than no points.
Getting some point is better than nothing. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, with all the post-match interviews, we're going to go back to Rohit and let's find out what Versatile has got to say about this chicken.
Experts हो, analysts हो, casters हो, fans हो, सबने ये बोला था कि डे 3 का पहला गेम बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होने वाला है क्योंकि इससे पहले टॉप 5 या टॉप 6 टीम्स की आप बात कर लो तो ज्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं था. सो दिस वाज अ क्रूशियल मैच एंड ये थोड़ा डेजा वू सा लग रहा है. ये तो कल भी हुआ था जहां पर पहला गेम वर्सेटाइल ने जीता था. सो कांग्रेचुलेशंस वर्सेटाइल फॉर दैट अमेजिंग फिनिश एंड दैट अमेजिंग विन. तो पहला गेम जीते हैं. डे 2 में भी ऐसा हुआ था, डे 3 में भी ऐसा हो गया, तो दूसरा मैच भी
यही ट्राई करें कि जैसा अभी खेले अपन मतलब मोमेंटम कैरी ऑन करें और अच्छा खेलें और जैसा कल से स्टार्ट किया था वैसे अपन कंटिन्यू करें.
ऑलराइट, एंड सैनहॉक के बारे में बात करते हैं फ्रॉम दिस पर्सन जो किसी को छोड़ते ही नहीं है यार. फुल पावर फॉर एस पावर. तो एस पावर ऑफ कोर्स फर्स्ट 2 मैप्स कल भी बहुत बेहतरीन रहा, लेकिन सैनहॉक की तरफ जब आप आए तो थोड़ा सा टीम के लिए उतना ग्रेट नहीं रहा. तो डे 3 है, फाइनल डे है. आज सैनहॉक के लिए क्या प्रिपरेशन है?
प्रिपरेशन तो इन शॉर्ट वही है, हम लोग चारों अपना कम्युनिकेट करके खेलेंगे तो सही रहेगा क्योंकि डे 1 के जो 2 सैनहॉक थे वो हम लोग के अच्छे गए थे, लेकिन डे 2 के 2 सैनहॉक जो थे 3rd और 4th वो अच्छे नहीं गए. एंड होपफुली जो हम लोग ने कल चोक किया उस पर हम सुधार लाए आज और ये फ्लो को कैरी करें होपफुली.
एंड अगर फ्लो की बात करें तो फ्लो में इस समय ये टीम नंबर 3 से नंबर 1 हो चुकी है. तो सोमराज, इस समय आपकी टीम राज कर रही है लीडर बोर्ड में. तो आगे चलते हुए ये जो सेकंड गेम है एंड स्पेशली थर्ड गेम की बात करें तो इसमें आप क्या स्ट्रैटेजाइज करेंगे कि आप फुल पावर के साथ आप आगे जाएंगे फॉर द सेकंड गेम, या इस समय क्योंकि लीड मिल चुकी है आप थोड़ा सा आराम से खेलेंगे, उस लीड को मेंटेन करने की कोशिश करेंगे?
अभी तो 5 मैच बाकी है और हम लोग अर्ली सेलिब्रेट करना या अर्ली डाइवर्जन या अर्ली कुछ ऐसा नया हमें सूट नहीं करता है. सो विल ट्राई टू स्टिक विद द बेसिक्स एंड होपफुली देखते हैं कि क्या होता है.
एंड बेसिक्स की अगर बात करें तो Equinox has been always sticking to the basics and surprises us with some amazing finishes. तो Equinox, इस समय आप बताइए कि ये जो सेकंड गेम है आपका गेम प्ले कैसा होने वाला है? क्या आप थोड़ा सा रिस्ट्रिक्टिव खेलेंगे या इस समय टीम की क्या इस समय मानसिकता चल रही है इसमें?
जो टीम बोलेगी वो करूंगा मैं, मानना है बस।
सिंपल, क्लैरिटी, कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है इस समय वर्सेटाइल टीम के बीच। एंड इस समय ओवरऑल कोलकाता के क्राउड के बारे में आपको क्या चल रहा है, मतलब क्या फील हो रहा है? बीच बीच में काफी चीयरिंग आती है, जब इंटेंस जो एक क्लैशेस देखने को मिलती है, तो कैसा लग रहा है इस समय कोलकाता का वाइब?
क्रेजी एक्सपीरियंस भाई, बहुत अच्छे लोग हैं, बहुत प्यार देते हैं। एंड पहली बार आया हूँ तो इतना अमेजिंग फील हो रहा है इधर, बहुत लोग अच्छे हैं इधर, पता नहीं चैन नहीं करता हमारे लिए, बट ठीक है।
एंड बहुत सारे लोग गेम प्ले का ये फैंस होते हैं। एक्वानॉक्स का एक स्पेशल फैन बेस है जो एक्वानॉक्स के ग्रिप को लेकर काफ़ी ज़्यादा इम्प्रेस रहते हैं। तो एक्वा, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट कि आप एक बार कैमरा पर जो लोग देख रहे हैं, एक बार अपनी ग्रिप के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताओ कि एग्जैक्टली क्या है। हाँ, वो एक बार करके दिखाने चाहिए। हाँ प्लीज। ऑलराइट, सो दैट्स द ग्रिप। ऑलराइट, सारे फिंगर्स इस समय, सारी उंगलियां इस समय इस टीम की घी में भी है क्योंकि बहुत बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं। एंड इस समय कांग्रेचुलेशंस वर्सेटाइल फॉर दैट अमेजिंग विन। एंड इस समय चलते हैं एक छोटे से ब्रेक की तरफ, लेकिन द एक्शन कंटिन्यूज आफ्टर दिस ब्रेक, सो कहीं मत जाइए, वी विल बी राइट बैक।
ब्रेक के बाद आप सभी का एक बार फिर से स्वागत है realme BGIS 2025 के ग्रैंड फाइनल्स डे नंबर 3 में। 6 मैचेस में से एक मैच हमारे इस आखिरी दिन का समाप्त हो चुका है, बचे हैं the last remaining 5 games, and of course this realme BGIS 2025 is powered by the GT7 Pro, ladies and gentlemen, built for BGIS and ready for battle। but हमारे जो एनालिस्ट हैं वो भी बिल्कुल तैयार हैं इस बैटल का ब्रेकडाउन देने के लिए। So guys, just like yesterday, it is again versatile that walks away with a chicken dinner।
जी हाँ, और बहुत ही सारे फिनिशेस के साथ वो चिकन डिनर उनके पास आए। आप ये कह सकते हैं कि एक परफेक्ट स्टार्ट जो अब यहाँ पर मिल चुका है पूरी तरीके से टीम वर्सेटाइल को, इसको कैपिटलाइज करने की आवश्यकता है। और अब उनके पास एक हल्की सी लीड जो है वो भी मुझे लगता है कि ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स में आ चुकी है। पहला पायदान, अब वो ताज आ चुका है टीम वर्सेटाइल के पास। एंड वी ऑल नो कि जब प्रेशर होता है तो उस पर बेटर परफॉर्म करती है वर्सेटाइल। सोमराज के पास बहुत सारा एक्सपीरियंस है, BGIS 2021 हम भूलते नहीं है, वो ट्रॉफी उन्होंने उठाई थी और अभी भी ट्रॉफी के जो प्रबल दावेदार है वो रहने वाले हैं।
जी, अब देखना यही है कि दावेदारी में एक अच्छी डिसेंट लीड तो इन्होंने बना भी ली है, लेकिन मेजी दिन के स्टार्टिंग में जिन दो टीम्स की हम बात कर रहे थे वो थोड़ा सा पीछे रह गए इस मैच के अंदर।
थोड़ा नहीं, मुझे लगता है थोड़ा सा ज्यादा वो पीछे रह गए, थोड़ी बहुत प्रेशर में मैं भी हो चुका हूं। तकनीकी डिफिकल्टीज की वजह से हम लोग थोड़ा सा यहाँ पर लेट हुए बोलने में। पर मैं अगेन उस बात पर आना चाहूंगा कि मेरे हिसाब से वो दो टीम शुरू में जिस तरीके से फाइट लेने के लिए आगे बढ़े, वहां पर टीम हेडीज का आगमन हुआ और मल्टीपल टीम्स वहां पर आ गए, ओरंगुटान के खिलाड़ी आ गए, सिंसिनाटी किड्स के खिलाड़ी कहां से आए वो हमें अभी भी समझने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं। मल्टीपल जगह से वहां पर शॉट्स लिए गए, सिम का एलिमिनेशन हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक के लिए थोड़ा खराब रहा और वहां से वो लय वो मेंटेन नहीं कर पाए। पर अच्छी बात ये रही जॉनी कि अब उन्होंने वो जो 6 फिनिशेस थे वो निकाल दिए, भले वो प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट ना मिला हो पर स्टिल 6 फिनिशेस डिसेंट शुरुआत आज के दिन की।
जी बिल्कुल, और ये 6 फिनिशेस के साथ आई थिंक कैचअप करने में, एक सेफ्टी कुशन मेंटेन करने में आसानी रहती है यहाँ पे टीम को। लेकिन मैच काफ़ी इंटेंस था फ्रॉम द स्टार्ट टिल द एंड। एक बार नज़र डालते हैं हमारी realme हाईलाइट्स के ऊपर ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर गेम, बिकॉज यहाँ से शुरू हुई है द एंड ऑफ द बिगनिंग, जैसा हमेशा कहते हैं हमारे लास्ट डे को, एंड दिस इज हाउ इट ऑल बिगैन।
जी हाँ, बहुत ही ज्यादा दमदार मुकाबले में देखने को मिले। टीम सोल उन्होंने वो अग्रेशन बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से दिखाया, प्लानिंग अच्छी थी, एग्जीक्यूशन अच्छा था, पर बाद में फिर सर्कल के अंदर जाते वक्त जो दो व्हीकल टकराए वहां दिक्कतें बढ़ी। पर टीम वर्सेटाइल, देखिए मैं थोड़ी ज्यादा बात करना चाहूंगा एक्वानॉक्स की, क्योंकि क्या दमदार वो प्रदर्शन दिखा के गए। एस पावर, हमने उनकी हर बार चर्चा की है कि ये एक बहुत ही ज्यादा उम्दा खिलाड़ी है, वन ऑफ द फाइनेस्ट दैट वी हैव in the entirety of BGMI, that is for sure. But Equinox ने भी आज के दिन पे बहुत ज्यादा दमदार परफॉर्मेंस दिखाया।
ये परफॉर्मेंस तो काफी ज्यादा दमदार था, फिनिशेस अपनी टीम के लिए भरपूर निकाले। और ऐसा नहीं है कि वर्सेटाइल के बाकी खिलाड़ी कुछ पीछे चल रहे थे, वो भी इससे मोटिवेट हुए। हमने उनको भी देखा काफी फाइट्स अपने नाम करते हुए, लेकिन अगर एंड गेम फाइट की बात करें तो इट वाज वर्सेटाइल थ्रू एंड ऑफ कोर्स एस पावर, the man with the superpowers, with the super confidence in his blood, who moved in for that final frag.
जिस तरीके से उन्होंने खेला है, मैं यकीन के साथ कह सकता हूं कि वो अभी खुश तो हैं, पर इतना ज्यादा खुश नहीं, क्योंकि जैसे हमने सोमराज के बारे में पहले भी बात करी है कि उनको पता है कि टीम को आप संभालते कैसे हैं, और वो काबिलियत मेरे हिसाब से अभी हमने किसी और आईजीएल के अंदर नहीं देखी, जहां पर अलग अलग खिलाड़ियों को लेकर वो हर बार आते हैं और हर बार एक बेहतर टीम बनाते हैं, लैंड फाइनल तक अपना वो सफर तय करते हुए। इस बार वो दिखाई दिए, पिछले कई बार वो चूक गए थे, पर आप देखिए कितना बढ़िया तरीके से उन्होंने अपने पांचों खिलाड़ियों को तैयार किया है। कल के दिन पे हमने रेडन को देखा था शानदार खेलते हुए, आज के दिन पे वापस रेडन से उन्होंने शुरुआत करी है, टॉय को थोड़ा सा ब्रेक दिया गया, पर स्टिल पांचों प्लेयर काबिलियत रखते हैं कि वो अपनी टीम को पहला पायदान दिला पाए।
लेकिन चलिए, अभी वो पहले पायदान की जंग जो है चल रही है। हमारी डेस्क ने ब्रेक डाउन किया था, हमारे कास्टर्स ने ब्रेक डाउन किया था कि मैच में क्या हुआ। हम ब्रेक डाउन करते हैं कि इम्पैक्ट क्या था ओवरऑल रैंकिंग्स के ऊपर, बिकॉज़ दैट्स गोना बी द नेक्स्ट थिंग ऑन आवर स्क्रीन्स लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन। और यहाँ पे असली जो कहानी है ना वो पता चलती है। We do see the players of Versatile as they've taken the first position on the leaderboard with 123 points, closely chased by Godlike with 111.
जी हाँ, मैं क्लोजली चेस तो अभी के लिए नहीं बोलूंगा, क्योंकि 12 अंक बहुत बड़ा इंपैक्ट रखते हैं। आप सोचिए, वो 1 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस आज के दिन की स्टार्टिंग में हमने देखने को मिला था, और अब वो 1 से 12 का हो चुका है। वही तीसरे पायदान पे टीम रेकनिंग आपको देखने को मिल जाएगी। अब दूसरे और तीसरे के बीच में भी एक डिफरेंस आया है, बट वो जो बढ़िया तरीके से पोजिशन होल्डिंग दिखाई है AKOP ने, उसने भी हेल्प किया है, क्योंकि अब तीसरे और चौथे पायदान के बीच में डिफरेंस कम है। यानी कि द गेम इज ऑन, द कॉम्पिटिशन इज ऑन, बट SOA ये एक टीम जिसकी तारीफ करनी बनती है। क्या बढ़िया तरीके से मैजिक ने वो व्हीकल को हवा में उड़ाया, परफेक्ट लैंडिंग की, उतरते ही वो नॉक निकाला। और SOA आई एम प्रेटी श्योर कि आज के दिन के एंड पे इनकी नजरें भी रहने वाली है, या तो पोडियम पे या फिर टॉप 5 फॉर श्योर।
आई थिंक कंसिडरिंग दिस इज एन अंडरगॉड टीम, पहली बार ऐसा एक मंच एक्सपीरियंस कर रहे हैं। इफ दे एंड अप फिनिशिंग इन टॉप 5, मैन दैट इज गोना बी नेक्स्ट लेवल मोटिवेशन फॉर द अपकमिंग ईयर।
और जैसे मैं कह भी रहा हूँ कि यहाँ पर भी बहुत सारे ऐसे दर्शक हैं जो ई स्पोर्ट्स खेलना चाहते हैं, और इसीलिए मैंने कल भी कहा था कि आप इनसे सीख सकते हैं कि पहली बार आप लैंड इवेंट का हिस्सा हैं और आप इस तरीके से खेल रहे हैं कि अब खोने को कुछ नहीं है, पर पाने को हमारे पास बहुत कुछ है। और उस तरीके से उस टीम ने खेला भी। आप स्टार बॉय, कल भी हमने उनकी चर्चाएं करी थी, प्री शो में आज हमने स्टार बॉय के बारे में बात करी है। मैजिक ने पूरा साथ दिया है, और स्मोकर को आप कैसे भूल सकते हैं। MVP लिस्ट में भी वो खिलाड़ी आपको दिखाई दिया था। उम्मीद करता हूं कि SOA, जैसे आप लोगों ने बात भी करी, टॉप 5 आज के दिन का अंत शायद वो कर भी पाए।
आई मीन आई एम प्रीटी श्योर वो टॉप 5 के लिए एम भी कर रहे हैं। जिस तरह से पहले मैच के अंदर टॉप 2 फिनिश किया, इट इज साइंस ऑफ दैट कॉन्फिडेंस एंड इट कुड लीड देम टू अ लॉट ऑफ सक्सेस। लेकिन लेट्स सी, इज दिस ऑडियंस गोना बी रेडी फॉर व्हाट SOA हैज प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर देम टुनाइट। एंड ऑफ कोर्स अभी भी मेरे को काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग साइंस देखने को मिले। जैसे मैं स्टार्टिंग में बात कर रहा था, लोग बहुत दूर दूर से आए हैं कि कोई महाशय 600 किलोमीटर दूर से आए हैं यहाँ पे अपनी टीम को चेयर करने के लिए। Someone was holding a sign that they came from 1700 kilometers away to support their team.
जी हाँ, द लव ऑफ द गेम, द लव फॉर द टीम, वो उनको खींच के लाई है यहाँ तक, और वो भी बहुत ज़्यादा खुश आपको नज़र में आ रहे हैं। आपको बहुत ज़्यादा वो एक्साइटेड देखने को मिलते हैं। अब देखना इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा कि इनकी एक्साइटमेंट को और क्या से बढ़ाया जा सकता है। मुझे लगता है उसके लिए अगला मुकाबला, वो चैंपियन की ट्रॉफी जो है वो बहुत ही ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण रहेगी। बट हमने कई बार चर्चा करी है कि कोलकाता का क्राउड तो देखिए अनबीटेबल है, जो लव है वो अनबीटेबल है। यहाँ पे टीम सोल के सपोर्टर्स आपको देखने को मिल जाएंगे, आपको हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक के सपोर्टर्स देखने को मिलते हुए, इंडिविजुअल जो क्रिएटर्स हैं उनके भी आपको सपोर्टर्स और फैंस देखने को मिल रहे हैं। यानी कि इनका दिल भी धड़कता है BGMI के साथ।
वो महाशय अपनी जॉ लाइन की तारीफ करते हुए नजर आए हमें काफ़ी ज़्यादा, काफ़ी खूबसूरत, बट उससे ज़्यादा खूबसूरत द लव दैट दीज लैड्स हैव फॉर देयर टीम्स। एवरीवन's lined up, everyone is just waiting for their teams to dominate. और domination की बात करें तो वो तो games के अंदर ही होगा. तो हमें अगले मैच की आपकी मैं एक्सपेक्टेशन जानना चाहता हूँ. Who do you think walks away with game number 2? Is it going to be versatile again, Mezi?
देखिए मैं तो नहीं बोलना चाहूंगा कुछ, मैं एंकी पे डालता हूँ कि एंकी कुछ प्रेडिक्शन करे.
देखिए मैं भी टीम वर्सेटाइल के साथ ही अभी के लिए जाना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि अगर आप हिस्ट्री को देखिए तो कल के दिन पे भी उन्होंने जो मीरामार का मैप खेला वो बहुत बड़ी है. अगर आप ओवरऑल इस टूर्नामेंट की बात करें तो टीम वर्सेटाइल चमकती हुई नजर आती है मीरामार के मैप में. अगर आप आईजीएल की बात करें सोमराज, उनको मीरामार का मैप बहुत ज्यादा पसंद है. तो मैं तो मान के चलता हूं कि शायद टीम वर्सेटाइल ही वो रहे जो सबसे ज्यादा बेहतर खेल के जाए.
और एंकी अगर मैं आपसे ये पूछूं कि टॉप 5 के बाहर से कौन सी ऐसी टीम होगी जिसको आप चाहोगे कि भाई अगर ये आखिरी दिन पे ट्रॉफी की दौड़ का हिस्सा बने तो और मजा आ जाएगा आखिरी के 4 मैचेस में?
देखिए मैं एसओए को जरूर देखना चाहता हूं टॉप 3 के अंदर, क्योंकि ये एक ऐसी अंडरगॉड लाइनअप हमें देखने को मिली है जिन्होंने बहुत ही ज्यादा प्रॉमिसिंग गेम प्ले दिखाया है. और आज के दिन पे जैसा हमने वो पुश भी देखा, वो स्लैमिंग भी देखा रूइंस के राउंड, उनके पास अब उनको लगता है कि खोने के लिए कुछ भी नहीं है. उनको भी पता है कि पोडियम और नथिंग, दैट इज द ओनली स्ट्रैटेजी दैट दे आर हैविंग राइट नाउ. एटलीस्ट उनके गेम प्ले से तो हम ये रीड कर सकते हैं. तो एसओए अगर वो आज के दिन पे वो अग्रेशन दिखाते हैं विद थोड़ा बहुत भी स्टेबिलिटी, तो मैं मान के चलता हूं कि ये एक अंडरगॉड लाइनअप जरूर रहेगी जो नाम लिखेगी इतिहास के पन्नों में.
देखिए 2 ही ऐसे मोमेंट्स होते हैं जब इंटेंस कंपटीशन के बीच में आपको बिल्कुल थ्रेट फील नहीं होता है. पहली चीज आपको पता है कि कोई आपकी टक्कर का ही नहीं है, और दूसरी जब आपको पता है कि आपके पास हारने के लिए कुछ नहीं है. एंड एज यू सेड अ फ्यू मोमेंट्स अगो, एसओए एट दिस पॉइंट हैव शोड अप द मोस्ट अमेजिंग रूकी रन वी हैव सीन. एसओए राइवलरी एनआरआई हेडीज H4K को भी मैं इंक्लूड करना चाहूंगा, बिकॉज ये अंडरगॉड्स जिस तरह से इस लैन के मंच पे, इस realme BGIS 2025 के मंच पे आके परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं. इट इज जस्ट एब्सोल्युटली incredible. As incredible as the lovely audience we have. I'm coming for your wig, good sir. I'm definitely going to take that away from him.
BGMI ऑक्सीजन लिखा हुआ है वहां पे.
Of course, वो पेंटिंग हाथ से बनाई है उन्होंने, स्केच पेन से.
देखिए मजेदार.
आपकी आर्टवर्क कैसी है?
देखिए मेरी आर्ट तो बहुत ही ज्यादा मजेदार है, और जब उनका ऑफिशियल आप कह सकते हैं सूट दिखाया जा रहा है तो उनके जो ओनर है उनको भी दिखा दिया जाए. जॉनथन यहाँ पर है और वो तैयार है कि अब ये जो दूसरा मैच है वो हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक के लिए थोड़ा और बेहतर बनाया जाए.
वो दी आर्टिस्ट वाला मोमेंट हो गया ये, बिल्कुल परफेक्ट टाइमिंग एज वेल. बट परफेक्ट टाइमिंग की बात करें तो आई गेस कुछ ही देर में हमारी प्यारी ऑडियंस समय हो जाएगा. हम हमारे मीरामार की मैप की तरफ कदम तो नहीं बढ़ाएंगे, प्लेन में टेक ऑफ करते हुए नजर आएंगे. प्लेयर्स को मैप पे ड्रॉप करेंगे और फिर देखेंगे कि क्या होगा हमारे इस गेम नंबर 14 का अंजाम. मेरे प्यारे एनालिस्ट जो है वो अपनी एक्सपेक्टेशन सेट कर चुके हैं. मेजी आपसे सेम क्वेश्चन पूछूंगा, टॉप 8 से कोई एक टीम जो आप चाहोगे कि टॉप 5 में एंट्री ले ले इस गेम में?
देखिए टॉप 8 के लिए तो हमेशा एसओए ही रहने वाली है, पर उसके ऊपर अगर आप बढ़ेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि राइवलरी भी वो एक नाम होनी चाहिए. कल के दिन पर हिटमैन ने बहुत बढ़िया खेला, उनके साथ बाकी जो प्लेयर हैं चंदन एंड सर्वर वो भी बहुत बढ़िया खेल कर गए. एमवीपी लिस्ट में अभी भी सर्वर का नाम आपको दिखाई देता है, तो मैं एक्सपेक्ट करता हूं कि अगर इस दूसरे मैच में टीम राइवलरी बढ़िया खेल कर जाते हैं, टॉप 5 एंड विद गुड फिनिशेस, वो टीम भी टॉप 8 के अंदर पहुंच जाएगी.
लेकिन चलिए अब फाइनली वो टाइम आ चुका है. सो वंस अगेन लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, मेक सम नॉइज. इट इज टाइम फॉर गेम नंबर 14 माय अपॉलजीज ऑफ दिस ग्रैंड फाइनल्स. और अब आएगा हमारे सामने मीरामार का मैप. Here we go.
The desert lands of Miramar brings us excitement as the second game of the last day of this grand finals begins, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing start from Versatile, but will the story continue is going to be a big question mark. But currently, all our 64 gladiators on board this fight, and your pilot, Salty and Icy Baby, in charge. Icy, what do you have to say about this flight path starting in from Puerto Parasu, moving in towards Ladrilan?
It's going to be very, very important run here, especially for teams trying to take the lead itself here as well. Hero Extreme Godlike, the game plan was try to get as aggressive as they can, but seems like game 1 didn't really pay off for them. But fortunately for them, they were able to get 6 finishes. So Hero Extreme Godlike is still in the running. However, Reckoning Esports took a little bit of a tumble thus far. So in terms of catching up to the lead, which is about 15 to 20 points difference between them and Versatile, it's going to sting a little bit here here, but 5 games, anything can happen. So it all comes down to how well they play strategically here, because once we go into Sanhok here, it's going to be a free-for-all for absolutely everyone.
I 100% agree with you over there, because I feel like it's not just the top 3, including Reckoning. I believe everyone in the top 5, till FS Esports has a chance. Imagine this, chicken dinners have been massive in the last 2 days. They've been 14 eliminations, 15 eliminations on average. These teams, the ones who actually last in the final circle, they know how to rack up those numbers. So one big game and all these teams, they're going to leapfrog. But looking at the circle, this time they will have to leapfrog inside. And Medal Esports being the first one, a little bit of a comfortable position.
This is going to be a very tricky circle to play as well here. Seems like it is a very similar trajectory so far for today based on the previous game and this game. Most of the flight paths are so far away from the zone that it seems like, especially when it comes to Miramar, we might see potentially stage 3, stage 4 entry points from the edges itself. So if teams go a little bit too early, it is going to be too far, and you are going to be lacking a lot of ammunition, etc. We've seen that early on from Seoul. We've seen it early from Reckoning Esports as well. Godlike took a little bit of a tumble by playing it slow, but it's kind of hurt them. But fortunately for them, look on the bright side. If Hero Action Godlike tries to replicate what they did from game number 1, this is very possible, because not everyone is going to make it in the zone very, very early, especially how far it is from the flight path.
And so is Hero Action Godlike, to be honest, because they are one of the farthest teams from the circle right now. Making that rotation from Puran to Parasu to inside the circle will mean they will have to dodge at least 4 and 5 teams without taking any casualty. A little bit of a risk, but I'm pretty sure Punkan knows the way how to pull it off. But moving on towards another brother, it is going to be True Rippers. And so far, it seems they've been brilliant, but as of now, Team Bot Army pretty late into this fight, just diving into it, and all they have in front of them is going to be Amit, the coach, the assaulter, all by himself, and finally he goes down, outnumbered by these lads.
Oh my goodness, that was just so unfortunate of Amit as well. Bot Army Esports finding the right timing to strike from above and below, going for the hunt. Nicely done coming from Bot Army Esports here, grabs himself a couple of points, but at the same time, they're still very, very far away from the top. So making the top 8 here is still very realistic, but we do see signs of life coming from Bot Army Esports despite not getting the chicken dinner from previous games. So it's still very, very possible, but 60 points means that they need to be dominating every single game, and VXT stops leading the pack. And Versatile, the biggest public enemy #1 of this lobby as of getting game number 2. 123 points is the point to beat right now.
The biggest public enemy, right? I mean, that is potentially what the entirety of this crowd that we have in Kolkata is thinking right now, because everybody wants Godlike to be at the top. But speaking of how well Versatile has been able to keep them composed under pressure, it's brilliant. Once again, starting in from El Pozo, it is their home ground. They know every single nooks and crannies, and they know, as a matter of fact, since the flight path and the circle were so distant from each other, they are going to have no threats whatsoever.
Well, speaking of threats so far, S-Power finally coming up online for quite some time. We haven't seen this legendary Terminator playstyle of S-Power since the beginning of realme BGIS. We know him for being one of the best MVPs out there alongside Jonathan and the rest, but I've got to hold that thought for now. Okay, never mind. Back to my saying as well. S-Power, you know, we've known him for that. Like, finally on the grand final, the main stage himself, he's finally performed. I'm grateful to be able to see this. But on screen right now, Genesis Esports, they have a little bit run in with Soul.
Apollo on the shotgun. He was almost in position to take down more players, but Team Soul, they find a way to keep themselves alive. But a couple of their players, they're still bleeding. And it seems like Team Soul, having kind of fixed their situation a little bit, there is no time to celebrate. Genesis will be coming into attack any moment. Mac takes those shots, found a couple of connections, but no real damage so far, I see.
Oh, the damage has been done, though. Apollo getting 2 knocks was a little bit of a saving grace for Genesis Esports, but however, Soul fans are not too happy about this for sure. They are able to pick themselves up, so they are going to try and reset this fight. Soul still scrambling to try and continue the hunt, but Genesis Esports, they are going to be finding them apparently. It seems like they could spot them out. They've got 1 for 1, so each team trading 1 Manya. Doesn't have first aid kits, he's only got a Tommy gun, so this is very concerning for Soul now.
be honest, extremely concerning as well, because Team Seoul, I've never seen them look so clueless right now. Insidious from the distance. FS Esports want to chew up a couple of points, and they've got the target right in front. It's just the bottleneck of the scope, I see. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure a couple of points would have been added to FS Esports and their kitty. Genesis, they're going to escape this fight. They found themselves one frag, but I believe, just like you said, the damage has been done. They've kind of wounded the hearts of Seoul fans.
This is kind of surprising as well. This is only stage 1. Every team was already rushing to get into a center right from the get-go. And because of that specific reason, this is Seoul and even FS Esports, well, they don't really have a lot of loot to work with. But speaking of which, Mano Esports, hearing those chants means that they have found something spicy, and that's going to be Samraj down for the count. VXT, pack leader right now, losing their IGL, and this is going to hurt them as well, knowing that his IGLing has been really, really spot on. They wanted to take high ground of this control, but denied by Metal Esports.
It's very surprising. Why? Because Versatile, they always drop in on towards elbows or moving towards the high grounds of trader fields, but this time, Metal Esports being quicker on the mobility. Statistic, I feel like they've done a good job getting those early control of the hills. You know it is Miramar. You need topography. You need that height advantage. Moving on, of course, Team Seoul is still holding their ground. I believe not trying to make any noise, not trying to give any clue to True Rippers. Their presence is here. And I believe that is because of pressure, because of the expectations from the fans, because of the expectations from the organization representing a big banner. Currently, it's a little lackluster right now.
Hey, considering the fact that they are using the GT7 series here, choice for the pro players to keep their nerves calm here, that is going to be the phone you guys have to check out as well, because the pros are using exactly that. Every single gameplay, every frag heavy moment, it's all courtesy and thanks to the realme GT7 series. Meanwhile, Hero Extreme got, like you said, a little bit of a late rotation. Stage 2 decides to get a little bit early in the Miramar, so this is them trailing the edge zones, trying to find an entry point. Unfortunately for them, there is a lot of space to work with. Like this, 20 bandages on Jonathan, 3 on first aid. This is going to be a monstrous performance coming in from Hero Extreme Godlike, only if they are able to find some sort of distance so far.
I mean, I don't think Hero Extreme Godlike needs a monstrous performance, I see. It seems like if they do their basics right, if they keep getting those 6 to 7 points on an average, there will be a potential chance of a big chicken.
What do you mean? The man, the myth, the monster is on screen right now. Is Jonathan.
I mean, I get it, right? The feeling inside the arena is also the same. Every single time this man comes on camera, the audience just cheers because they love him so much. But talking about this, Versatile, it seems like the ship has derailed yet again, and we've seen this yesterday. We've seen this happen on the map of Sanhok, and this time it seems like it's happening on the map of Miramar. They have been absolutely battered down, and the surprising part is they're losing casualty in different teams.
Seems like the trend continues here in day 3, the final day of the grand finals, the final day of the entire realme BGIS 2025 is continuing with whoever is on top. Gonna get shut down rather early as well. Hero Extreme Godlike coming from game 1, game 2 now Versatile having a little bit of a run in. This is gonna be very, very unfortunate, but all things considered, right? You have to think about the strategies that's going through all the minds of 16 teams. Stop the bleeding, pull the lead, and the teams that's going to be looking to try and take the lead here is going to be Versatile. We've seen them make this kind of plays before. 3-man army taking the chicken dinner, 2-man army taking the chicken dinner. We've seen it happen before. Unfortunately, they have to do it with both S-Power and also Raiden. Try and make the play, because as of yet, looks like Metal Esports want to go on a hunt. As soon as they know that is Versatile, pretty sure a lot of people are going to try to take that fight against them.
I think it is Versatile who's actually coming in to hunt down Metal Esports. Remember this, Somraj was actually taken down in this position itself, and surprisingly, their main assault is S-Power and Raiden are here to potentially seek revenge. It is not going to be easy, especially with the kind of high ground that Metal Esports are holding, but I like the mentality. I like the mentality where you absolutely challenge the opposition. You might lose, you might win, but what matters is your intention at the heart.
Hey, considering the topography, they do need those high grounds, but True Rippers Jelly pretty much stuck out in the open. That's going to be Reckoning Esports picking them up, and that's going to be Jelly down to IGL right from the get-go. That's going to be Reckoning Esports finally showing some signs of life in this game, stage 2. One of the most consistent teams out of all the days so far, flopping on game 1. Now looking to make a little bit of a recovery as they play in from the northern side of the zone. Still a lot of mountains, a lot of terrain to actually cover as well in terms of distance. Reckoning was able to find the loots coming in from Jelly. We'll keep them going for a little while as stage 3 about to close in, 25 seconds. Zone about to completely close in. And the obstacles, look at this, so many topographies, so many ditches, so many mountains to actually cross there.
Since we're actually talking about Reckoning Esports, had a short chat with Viper before the start of the day itself, and he mentioned that yes, yesterday was not the best of days for us. We were making many silly mistakes, but trust me, they have worked it out last night and they are ready. He himself has actually promised me that you potentially might see day 1 performance being replicated today as well. So I'm very excited to find out what this young lad has in store. But currently on our screens, Godlike, yes, they are making the rotation, but talking about the circle, I see, I'm not really sure if they're going to find some space. Look at that. Right next to them, there's Team Soul and of course Reckoning and Forever closing very closely.
Oh boy, Reckoning Esports, Gravity dodging a bullet right there. Soul not able to find those conversions, but they will be able to get out. And unfortunately, this stage 3, there are 3 teams outside the zone still. That's going to be Reckoning Esports, Jelly, as well as Forever Red Rods. But surprise, look at the health bars of True Reapers. Jelly, they're dropping really low as well. Losing Jelly right from the get-go, and they're still stuck the furthest away from the zone. And the zone shift coming through, that is going to stink a little bit much here. Extreme Godlike not inside the zone yet. They were trying to rotate in, but seems like they might be going through a little bit of run-in with Reckoning Esports again this time.
I think the sting is needed right now. And speaking of the sting, it is on towards the other side. THWX and Onyx. They currently are facing one of the land demons, not known before BGIS 2025, but he certainly has made sure why his name's Scary Jord. Multiple clutches in this tournament so far, and now he's up against 2 lads, but THW successful this time. Bot Army, they have been split up and they have been isolated and exterminated.
My goodness, feels bad for Scary Jord though. This is my first time seeing him react slow. Usually he's got one of the fastest fingers. Seems like all that mechanical prowess is starting to lose a little bit of steam. But Hitler, it is not over yet. Hitler is still alive from Bot Army Esports. HW X on X, we haven't seen them perform since their semi-final run in the Grand Finals. Consistency was something that they are really good at, but it seems like having the lack of LAN experience is starting to take a toll here. As the fights look completely different from what we've seen during the grind stages, the round stages, as well as the semi-finals, quarterfinals on top of that as well. A lot of this playstyles are completely different, very much more tactical, very calculated, very finish heavies for certain teams. But the XT, 2-man army, 2 against the world, versatile, still alive. Seen them make miracles before. A team that lost like what, 2 players right from the get-go somehow makes a bounce back in Erangel and take the chicken dinner. This was during what, the semi-final stages?
You remember the solo chicken which Spa pulled off, right?
Oh, yeah.
10 eliminations. The one player who was accompanying him was Raiden himself. So you never really know. Magic might happen, ladies and gentlemen. Versatile is potentially the only team who can pull it off. But moving on towards the other teams right now. Team True Rippers versus Reckoning Esports. Reckoning Esports are in a very big problem right now. Look at that, Gravity completely being cornered by these lads and the rest of his comrades. They've actually moved about. Gravity needs to lay low without giving away any information because being in a sandwich situation like that, where you've got Godlike marking you, where you've got Team Jelly marking you, certainly not the best position you want to be in.
Have one finish though. Second step, stage 4, they still have a lot of time to work with. The question here is, the zone is going to force them out and open. True Reaper is one of the leaders here, but if they are able to clean them out quickly, this is going to be a lot of points in hands for Reckoning Esports. But the problem is they don't know what their situation is. Wow, on screen, look at this. Metal, they found Soul, and that's going to be Soul losing 1 player. And that's going to be the next to fall. Metal Esports, their roadblock was successful. And guess what? Through this topography, finds 2, and that's going to be 2 finishes in the hands of Thunder.
I'm so surprised at how Team Soul, they are crashing down at every single fight. Mania, who is known for his scouting missions, who is known to have potentially a virtual heat map in his head of where exactly the players are, where exactly the teams are, is unable to figure out to find those rotation paths as well, to find those paths where you can actually make your position inside the circle to safety. Currently surviving as the last remaining player from his side, has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. But you look at the mini-map, there are so many teams out here, and Thunder has been very successful on this clip, and he is going to continue that one as well. RGE, I believe their run has been stopped yet again.
And guess what, Reckoning? It's not over. They had a little bit of run in and they got shut down. But fortunately for them, they were able to salvage the fight and finish off Seoul. But the pickoffs are just insane. The roadblocks, unexpected roadblocks coming from Metal Esports has forced them to get completely knocked. As Reckoning Esports not having a great game. This is not the Reckoning Esports we saw from Game 1 as well as Game 2. Something is different. Teams are stepping up and this is starting to hurt them a little bit more.
But I think the one who is hurting this lobby the most has been Thunder so far. I see his position on top of Trader Fields has kind of given him that vantage point to kind of lay down those shots on every single team out there. Look at this advantage on Metal Esports. They have the lines of sight on every single one of those outfits. True Rippers, Hugh Lamau being brought down. I believe it will be extremely tough to get this player back because this man legit currently is possessing those DMRs with the 8X. It's absolutely deadly on Miramar, isn't it?
Exactly. They've got the highest ground as well. There's a reason why Versatile as well as Seoul as well as Reckoning Esports was looking to try and take this away. Unfortunately gets denied though. That's going to be a little bit unfortunate. Orangutan finally making a little bit of signs here. They do find one finish point on the side, but still not going to be enough as they are still pretty far from the top. As the top tree still alive somewhere around. Everybody's going to be looking for those zone plays. Hero Extreme Godlike, widespread. Finally find space from the northeast corner. The question here is, seems like they have to run into his Metal Esports, and this is going to be Sarvin and Legit to defend those space as they need to regroup. They need the entire cavalry coming in. Thunder providing a lot of support fire, and Sim is going to be respecting this and backing out. Not a good position to fight in, but once they get the reset, they need to go for the push.
Metal Esports, they've been very versatile on the high grounds. They've played their souls out as well, but now they have a godlike challenge in front of them. I'm not really sure how Thunder and Legit will be able to hold that fortress, but you have to call upon the god of Thunder, Thor himself, if you want to get a massive chicken dinner on board and shut down the crowd, just like Versatile did in the first game itself. Now, I believe with the circle shifting, Metal Esports will start feeling the pressure, I see, because finding those exit points from that position, it's going to be a little difficult. How many times have we discussed high ground advantage being a double-edged sword?
Yeah, as soon as the zone shifts down, they're going to be in a lot of trouble as well. So, all the teams has finally realized that Metal Esports does have a lot of advantage in those picking points. Of course, the moment they go down, that's where they will try and strike out. But FS Esports, look at this, he's trying to bait reaction coming in from Demon, maybe hope to capitalize this, but in case you miss out in the action as well, this is the monstrous replay from Thunder on his perspective, going for very two takedowns on Seoul, punishing them in this choke point, so nicely done. And even then, Reckoning Esports, it was not over. They ran into the Seoul, and fortunately for them, they were able to clean them out. You can see the disappointments coming from Seoul from their perspectives, but Metal seems to be very happy about the setup.
That is all about perspectives, right? BGIS 2025 has two sides, happiness and sadness being one of them. FS Esports Godlike, this is going to be a big fight, a big opportunity for Godlike to retain their throne, to retain their godlike position on the overall standing, as Insidious in the front line tries to get the advantage. Shots being fired, Dream spots a couple of those players in the outlying positions, knows that there is a potential third-party player in that cliff. Cannot take many risks, can he, FS?
Very, very important coming from them. But Hero Extreme Godlike waiting for some sort of reaction. The FS made a lot of noise, but looked like they will be able to find a straggler. And Minnow goes for this jump spot, but he misses the connection and he goes down instead. And Insidious will be spoiling the dreams of potentially Hero Extreme Godlike. The monster himself, Jonathan, he's stuck in an awkward position. He's looking to reposition. He's getting sprayed down from FS. He's bobbing and weaving. Can he survive? No, he cannot. Complete shutdown from FS Esports as Hero Extreme Godlike losing players. Punk on the run. He lost his tires. The car flips and now runs into Levi and he takes him out. He survives, keeping the dreams of Hero Extreme Godlike. He's so low. He needs to reset and he is going to be able to keep it alive for Hero Extreme Godlike.
Patience. Patience on Punk to try and hold down the responsibility of not just his team but also millions of fans across the country. Up front, of course, massive challenges from the forest. It is going to be the apes. Orangutan looking to bow down, looking to bring down Cincinnati Kids. Mighty and his might, a couple of those shots will connect, but it seems like Juicy won't try to retaliate. Orangutan just playing in from the edges, but not the strategy, I believe, which is going to bear them any fruit, because now I believe this is time for them to push up on the overall standings, get those finishes.
Well, in case you missed out on action as well, here's a monstrous replay of what happened as well. FS ESPORTS shutting down the fan favorites just like that in a extremely nice four-man split choke, which Hero Extreme Godlike wasn't able to connect here. He saw a straggler, but it was an absolute bait. Completely boxed them in, leaving only one player left from the side. Hero Extreme Godlike. Can they keep things working here? Because Orangutan, they heard those commotions. Looks like they came over to check it out. That's going to be AKOP. Opens up the fight here with a knock onto his max.
This man, being the knight in shining armor, he's always been a land demon. Made, of course, did connect, but Orangutan backs up from this fight. FS Esports, it's very surprising, in spite of having that high run advantage, in spite of cornering down FS Esports and their players out in the open, Orangutan could not capitalize in that situation as the circle shifts once again. But now, look at that positioning on S-Power and Raiden. Absolutely scintillating. Punk is well inside of the circle.
Wow.
Orangutan will approach him, but if there's any way Punk can lie low, I believe he can be the outliers, and I'm so excited to find out if this man can actually go inside the top 3.
This is insane. Both Versatile as well as Reckoning Esports has decided to hold their ground. And guess what? They held their ground well, and they are able to shut down Mendo Esports here, getting a couple freebies themselves. Reckoning Esports, all they have to do is just be patient. Get as many finish points as you can. It's not over yet. The game is not over until it truly is over. In this case, Punk also trying to make a play here. He knows he's all by himself. The hunt continues. OG saw his rotation. Looks like trying to push the pressure and it's forced him back off. Smart play from Punk, keeping things alive for Hero Extreme Godlike. Do as much as you can. That's to be the play here, but as soon as this happens here, Cincinnati Kid, they tried the third party, they made a mistake. Flock is down.
Absolutely 1 point away from triple-digit. Team Orangutan, they currently are under pressure as the artillery strikes from Cincinnati Kids. It's gonna absolutely abominate the likes of this squad. Brilliantly done, still holding their position, and now Cincinnati Kids, they have kind of got themselves exactly what they wanted.
They've got control, they've got space, and at the same time, Hero Extreme Godlike, they got out of safety from the hands of Orangutan, somehow dodging his way through, but Versatile is there, and they spot him out, and Versatile takes him out. No, actually he's gone. Hero Extreme Godlike, they actually went out. What?
I'm gonna be waiting, I see. I'm gonna be waiting if Cincinnati Kids can actually make their move northwards, because they cannot be holding the edge of the circle if they want to resurrect back on the overall standings. 75 points currently. This is an opportunity on a silver platter to get those 20+ points on board for themselves. Currently 4 eliminations, and right next to them is going to be the entirety of SOA. Imagine this, a battle brews up between SOA and Cincinnati Kids. They get the whole squad wipe. The entirety of the Southern Hemisphere will be under their control.
Was a little bit of recovery here. SOA Esports still in the running, but they need a big game in this round here. Mount Genesis also showing some sorts of lives here. 2 players alive. Reckoning Esports might be able to look for him as well. Kyoya going for a couple names, but SOA from afar spots him out, and Kyoya says, you know what, I'm getting the heck out of there. Got a little bit greedy, got a little bit angsty. Face checked a little bit here, but seems like stage 6 is about to completely clean out here. Have a lot of time, have to find picks. Question here, Genesis looking to try and help out SOA. Seems like Genesis is actually helping out Reckoning, but see how the zone is happening as well here. Both of them, they need to push in, and that's going to be VXT holding down the fort in the corners of those compound in this northern region. We've got VXT in the inner circles. We've got True Reaper's Jelly also on the other end as well. Is going to be a very, very tall order to actually push their way through, but Viper looks like he's going to make a risk here. Is the barn house clear? They are going to take that risk right now. Or they find those snakes, potential solo strikers. It seems like they are going to run into Ninja.
Absolute abomination.
Oh!
Kyoya just enters the compound. 1 slap from the DBS. True Rippers have been eliminated from this game. Reckoning Esports, yes, for sure they've lost 2 players, but Viper and Kyoya are showing why Kyoya was the find of BGIS 2023 and why Viper was the main man of 2024.
Great recovery coming from Reckoning Esports, but they're still not out yet. VXT is still alive. Reckoning is still alive. 7 teams remaining. 2 of the top dogs are still alive. Godlike pretty much the ones that had an early exit, but it's gonna be very close because as we get rest back here, we have Hades, H4K still in the mix here. Genesis also gonna be in the mix. Genesis trying to make a little bit of side plays here from Sam and Shadow GG, but Neville trying to shut them out. Nades comes through. Shadow needs to pop those first hits. Nade blocked over. Does he get it in time or will he fall? Sam also making those kind of runs here, but they finally spot him out and take him out. That's going to be the entry point for Genesis Esports.
It was risky for Genesis to actually make that rotation to go on towards the lower ground, and this is exactly why I said that Reckoning find the opportunity and the timing. Shadow goes down, another nade comes in. The entirety of Genesis has been sent generations apart. But having said that, Circle's still in favor of Versatile. A little bit of map control for Reckoning as well. But SOA and Cincinnati Kids, they still have the man advantage. Can they turn it into a monumental game is the question I see.
Agreed. Great game sense coming from Reckoning Esports as well. Like, they were able to scout out members of Genesis, but unfortunately they just could not steal away those finishes. SOA still in prime position here. The place in the south side here for this stage 7 is going to be crucial. Look at this. We've got Cincinnati Kids, goes SOA, they go FS Esports. And the good side about this is that there's not a lot of space on the south side. That means 3 teams occupying means limited options, whereas the north side, they still have some sort of cover for both EXT and also Reckoning Esports. So patience is going to be key here, because the moment these 3 teams collide, the 2 teams in the top will be able to find an opportunity to sneak through. So it's all about how they wrap up their sections of this terrain.
You know what, Team Versatile, they've been very versatile so far, just holding down the fort and holding down those those hard compounds. But currently it seems like FS Esports, they're under fire. 3 players from Cincinnati Kids approaching Insidious. He was brilliant so far, but I believe this place is where he's gonna die out his life.
Oh my goodness, S-Power, VXT, they heard the commotions, they found a way to sneak past here, and right now, they're closing the gap. They want to steal those finishes here. VXT, they're trying to pull the lead, but the question is, do they realize that Reckoning can see them? Reckoning setting up those smokes here. Cincinnati Kids also from the south side, they get taken out. SOA, they're all scrambling, all of them are punishing all this angsty plays that is happening here. Absolute confusion of what to do so far, but FS goes down.
This is gonna be a 4-way frenzy right now. Cincinnati Kids, their position, their control, their map has been taken away from them, and now they're left with just the edge to play around with. Right next to them is going to be Versatile, and I love the way they've been holding. I love the way they've been keeping a low profile, not being getting spotted by the opposition, but knowing when to strike. And as soon as S-Power gets that opportunity, I'm pretty sure Reckoning, I believe, will be breathing their last breaths. And this is it. Raiden tricks on the trigger, finds Viper, almost a finish being found. But will there be some sort of retaliation from Kyoya is going to be the question, as Nade sails in towards Mighty, and he survives with a sliver of HP.
Oh my goodness, S-Power, he's back again, his superpower, and then another nade finds connection. Mighty falls as Versatile, with adversities on their face, somehow with 2 men alive, make it to the top 4. Now looking for those conversions, but S-Power, he could not get those finish. Starboy denies it, and Versatile somehow cleans out the last player. 3 teams remaining. The fight for the top continues, but the need from Smoker, the shutdown comes true, and now the battle of the top, Reckoning and also Versatile, 1 man each alive, and the SOA is going to be the ones to decide the fate of this top 2.
I love this underdog team, and I love their storyline as well. First official event, first land being qualified, and this is how they play. Got S-Power napping and knew exactly how to punish him, and now even moving further to punish the likes of Reckoning Esports as well. Kyoya with the TBS still trying to hold this ground, but look at the numbers coming in against him. He still finds the connection, find the first frag, but on towards his left hand side is going to be Raiden, and this might mark the end of Reckoning Esports, I see.
Oh my goodness, Reckoning Esports, they got a little bit hold on, but they need to get those resets. But guess what, Raiden? He's getting focused down for SOA. They're taking everything here, SOA. They shut them down, but Viper, he's still alive. He gets another knock as well. It is going to be a 2 versus 1. Viper is now or never. Can you make the play? He gets scouted out. The shotgun comes through, but he will be denied. They will fall on top 2. But a great play from Reckoning and Versatile because SOA bounce back, takes the chicken dinner for Game 2 in this final day of the Grand Finals as well. 2 matches is done. And as of yet, we have 4 more games to go to fight for the trophy. And who is going to be the champion?
Well, I am not sure who's going to be the champion, but one thing is certain. There will be one team who will be forging history. SOA has already forged history, to be honest. And Versatile, in fact, Somraj is Versatile with another consistent performance, will maintain that lead, isn't it, IC?
They are here to make their mark and now finally forging history here in the biggest land so far in 2025. My goodness, what a journey it has been for all the 16 teams. By the way, welcome back to the English Dash here. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me, a special guest on the panel as well. We have Necro back in action here to give us a little bit of inside scoop on what's happening outside there.
Special guest? Hey, I've been over here since the start, man, alright? But you know what? Speaking of what's happening outside, pretty much all the people were quiet because Godlike got eliminated in that mid pack, and because of that, all the fans just went pretty much quiet.
Yeah.
Watching the players of VXT close, they did not want VXT to win, which is of course what happened, but still VXT somehow consistently pulled off this game.
You know what FS Esports stands out for? Fearless and scintillating, and that is how they actually silence the crowd over there. I love their fight against Godlike. I love the way they're actually pushing forward. But FS Esports, one thing that they have to just work around is going to be consistency, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree. You know, but at the same time as well, they did all they can, right? They were the ones that dictate the tempo as well.
Yeah.
But it seems like stage day number 3 as well, we saw a little bit of interesting strategies. Well, we haven't seen roadblock setups for a long time, but Metal Esports, that roadblock up to the north side, especially on the mountain terrain, pretty much cancelled out a lot of teams' opportunity to cross the way through. Hero Shape Godlike being one of those teams. Soul was one of the biggest victims as well. And even Versatile right from the get-go.
Reckoning.
And even Reckoning as well. But surprise, surprise, Reckoning and Versatile was able to understand the situation. Guys, we've lost 2 members. What's the best outcome we can do?
Yes.
Hold a place where 2 people will have those advantages in those close compounds and held on to the final 4.
It's so surprising that Versatile, they're actually quote-unquote very versatile. I mean, look at this. S-Power, when needed, goes all guns blazing, gets more than 10 eliminations on board. But this time, the ask was different. This time, you need not take fights and keep yourself alive till the final circle. Play for those position points. He can do that as well.
Agreed.
Exactly, and for Versatile, since they did not even have enough men alive, so that's the only possible strategy they could have pulled off. Reckoning Esports, though, we saw a bit of a shaky performance in this game. Things could have been done better since Reckoning Esports is way far away now from that throw, too. They are desperate for those points. They need to get a chicken dinner to bring themselves back in the race. But I mean, look at the crowd. Super pumped. Still a few Soul supporters in the crowd itself that really do want to see their team give a great shot to the trophy.
I'm not sure how are we fitting so many people inside of this arena, because I'm pretty sure we've crossed all official numbers or seating capacities. At this point, it's just an arena. It's a cauldron of BGMI.
We have fans from all around India gathered here today to witness greatness, witness history, and they are all here to witness a new champion by the end of today. Will it be Hero Extreme Godlike? Will it be Reckoning Esports? Will it be any of the other remaining teams, which is all 16 teams on the stage giving the best performance of their life? This is a dream come true for some of these teams, but at the same time, it is also the dreams of many from all around India to be on this stage playing the best game of their life.
Exactly, and let's not forget, they're also here to see and find out who's going to be the one to force that history. At this moment, there are a few teams that are really close. VXT's constantly running away with the lead, just the way Reckoning Esports was at the start of the day too. But something needs to be done from the teams that are right underneath them.
Yeah, to be honest, you were talking about dreams, but I think, guys, we have to talk about a nightmare that is happening right now. We talked about patterns at the start of the show. The pattern seems to be falling up yet again. I'm talking about Godlike. No consistent performances coming through, and it seems like this might be the end of the beginning, because with them trickling down, it will be very hard to get back on track, isn't it?
Okay, I'm going to disagree with you here because, well, I don't know what trend you're following here, but let me tell you the actual trend of what happened here for day 1, especially for Hero Extreme Godlike. Think about this, right? 2 days, they were in top 1.
Yeah.
Day 1, first game, flop. Day 2, flop.
Yeah.
Game 2, flop. Game 3, they made a bounce back, and that's where you start them rolling their steam and then taking the chicken dinner. Yesterday, game 1, flop. Game 2, flop. Game 3, flop. Game 4, a little bit, but 5, 6, they bounce back. So out of nowhere, when you least expect it, they pull one of the biggest, most insane games here in the history of BGMI in general.
That's pretty much how the pattern been for Hero Extreme Godlike, right? But still, if the upcoming map as well, if it's going to be a big flop, then we do not exactly know what to expect from Hero Extreme Godlike, because when we had a look at the players' faces, even there are doubts, they don't exactly know what's going on. So many third parties coming in, Hero Extreme Godlike just does not have enough time to react on what exactly to do in those specific situations, and that's the main reason why they're getting countered pretty hard as well. But let's not forget, man, there's so many more teams around the fray for Hero Extreme Godlike in the overall board. SOA as well making a major comeback now in the overall standings too. They're going to be in the top 5. True Rippers as well. This was one of those teams that was closely contesting that first spot. Even they're fizzling out.
Well, I agree as well. But before that, let's talk about the MVP of that match itself here. It's going to be none other than Smoker himself, coming from SOA Esports. This guy has got some insane clutch moments during their semi-finals run. Finally, in the day number 3 itself, we finally saw moments coming in from SOA. I feel genuinely glad because I've been predicting SOA for 2 days now, and finally only the day that I don't predict them, they started to show some sort of light.
You know, this is one of my favorite idols, to be honest. One of the finds of, I would say, realme BGIS 2025. I'm talking about Smoker. This man was looking for a team for almost 2 years, did not find one, but as soon as he does so, comes into the LAN finals and plays like that, takes his team, leads his team up from the front. Legit 4 eliminations, Thunder with 3, Insidious with 3, and Raiden with 3 eliminations as well. All these teams, Medal Esports, FS Esports, SOA making big climbs. But talking about climbs, last day, we saw the last game, Orangutan pulling up a blinder. They started off today as well with the 9 points. Again, they almost touch 100 points, and again, they just completely bow out.
Agreed. You know, it all comes down now or never situation, right? But now let's talk a little bit more on trends and also play styles as well. But wait, hold on, thought first of all. I know I've got a lot of information to share, but let's talk about the point standings first. SOA now on top with 17 points. Is it enough?
No, it's not going to be enough at all. There's so many teams that are going to be closely contesting. I do understand True Rippers, OG. Unfortunately, that consistency has been fizzling out, but there's still 4 more games to go. And in those 4 games, anything can happen. Reckoning Esports as well, pretty much consistent with those 11 points. Now, I really do want to have a look at the overall standings and see if Reckoning Esports is going to be on that 2nd spot.
Well, having said that, I think it's not just Reckoning Esports, Cincinnati Kids. They were in a pretty decent spot at the end of the first day. This one, they've got themselves 9 points. FS Esports, Versatile, 9 and 8 points respectively as well. Points of concern that I mentioned, Orangutan with just 2 points. They needed to cross the 100-point mark quite comfortably. They barely managed to touch it, but that is not going to make the cut. I believe this match will force them out of the top 5.
I agree. This is going to be very, very difficult situation to be in as well here. But again, one big game is all they need to come back as well, because we are down with 2 games and 4 more remains. This is kind of worrisome as well. Will we see Hero Extreme Godlike finally achieve their dreams, or will their dreams be completely shattered once more?
I feel like we forgot the most important pointer, and that's going to be the targeting that will be happening soon.
Oh, yes.
As the end keeps on getting near, a lot of teams are going to give up on their hopes. And that also means a big disruption for the teams in the top 3. Is it going to be Reckoning Esports, Hero Extreme Godlike, or VXT? We all know what the answer is, but still we do not want to say it out loud. But if it does happen, it will be super entertaining. Well, that's going to be up for the future. But for now, let's move on towards the stage, and let's see what the man's got to say.
Thank you so much, casters. And with me is that team that has paved its own way right now, and that is Team SOA. Congratulations. And जिनको नहीं पता है, as a team, ये इनका पहला official LAN है and पहला official LAN finals है, and तीसरे दिन आते आते पहला chicken dinner भी है. So congratulations first of all for that. लेकिन इस समय बहुत सारे लोग ये जानना चाहते हैं, who are watching, who are in the audience right now, कि इस समय top 4, top 5 के बीच में तो बहुत एकदम close match चल रहा है. लेकिन as a team, SOA चिकन डिनर तो जीत चुकी है, लेकिन आगे क्या प्लान है? आप लोग किस तरह से यहाँ पर टूर्नामेंट को थोड़ा सा डिसरप्ट कर सकते हैं?
देखिए, अभी तो जीतना बहुत मतलब इम्पॉसिबल सा है, तो अभी हमको यही करना है कि लास्ट 2 दिन में जो मिस्टेक्स करे वो नहीं करना है. भले ही ट्रॉफी नहीं जीत रहे हो, बट अपने आप की नज़र में जीत के जाना है. ऐसा लगे कि कुछ खेल के जाइए, ऐसा नहीं कि भाई आ गए बस खेलने के लिए खेले और चले गए. तो बेस्ट देना है अभी आज का दिन, जो होगा रिजल्ट देखा जाएगा अभी.
ऑलराइट, बेस्ट देना है. एंड इस समय बेस्ट देने में ना मजा तो आता है लैंड फाइनल्स में, स्पेशली जब इतनी कमाल की ऑडियंस होती है। एंड यहाँ पर तो हाउसफुल रहा है ऑल द 3 days, द क्राउड हैज बीन इलेक्ट्रीफाइंग। तो इस समय मैं जानना चाहता हूँ आपसे कि ऑफिशियल लैंड फाइनल्स आपका पहला है, क्राउड जो इतनी रिस्पॉन्सिव है, क्राउड जो इतनी इलेक्ट्रीफाइंग है, कैसा होता है फीलिंग यहाँ पर खेलते हुए व्हाइल यू प्लेइंग ऑन द रेडमी फोन?
फीलिंग तो बहुत अच्छा है क्योंकि फर्स्ट लैन खेल रहे हैं और थोड़ा नर्वस भी थे स्टार्टिंग में, बट अभी जो है हम लोग का डे 3 जाने जाते हैं कमबैक के लिए, तो फुल ट्राई करेंगे, अपना बेस्ट देंगे और होपिंग फॉर द बेस्ट।
ऑलराइट, पहला लैन है, ऑफ कोर्स पहले लैन के अलग जिटर्स होते हैं, एक्साइटमेंट अलग होता है, लेकिन यहाँ पर एक्साइटमेंट की अगर बात करें तो मैं जानना चाहता हूँ कि पहले 2 दिन एज अ टीम एसओए के लिए उतना ग्रेट नहीं रहा, लेकिन यहाँ पर कहानी में एक मेजर ट्विस्ट लाई है एसओए। सो अब इस समय पहले 2 दिन में जो हुआ एंड तीसरे दिन आते आते आपके बीच में क्या डिस्कशंस हुई हैं, क्या प्लानिंग है फॉर द रिमेनिंग 4 गेम्स?
हम लोग कहीं ना कहीं अपना बेसिक गेम थोड़ा सा छोड़ दिए थे, भूल गए थे। अभी कल वही हमने सब कुछ डिस्कस वगैरह करा और आज फिर वही अच्छे माइंडसेट से डे 1 है सोच के खेल रहे और बस अच्छा हो रहा है।
अच्छा होगा, दैट्स द पॉजिटिव वाइब राइट नाउ। लेकिन वाइब कैसा है ओवरऑल? आईजीएल साहब बताएंगे हमें ओवरऑल वाइब कैसा है एसओए के बीच एंड ये पूरे एक्सपीरियंस के बीच?
वाइब तो बहुत अच्छा है क्योंकि मेरी टीम का कल पूरा मोराल पूरा डाउन था, ठीक है, तो उस वजह से मेरा भी मोराल डाउन था, लेकिन यही था हमारा ऐसा है कि कमबैक के लिए जाने जाते लोग हमको बोलते हैं कि कमबैक करते हो, और हमने किया भी है बहुत टाइम। तो हम लोग वही डिस्कस किए थे कि कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, स्टार्टिंग का हम लोग ने ऐसा होप ही करा था कि उतना अच्छा नहीं जाएगा, बट लास्ट डेज पे हम लोग थोड़ा ट्राई करेंगे कि जितना हो सकता है अपना बेस्ट देंगे, बेसिक खेलेंगे, जो हम लोग अपना मतलब लास्ट फ्यू ईयर्स में हमने सीखा है प्रैक्टिस करके, वो सब जी जान लगा देंगे करने के लिए। और टीम का ऐसा है कि टीम को बहुत भरोसा है मेरे पे, और मेरे को जो लोग सपोर्ट करते हैं उनको भी पता है कि स्मोकर कैसा खेलता है, वो लोग को बहुत सपोर्ट है, मतलब वो लोग बहुत सपोर्ट करते हैं मुझे, ठीक है। तो स्मोकर कौन है
पता तो चल चुका है कि स्मोकर कौन है, डे 3 में पता चल चुका है कि आप हैं आईजीएल, आपकी टीम आपकी सुनती है। लेकिन इस समय आपको अगर नहीं पता है तो मैं आपको बताता हूँ वाइब के बारे में। वाइब तो यहाँ पर भी कोलकाता में बहुत कमाल का है। अगर आप वेन्यू में हैं तो आसपास हैं तो आ जाइए, अगर आप ऑलरेडी हैं यहाँ पर तो मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि मॉन्स्टर जोन में आप जा सकते हैं, वहाँ पर अलग वाइब है, मजे कर सकते हैं आप, बहुत सारी कमाल की एंटरटेनिंग चीजें हैं। सो इस समय लेते हैं एक छोटा सा ब्रेक एंड ऑन द अदर साइड ऑफ द ब्रेक वी हैव मोर बीजीएमआई एक्शन वेटिंग जस्ट फॉर यू। तो कहीं मत जाइए, वी विल बी राइट बैक।
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I never know where my mind went.
क्या दमदार जो अभी तक के मुकाबले हैं वो हमें देखने को मिले। और अब हमारे साथ जुड़ते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं आईसी बेबी और साथ में ओशन शर्मा। ओशन काफी ज्यादा बिजी है अपने स्किल सेट को और भी ज्यादा एनहांस करने के लिए GT7 Pro में। ओशन, इट्स टाइम गाइस कम ऑन, इट्स टाइम।
एक फिनिश और बस भाई, ऐसे 120 FPS है, बड़े जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगा, देख लेना अभी देख।
जी हाँ, वो तो मुझे पता है, बट आई सी टिल ही इज बिजी डूइंग द 1v1।
आई एम बिजी टेकिंग अ सेल्फी, आई एम सॉरी।
ठीक है, तो फिर मैं खुद ही बात कर लेता हूँ। दोस्तों, अभी तक हमने देखा है कि बहुत ज्यादा दमदार प्रदर्शन आया है और टीम वर्सेटाइल ने बैक टू बैक दोनों ही मैचेस में बहुत ज्यादा उम्दा खेला। टीम रेकनिंग वो अभी भी हार मानने को तैयार नहीं, और वो जो कंसिस्टेंसी की हम बात कर रहे हैं ओशन, रेकनिंग ने दिखाई है एक बार फिर से।
रेकनिंग ने कंसिस्टेंसी दिखाई है, वर्सेटाइल ने यस कंसिस्टेंसी दिखाई है, एंड वर्सेटाइल ने अपने गेम प्लान और गेम स्टाइल को बदल दिया। गेम 1 एग्रेशन, गेम 2 प्लेयर्स जल्दी खत्म हुए, दे वेंट ऑन अ सेफर रूट और वो भी उन्हें काम में आया। सो यस, डे 3 एज वेल इज द डे ऑफ केओस, बट वो केओस बहुत factors लेकर के आ रहा है.
You know, to be honest, it is not over until it's over here
yeah.
so far. And think about this, right? 6 matches at the start of the day, now down towards the last 4 as well. Reckoning Esports Versatile also making a little bit of a comeback as well, despite dying out rather early right from the get-go. 2-man, last man in the final 3. I think that's a decent amount of points, but they definitely need to pick themselves up a little bit more.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, लेकिन अगर एक और टीम की बात करें जो कल के दिन के अंत पे टॉप ऑफ द टेबल आपको देखने को मिली थी, टीम हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉड लाइक. अगर आप डे 1 देखे, डे 2 देखे, सेम स्टोरी रिपीट हुई. पहले दिन पे भी शुरुआती 2 मुकाबले उतने बेटर नहीं रहे. डे 2 पे भी हमने देखा स्टार्टिंग के 2 मुकाबले उतने अच्छे नहीं रहे. एंड आज के दिन पे भी स्टार्टिंग के 2 मैचेस हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉड लाइक के फेवर में गए नहीं है.
डे 3 पर हमेशा कॉन्वर्सेशन ये होती है कि आप थिंकिंग और ओवर थिंकिंग की थिन लाइन को क्रॉस नहीं कर सकते. मे बी इफ यू नो आई एम थिंकिंग कि मुझे यहाँ पर सारे डिसीजंस लेने हैं एंड देन देयर कम्स वन ओवर थिंकिंग. वो पिछले मिरामार में स्पेसिफिकली देखने को मिली थी. हम रोटेट करें, मूव करें, पंक वाज द लास्ट मैन सर्वाइविंग, देन ही वेंट डाउन. ओवर थिंकिंग इज द बिगेस्ट एनिमी.
जी हाँ, चलिए चर्चाएं करेंगे उसके बारे में और ज्यादा, बट अभी के लिए हम चलते सीधे हाइलाइट्स की तरफ, क्योंकि पिछला मुकाबला वो काफी ज्यादा दिलचस्प हमें देखने को मिला. और जैसे कि ओशन ने बोला भी कि पंक वो लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग थे, वो जाते जाते कुछ फिनिशेस निकालने की कोशिश कर जरूर रहे थे, लेकिन SOA एक ऐसी टीम जिन्होंने बहुत ही ज्यादा उम्दा खेला है. आई सी, व्हाट आर योर थॉट्स अबाउट SOA? डू यू थिंक दैट दे स्टिल गॉट अ चांस टू बी इन द टॉप 3?
Anything is possible at this stage, right? You just need big games after big games. Consistency is going to be key, right? But I want to talk back towards what Ocean actually brought up. So when it comes to Hero Extreme Godlike, were they overthinking? I disagree, because if you follow the patterns on how day 1, day 2 actually happened as well, day 1, they dropped the ball game 1, game 2. Day 2, they dropped the ball game 1, game 2, game 3. But you know when they bounce back? Game 3 onwards. Sanhok is where things will get a little bit spicy. Some hope for Hero Extreme Godlike here as well. And today, interesting enough here, the only difference why Hero Extreme Godlike is in on those positions is number 1, the flight path trajectory. Number 2, their play styles are shifting based on yesterday's performance. And it seems like they are having a little bit of a performance issue internally. This is what Robin specifically told me, is that they forgot to read the finish feed.
Yeah, exactly. There are a lot of things that goes on. और हम बात करते हैं कि वो जो मार्जिन ऑफ एरर रहता है जब भी आप लैन इवेंट के अंदर आते हैं, वो और भी ज्यादा कम होता हुआ नजर आता है. बट गाइस, वी नीड टू टॉक अबाउट टीम SOA, बिकॉज इस टीम ने कुछ अलग ही पुल ऑफ करके दिखाया. डे 1 पे हमने देखा स्टार्ट बढ़िया था उनका, बट उसके बाद टुवर्ड्स द एंड थोड़ा बहुत लड़खड़ाहट देखने को मिली. डे 2 नॉट सो गुड, बट ये एक आइडियल स्टार्ट है. डे 1 की शुरुआत में वो टॉप 8 में भी देखने को नहीं मिल रहे थे. दे मेड देयर एंट्री इनटू द टॉप 8, और अब ये मुकाबला चिकन डिनर के साथ वो पोडियम के और करीब जा रहे हैं.
वो टॉप 4 के अंदर घुसते हुए नजर आएंगे. टॉप 3 SOA चैलेंज करती नजर आ सकती है, विच इज इवन बेटर गिवन द फैक्ट कि यस उनके दिन की शुरुआत नहीं हुई. एंड ये SOA का ये शंखनाद ये बाकी टीम्स के लिए भी एक ऐसी कॉल है कि भाई इट्स नेवर टू लेट. अगर आप सही मार्जिन ऑफ एरर्स को देख चुके हैं और उनके ऊपर कैपिटलाइज कर चुके हैं. येस्टरडे जब दिन खत्म हुआ होगा, वो ड्राइंग बोर्ड पे गए होंगे, सारी स्ट्रेटजीज चेंज करी होंगी. एंड यस, इस बार वंस अगेन जैसे कि फ्लाइट पाथ और हर चीज की बात करी, SOA को बहुत सी चीजें आज के जोन्स में स्पेसिफिकली फेवर करी है. उन्होंने रीड बहुत अच्छा किया चीजों को.
I think when it comes to SOA, right, it's a little bit interesting as well, because if you remember the grand finals day number 1, right before the get-go, Reckoning Esports told me that Dion said that this is SOA meta. But the problem with SOA is that what happened to so-called SOA meta? Because Reckoning Esports is using all their strategies, did well day 1, did well day 2, but day 3 finally we see that sign of life. Is it too late? I don't know, because right now it is the start of something for SOA Esports for sure.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल. तो आप ये जरूर कह सकते हैं कि डे 1 डे 2 भले उतना बेहतर नहीं रहा, लेकिन डे 3 पे SOA हैव अनलीस्ड द बीस्ट, और वो मॉन्स्टर्स परफॉर्मेंस अब उनके द्वारा अभी तक देखने को मिला है. दे आर लुकिंग एनर्जाइज्ड, और देखना इंपॉर्टेंट है कि अब जो बचे हुए मैचेस हैं क्या उसमें भी वो उतना बेहतर खेल के जा सकते हैं. कंसिस्टेंसी इज द किंग. दैट्स द वन थिंग जो हमने अभी तक सीखी है, समझी है इस पूरे टूर्नामेंट के दौरान, और SOA को भी कंसिस्टेंट रहना पड़ेगा. But important conversation around the apes of BGMI. Team Orangutan. ऐसा कहा जाता है कि उनका strong map रहता है मीरामार. But again, things didn't go into their favor.
Thank you very much for bringing that up, क्योंकि मैं just उसी conversation पर आना भी चाहता था. Orangutan and True Rippers दोनों के लिए इनफैक्ट चीज़ें वैसी ही रही हैं when we talk about the team, right? क्योंकि जो भी mistakes करी गई उनसे कैपिटलाइज बहुत जल्दी भी किया इस टीम ने. पिछले कल के एंड का आखिरी गेम दिखा रहा था कि कैसे अपने ड्रॉप के आसपास जब मिल्टा पावर का वो सर्कल था उन्होंने प्ले किया. बट मिरामार दिस टाइम हैज नॉट ब्रॉट अप द रिजल्ट, मे बी द वन दैट दे वांटेड, बिकॉज ऑफ द मेन रीजन कि प्लेयर्स एक एक करके पिक हुए हैं. वो नहीं होना चाहिए था.
Now, I think you have to talk about the play styles of both Miramar and Erangel, right? It's all a little bit more tactical. Sanhok is a little bit more aggressive, so the teams with high mechanical firepower is going to have a little bit advantage here. But before that, I think we have to take into towards the consideration on how the standings are for all 16 teams first before we breaking down on how the teams are going to be playing in the next upcoming 4 matches.
अब चलिए आईसी ने कह दिया तो चलते हैं सीधे ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स की तरफ और वहां पे आपको टॉप ऑफ द टेबल देखने को मिल जाएगी टीम वर्सटाइल 131 टोटल पॉइंट्स उन्होंने निकाले हैं और अब टीम रेकनिंग वो है जो दूसरे पायदान पे आ चुकी है. हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक अब वो थोड़ा और नीचे आपको तीसरे पायदान पे जाते हुए नजर आएंगे. ओशन यू आर गिविंग सम वियर्ड लुक्स. आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि अब वर्सटाइल के पास एक बड़ी लीड हो गई और ये हम सब जान चुके हैं.
बड़ी लीड हुई है लेकिन अभी भी वो लीड और बढ़ सकती है. Erangel, they have done good. Miramar, they have done good. Sanhok is the map. जैसे IC ने बात करी, Sanhok is where Godlike does a comeback. Sanhok is where VXC kind of falls down as well. So ये Sanhok का आना, it might just make things interesting.
To summarize this upcoming match here, the importance of game number 3 right now is only these 2 words. Pull the lead or stop the bleed. Can you stop VXC or will you pull ahead?
मैंने भी वही कहा बस हिंदी में.
जी हाँ, लेकिन बहुत सारी कॉन्वर्सेशन है, बहुत सारे कर्सेस की हम बात करें. सेकेंड मैच में क्या होता है, थर्ड मैच में क्या होता है, बट एट द सेम टाइम एक और टीम जो कंटेंशन में देखने को मिल रही थी, टीम ट्रू रिपर्स जेली बहुत ज्यादा आगे वो जाते हुए नजर आए. क्यू लमाओ वो बेटर खेलते हुए नजर आए. इन 2 दिन के अंतराल पे निंदे प्लेड रियली वेल. लेकिन बाकी आज के दिन की अगर हम बात करें, ट्रू रिपर्स, ओशन, आई डोंट थिंक दैट दे वर एबल टू परफॉर्म, या फिर वो जो एम लेकर के आए थे कि शुरुआती 2 मुकाबले कैसे जाने चाहिए वैसे नहीं गए.
100% वो मुश्किलें हुई हैं. उस कॉन्वर्सेशन पर आएंगे बट आई एम प्रीटी श्योर अभी उस बात को और आगे बढ़ाया जाए जिस चीज के ऊपर हमने शुरुआत करी थी. VXT 131 एंड जस्ट लुक एट वन थिंग. मैं बस एक चीज पॉइंट आउट करना चाहता हूं. टॉप 8 में हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक के पोजीशन पॉइंट्स पे नजर डालिए. जो मिसिंग फैक्टर है वो पोजीशन पॉइंट्स है. यस दे हैव हैड अ चिकन डिनर बट 24 पॉइंट्स सिर्फ पोजीशन के उसके अलावा. एंड लुक एट द डिफरेंस इन कंपैरिजन टू VXT. वो चिकन्स के लिए जाना slow and steady can win you the race.
Now it's minimum of 15 points gap starting from Reckoning Esports and even same for Godlike as well as OG. So anything can happen here. So the nearest to in contest towards VXT, RGE, Godlike, they need about 15 to 20 points to actually catch up. And that is provided Versatile drops the ball. But the rest of the pack, if they want to stand a catch up right now, Versatile needs to go out in this game in order to pull through.
और आप टीम एसओए को तो देखिए, वो अब 8वें से 6ठे पायदान पे आ चुके हैं 89 के साथ. और साथ ही साथ टीम एफएस वो भी काफी ज्यादा बढ़िया खेलते हुए 5th पोजीशन पे वो आ चुके हैं. आज के दिन की शुरुआत में भी अगर हम बात करें, एफएस वो आपको टॉप 8 के अंदर देखने को मिल रही थी और अब वो राइज अप करके 5th पोजीशन तक पहुंच चुके हैं. बट अगेन गोइंग टू द सेम कॉन्वर्सेशन, वी वर टॉकिंग अबाउट टीम ट्रू रिपर्स, बिकॉज ये एक ऐसी टीम है जो बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया खेलते हुए नजर आ रही थी. ऐसा लग रहा था कि शायद ये भी पोडियम के लिए जा सकती है. बट लुकिंग एट द सिचुएशन राइट नाउ दे आर डाउन टू द 7th पोजीशन. डू यू रियली थिंक दैट फ्रॉम हियर दे कैन मेक दैट कमबैक?
Again, it all depends on the performance coming from Versatile, to be honest here as well, because Versatile is in the lead. Again, the question, very simple. Pull the lead or stop the bleed? That's going to be the most important one here. If Versatile goes down early, that means there is still hope for everyone. It's a free-for-all.
जी हाँ, आईसी ने तो मोटो दे दिया और अब बारी है द मैप ऑफ कमबैक. इट्स गोना बी ऑन द मैप ऑफ सैनहॉक. और देखना इंपॉर्टेंट है कि इस मुकाबले में इस रेन फॉरेस्ट से कौन उठाएगा वो विनर चिकन डिनर.
This game will conclude the halfway point of the final day in the realme BGIS 2025. As the plane flat path is going to be starting all the way from Cow towards down south, towards Docks. This plane flat path is tilted towards the right side of the map. But since it's the map of Sanhok, we all know it's going to be a comfort zone when it comes to the plane flat path.
Of course, I mean, the map is extremely small, as we always talk about it, and it does allow for those interesting drop clashes at the very start of the game, one of which has been a key decider in the fate of Seoul's performance in this entire tournament. I'm talking about Seoul versus Genesis. We have seen it for the last 2 days, and I believe because of the flight path that might happen once again, because both the teams are going to head towards that Camp Alpha Island. But other than that, what is the fate of the teams in the top 3 going to be like in this game? Reckoning just completely abandoning that Paradise Resort drop to not take any risk of clashing against the players of Forever Red Ross. Godlike, look at that Necro. That's a complete spread of the players of Godlike. Just Jonathan in boot camp. Everyone else went south.
Quite interesting, but it feels like they're also closing down up towards that boot camp vicinity, so it's completely fine.
Hopefully.
Extreme God, like all the 4 players are going to be dropping inside of that boot camp area, but they're also surrounded by the players of Rivalry NRI.
Yeah.
So this can be an interesting fight if it does happen. And it's only going to come into fruition when Rivalry NRI gets the hilltop control that's right next to boot camp.
It is going to be an interesting development in this matchup.
Now we know one thing, Soul's not going to win this game.
Oh yeah, I mean the circle is not on their heads, and that has been the case at least in the final so far. Every single time Soul does well in the map of Sanhok, it is because the circle favors them. This time the circle in the complete opposite direction. But hey, it might be the opportunity for Versatile to actually strike. They are in the advantageous spot, and if Versatile can push themselves to 150 in this match, I think they would feel their fingers touching the trophy already.
Without a doubt they will. If VXT gets another chicken dinner or even more than 15 points,
yeah,
that's going to put them so close to being the champions and also be the one to force that history. Reckoning Esports still in the race, not doing too bad. The teams in the top 3, they need to pray and cross their fingers and hope that VXT gets eliminated early on in this game. And the chances for that are highly unlikely. VXT's track record on the map of Sanhok has been pretty mid. It's not one of their best maps that you can ask for, but still anything can happen.
That's what we are waiting to find out. Exactly what happens and how are things going to take a turn. How will the story unfold? But as you mentioned, for Reckoning Esports and for Godlike, for both of them, the story remains the same. More than their performance, it will be down to what VXT does to decide whether they have a fighting chance in the upcoming matches. This is the halfway marker of the last day of this grand finals. Orangutan, at the start of the day, Necro, we thought they were going to be in the fight as well. Still struggling in the 90s. Can OG make a big leap and join the top 3?
Indeed, it's quite a big question. OG currently, they've also got the circle advantage if you have a look at the map. They've got such a massive spread going on for themselves. In this max center of the zone as well, they're looking pretty clean. But let's understand this, the teams haven't even moved close yet to the centric part. The moment that starts to happen, that's when OG's troubles will even rise up. Hero Extreme, Godlike on the screen. Performance in the first 2 games, as usual, hasn't been that great. But that's been the main pattern for Hero Extreme, Godlike. They never perform in the first 2 games.
I mean, at least that has been the case for the last 2 days. And one thing is for sure, though, if you talk about it, that they do not perform in the first 2 matches, they always end the day on the first position.
Yeah.
And if that can happen, imagine next 4 matches, Godlike takes it all, and at the end of the day as well, they take everything with them, the trophy, prize money, the respect of everyone in this arena.
Maybe you're running a little too fast over here, Johnny. I'm going to try to stop you right there.
I mean, see, right now it's, what, 16-point difference between Godlike and VXT.
But what if FS Esports propels themselves up and directly goes for the championship?
So, opportunity is still there for Metal, for True Rippers, for SOA, for FS as well. They need to do well in Sanhok, and they can take a leap. Even from the perspective of Metal Esports, 85 points. Imagine a 25 bomber. It gets them into the top 4.
Somehow Metal Esports always finds themselves in a really good spot inside of the circle.
That is true.
But what's really holding them back is the firepower and the instincts to take the fights. The timing has been a little bit off, and that's what's costing Metal Esports their games. But hopefully this one is going to be different terrain. It's going to be a different one. FS Esports, even they've got a decent spot to play with. We just had a conversation about this team. The moment FS Esports strikes in with a chicken, we all know FS Esports will be really close to that top 3.
Close to FS Esports is going to be the side of SOA, right behind them on the leaderboard as well. But if you do not want to be left behind in competition, ladies and gentlemen, check out the realme GT7 series. Built for BGIS, ready for battle. Flagship performance with 0 lag, but talk about flagship, and you have to talk about Godlike, who are all set to take on the players of Bot Army Esports, but Devotee kicks things off with the opening knock as Sim falls.
I don't have a good feeling about this, Johnny. Jonathan's getting wrapped up from the left. This flank can be deadly, and Jonathan will be caught soon. And that's exactly what's going to happen. The man never saw this flank coming. Hero Extreme, Godlike getting systematically dismantled. Man advantage against them. Bot Army Esports devouring the players of Hero Extreme, Godlike, inch by inch. Final two men standing, the third man as well on the verge of falling down, but Admino still trying to keep Hero Extreme godlike in the race. Another man falls apart. Punk from the back is the savior, and Hero Extreme godlike still somehow pulling off this clutch. One more man to go from Bot Army Esports. Devotee in the back, Hero Extreme godlike with 2 men alive. They've got the man advantage in the fight for now. Utilities trained. Admino is looking to cook this nade right on top of Devotee, but is the placement going to be good enough? The answer is no. Devotee now needs to clutch it out for his team. Admino is taken down super low. It's a 1v2. Well, now make it a 1v1. DBS up close and personal, and Devotee, he clutches it. Bot Army Esports eliminating the likes of Hero Extreme godlike, and he also 1v4'd them.
All 4 finishes to Devotee as he was devoted to destroying them, but an instantaneous third party, no time to celebrate as Hades H4K are going to show up. Devotee the first man to fall. Scary Jordy finds the trade, but the nade might be the decider, although it falls a bit short. Doesn't change anything. Hades H4K do get the cleanup, and godlike, they were only able to secure 2 finishes from that fight. How unfortunate, Necro. They were caught completely off guard.
Indeed, it was quite unfortunate. Soul making the bounce on Metal Esports. For Metal Esports, their lives now start to flash in front of their eyes, but still legit from the back is doing a lot of serious damage. And Metal Esports, they eliminate the likes of Soul out of this game. 3 finishes converted for Metal Esports. What a way to be alive.
Yeah, what a way to be alive. And at the start of the match, we were talking about Metal still being alive in this competition. Maybe these 3 eliminations motivate them to actually go for that 25 bomber and seize a spot inside of the top 4. It's not going to be easy, but one team inside of the top 8 is already out of competition. Talking about godlike there. Let's see how the rest of the match is going to turn out from the perspective of Metal. A switch in strategy, Necro, as you always talk about it, that turret strat of theirs. Yeah. Now they have a main turret with 3 players and a mini turret with just Amit in an off angle.
Also in the centric part.
Yep.
Best possible spot that you can ask for, even inside of the stage 2, Johnny. Yeah, Metal Esports stars, they do seem aligned, but VXT, one of those teams that's currently top in the charts, and someone needs to stop them. FS Esports, if they want to stand a chance to be the champions, they need to win this fight against VXT. Or maybe they can try and back away and leave the business to someone else. But if they show their backs to VXT, Versatile would definitely try and punish them. Insidious, Max, right next to each other. FS Esports forming a defensive stance. And VXT is not going to try to breeze through it.
Versatile, they're trying the level best to protect the lead that they have created for themselves. They can actually manage to pull it off at the end of this match, stay 15, 16 points ahead of the teams behind them. I think the pressure on Reckoning and Godlike is just going to force them to succumb. Somraj will have made his and his teammates dream of winning this realme BGIS 2025 success. But FS, I'm surprised, Necro, they are being quite patient. They are holding back, they're waiting for Versatile to be the first one to make a mistake.
Esports, 4 players next to each other. At this point in time, I'm pretty sure both these teams, they're so close to each other in the overall board. None of them want to make any sort of mistakes. Cincinnati Kids, still a team with a fighting chance in the overall board, 80 points. They need a chicken dinner. That's the only way they can bring themselves back in the race, or else it's impossible. Cincinnati Kids, 1 finish on the board. Genesis Esports on the screen. Let's have a look at the monstrous replay. This is how Devotee managed to single-handedly manhandle and dominate Hero Extreme Godlike. That deadly flank from Devotee is what secured the entire fight. And then later on, Devious up close and personal. Devotee was precise as ever before as he struck down the last man as well. And Hero Extreme Godlike pretty disappointed with the fact that they just got 1v4'd.
Yeah, my heart's broken. There was an opportunity for them to recover as well. Brought it down to a 2v1, but in the end, Devotee making sure that both Punk and Admino were extremely low, and the amount of confidence you just run in towards 2 individuals who are claimed as the best at what they do. I mean, not claimed, they've proven that they are indeed the best at what they do as well, and he just annihilates the entire team by himself. Medal celebration from Their comrades as Metal as well were able to wipe out Soul a few moments ago. It seems like they are going to target another team at the top. That is going to be OG. Fire taken, Atanki dropped to the floor. Wizgod also. Shots connecting to his body, but he does manage to stay on his feet.
He's somehow alive. Atanki as well. And was taking a lot of shots upon himself. So now, we picked up on the shoulders and rescued to a better spot. Look at the next zone shift. It's going to be on the bottom left. Through Ripper's Jelly having one of the best possible spots they can ask for. They control the entire terrain to the southern side.
Yeah.
Oh, a lot of finishes can be funneled in if you're True Ripper's Jelly. You just need to be opportunistic.
But Necro, we have seen zones like this in the past. They have a tendency to end towards that hill east of Cave. Right on top of where Cave is written on the map. But hey, TSWNON, they're going to write history in this game as they take the fight against the players of FS ESPORTS. And unpleasant surprise from Roman as Crypto is just going to pop out from the grass. Strike a blow, finds the trade knock for his team.
That knock right there just sprung FS ESPORTS back to life. DHW Non-X messing things up by marching. Even the compensation, it's going to be there. DHW Non-X lavish down as well. The confirmation as well follows up without any problems. FS ESPORTS, 3 men strong. 0 finish point accumulated so far. The elimination points are being stolen away by someone else around the fray. And FS ESPORTS now just want to back away from this spot.
You gotta know it's stage 3, and if 13 teams remain in this map of Sanhok, things are gonna be too close for comfort for everyone, especially with the ravine that's a part of the circle right now.
This circle has popped up once in the grind, and VXT was the one to take the cake.
Yep, they did beat down Godlike in the top 2 of that matchup. S-Power was the man who struck the final blow, but let's see this time around. I mean, similar things to that lost circle, as you mentioned, from the grind is the fact that VXT have kept their heads down since the start, but FS ESPORTS a little bit of a run-in against the players of OG.
Indeed too. FS ESPORTS, Freeze falls down. FS now crippled heavily. Remaining 2 players in the front, and Wizgod, man, the guts on this guy. He was pushing all by himself, wanting to apply a bit more of that pressure, but OG, they're not someone who's going to be suppressed just like that. Still unleashing themselves against the foes. Aru taken down low. The man needs to patch himself up. Max is getting third-partied. No, this is not looking good for FS ESPORTS. Even Metal ESPORTS, they strike in. The turrets, they come back to life.
Get close to too close to the turret, and you're going to have to answer for that. And FS ESPORTS, I don't think they have any. They're going to be down to the last man. Orangutan, though, I mean, they have to be grateful to the players of Metal because FS picked off 2 from the side of OG. They got 2 knocks. And if FS put any more pressure, then OG could have stood a chance of losing their ranking, their spot in the top 3. But he's still alive. The only problem is he does not have any utility to continue this fight against OG. He has to keep his head down, Necro.
At this time, he's just going to try to play for the survival, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Crypto does not have any other option left over either. The back is Levi. Utilities are soon going to be tossed in. Crypto. Seems safe. And Reckoning ESPORTS next to each other. Viper was knocked out. The revival's going to be there. It's not even a question, but still, the main concern is that how can Reckoning ESPORTS now pave a pathway towards the better spot? Actually, the revival wasn't there. Viper got eliminated, ticked away to his death. So Reckoning ESPORTS now down to just a 2-man squad. Crypto spots the man. That's going to be +1 on the board right there.
And also the elimination of TSWNON. That was the last man left alive. Bidding us adieu for this game of Sanhok at least. But OG, look at them. They were still around the rock. They fell back. A little bit of a run-in against the players of True Rippers and OG. Aru, the IGL knocked out. Gonna be tricky to get him back on his feet. They're gonna try and play the small hidden cave right next to the lagoon. Very difficult to make it out alive in one piece, even if they can recover that player. But Necro, amongst all of this commotion, my eyes are just pinned on what VXT is gonna do. Because in the top 3, Godlike is out, Reckoning almost out, Versatile still survive, and oh my goodness, did they just go on and pick off one more man from the side of Reckoning. They get that confirmation for themselves. Leon left standing. In the meanwhile, Medal looking for those extra finishes. Find the players of Hades H4K. Medal is up to 6 finishes in this match already. And this might be the time for Medal to shine, take a bounce back, and jump inside of the top 3.
Medal Esports, Sarvith has lost out, which is of course not a great news, and legit, he gets snuck up on Draxi. What a knock that was. It's going to keep the players of Medal Esports humble for a while. Rivalry NRI still in the back lines. It's not too cleared yet. Medal Esports, one man left alive, and that's going to be in the name of Thunder. Devil will be brought back up on his feet. 7 eliminations in the name of Medal Esports. This is one of those teams that stood a chance to be the champions, but they need a chicken dinner to back themselves up, and that's the only way they can do anything. But Draxi eliminates another man from Medal Esports, and just like that, they've been dismantled.
Oh man, I mean, I thought they had a chance to recover the points lost yesterday, at least in this game. They had the momentum as well, but Hades H4K, turns out they're going to be the devil in the lives of Medal Esports today. FS Esports also an early wipe for them. OG, Versatile, 2 rosters that remain inside of the top 5, still alive, but SOA getting quite close to the players of OG over there.
OG's playing inside of the cave, and it's quite rare to see a team play that position because it puts you in a big disadvantage.
Yeah, there's going to be no escape in the next few seconds. They have no way out.
If the zone moves away, OG's done for.
Yeah.
They can't do anything. But if the zone is going to be right on top of them, then the scenario will be different. It can be flipped. BXT, even they want to be the one to be the part of the high ground. But since there's so many foes around them, don't exactly know from where they might just be shot at from. Now trying to scout out for information. It's going to be quite vital. At this point in time, the team in the front gets spotted. Versatile spotting out the players of True Rippers. It was Nenze who took a few shots, but those shots are not going to be enough to do any sort of critical damage.
Equinox as well. They try to take down one of the man from the side of True Rippers, ends up giving his position, and now the element of surprise from Versatile lost. But CK, oh no, that nade from Jelly. This is going to make sure that the opposition is going to be shaken up. Genesis as well put under fire by the players of True Rippers Jelly, and it turns out they might be struggling in securing a chicken dinner, but they're not struggling in those fights. Jelly already up to 3 finishes, 100% contribution in terms of finishes for his team in this game at least. And if True Rippers can manage to keep all 4 of their players intact and secure the chicken in this game, look at their ranking right now, Necro. They have 93 points, and if they can cross into the 110 to 120 bracket with this match, I think True Rippers might have a chance to walk away with a trophy.
Yeah, but let's not forget BXT is still alive with all the 4 players, and they're looking pretty good as well. They've got the momentum, they've got the ball in their court, got a decent bit of lead in the overall standings too, and no one's able to stop them just yet. Cincinnati kids, they're just being played, they're just being toyed with. I think he's going to go for the revival on the fallen comrade, but AKOP's already done his job. He found that vital knock against CK. OG with all the 4 players will be recovered. True Rippers around that fray on the high ground. I'm pretty sure even True Rippers can hear a lot of shots inside of the cave, but they just can't peek over. The moment they do so, they will be shot at by VXT.
That's not going to be easy for sure. Cincinnati kids, look at them. They make the bounce. They've moved inside of the cave. Mighty and Aditya, they have been in incredible form this entire tournament, but can they beat down the players of OG and make things easier for both True Rippers and Versatile? Versatile, though, they are moving to the cliff side. Might cause some trouble for Dionysus from Reckoning Esports.
Oh my god, he's got the perfect spot, Johnny. He's just in that cubby. Perfectly just fitting there. Dionysus is not going to be spotted from the hilltop.
Yeah, he
you
just
need to
wants
be
to
down
survive.
there to try and spot the player. And if he does make it to top 2, Reckoning Esports will have 127 points on the board.
Wow. And they're going to keep a tight fight till the end of the day on Versatile, it seems like. But Versatile, I think, to increase the lead, finishes are going to be required. And they can put SOA out of commission, get those 3 finishes in. 6 finishes, I think that's going to be a decent position to end the game in. They've already broken into the top 7, and S-Power kicks things off. Genesis under fire. He finds the opening, and the confirmation comes through as well.
Johnny, this game is going to end with a med strat, 100%. OG's getting lucky enough to find that circle right on top of them every single time. Unless the next zone completely moves down south, and that's when things can be different. But I highly doubt that's going to be happening. I think the zone's going to keep on centering on up.
Necro looking at True Rippers, I'm a little worried about them. You see that trifecta, Sam, Ninze and Kyolamau. They are playing the northwestern edge of this hill. And Jelly is all the way in the center of the circle, about 100 meters away from his teammates. But Genesis, they are looking to make the pounce, take control of that high ground, although it is not going to be easy. And there's the opening knock from Kyolamau. The nade connects, and Genesis are going to be wiped out from this game. 5 finishes to True Rippers.
The exact window VXT was looking for. The moment the players of True Rippers was busy to try and take the fight against the foes, that's when VXT wanted to close on up. But since the zone's going to move right on top of True Rippers, they've got the major advantage now. VXT, the dream of them securing the chicken dinner in this game might just fade away. A good combo of the utilities. It's striking down the players of VXT, and even SOA, they try to capitalize, but still, Smoker gets smoked. The man gets knocked out. The confirmation's going to follow up too, but it won't play snake from SOA. We'll seal the deal, and VXT gets eliminated with 4 elimination point. True Rippers now, it's time for them to move up close and personal and try and play for the chicken dinner. But no, True Rippers is constantly getting denied. OG's still in the race.
And that could be a problem for the side of True Rippers. They are still looking to close this game, but from the back, and it is going to be Magic pulling off a magical play as OG is going to be caught under his fire. 4 eliminations for SOA, and they might have just gifted True Rippers exactly what they need, exactly what they want. 9 eliminations for True Rippers as they finally stand a chance to claim a chicken dinner for themselves. It is a 2 versus 2 versus 2 situation. Ninze spotted out. The Molotov is going to be flying, but it falls a bit short as XOXO still managed to stay alive.
SOA is still in the game with 2 players, even True Rippers. They've got 2 men standing, and Cincinnati Kids too somehow still making it alive. We never saw this coming, but CK is all the way at the bottom, so this should come down to a Met strat if SOA gets eliminated. And SOA at this point in time, they've just got that one last torch alive. For how long is it going to be burning? True Rippers, they really do want to extinguish that torch. But SOA still keeping themselves alive in the race as XOXO is doing some serious damage. Ninze goes prone, trying to patch himself up. He does pop that first aid, but spots XOXO in the open. And that's going to be the perfect connection. Ninze saving the day for True Rippers, but Cincinnati Kids underneath, they know they've done it. Cincinnati Kids is now going to try to play for the med strat. That's the only thing. The heal battle is the only thing that can make the difference.
But they don't have any meds. That could be a problem. Just 19 bandages on Mighty. And his teammate Aditya, what are you holding in the back, buddy? That is going to be the game changer. But Ninze, man, that was amazing shot. The man completely blind, just followed the sound. And now it's the end game. The blue zone collapse. Who goes out first? Ninze above ground, CK below. Aditya too late, bye-bye. And it is CK who still end up walking away with a chicken dinner. Stolen from under their noses. True Rippers, how unlucky. Man, they played so well. 11 to 12 eliminations in the game. Necro, but still, no chicken.
Yeah, True Rippers, we all know. At the start of the day, they were a complete flop. But in this game, True Rippers, they came out with a statement. A lot of elimination points back in that second place up. But Cincinnati Kids, just 3 elimination points, going to give them 13 points in this game. Cincinnati Kids, not a lot of points. That's not going to put them in the fighting contention just yet.
I mean, forced into being vegetarians, I guess, at this point. No chicken dinner for True Rippers still. But they're going to be happy with those eliminations that they have in their hands. Although, was it enough to bring them inside of the top 3? Now, that is the question, because 96 points before this matchup, right?
Yeah.
And in this game, they get 10+ finishes. I think they're going to be close to 110. Maybe a bit short.
You know, to be honest, it seems like there is a bounce back of the middle of the pack in general here. The top dogs, obviously, Versatile still on top of the top. Currently, based on the audience reaction, it feels like they are definitely public enemy #1 for sure. In this case, 16 teams gather here to play one of the best games ever, and finally, we are seeing a potential champion very, very soon here. We're finally down to its halfway mark. 3 more games to go, with Cincinnati Kids as well as True Reaper Jelly kind of pulling in the picture here. in order for them to make the bounce back to snatch away the trophy, they need to deny Versatile and then have 2 more amazing big games to actually stand up on top.
At this point, everyone in the top 8 just needs to try and stop Versatile from running away with the lead, because they've just got too many points in the overall standings, and that too on the last day. We've never seen a team do that in the past ever before, but BXT is the only team that's able to pull that off.
No, I agree. You know, as of yet, Versatile so far very consistent runs from game 1, 2, and 3 to date itself. So and even the final 2, the previous round of Miramar itself, they had no business making it into the top 3 alongside Reckoning Esports. They somehow still farm some placement points, and because of that, is unnecessary added pressure to the other 15 teams who's trying to make a comeback now.
Look, at this point in time, the latter half of the board just can't make a comeback.
I mean, hey, some of them, teams outside of the top 8 can't, but still in the top 8, I think there are teams that can keep the fight going, like SOA. They did quite decent for themselves, 7 eliminations, top 4, so overall a decent performance coming in from SOA, True Rippers. Jelly is going to be one of those names who is outside the top 4, at least were outside the top 4, but now have made the top 3 a little bit more intense. There's going to be Orangutan, we can't forget about them. This game might not have turned out their way, but they were one of those teams that were able to touch the 100-point marker before this match began. So hope is still there for the other teams. But then again, anyone outside of the top 8, I would suggest it is time to go for those drop clashes if you want.
Well, this is it. You know, we gave a little bit of spoiler early on as well from Necro saying that, hey, maybe we are gonna see those targeting. But need I remind you as well that you must understand, it has been a long journey all the way from, what, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, all the way to now. We're down towards the final 16 teams. You must understand that all 16 teams on stage are pretty much already winners, because it is not just the trophy. It is a huge prize pool allocation between all 16 teams. So positioning in certain placements does give you a little bit better chunk of the piece of the prize pool.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, the first spot is always going to be a lot, right?
Yeah.
There's what, like 69 lakhs on the line, and the first spot is going to be taking the most amount of money, so that's insane. And as we know, the MVP as well of that previous game is going to be Draxi, H4K Hades with 6 finish points, and also the damage number of 534. 2 knockouts dished out, and 0 headshots, which is completely fine. But H4K Hades at this point in time, too far back in the overall standings. I highly doubt they're going to be able to pull off the comeback. As we move on towards the top 5 players, you also see Devotee right there, Jelly from True Rippers, you've got Kilamau and Somraj. Let's talk about the teams that had a decent game in the previous one. Reckoning Esports, OG had a decent game. True Rippers, they were not able to win the game, but they still have a lot of points. Cincinnati Kids, I highly doubt that many points are going to be enough to bring them back in the race.
I mean, that is for sure. Cincinnati Kids, they are going to need a big win for themselves if they want to be a part of the race again. Otherwise, I think I had a conversation with Aditya at the start of the day, I mean, just when the players were entering the arena, and they were quite upset with themselves as to how they dropped the advantage that they had created for themselves at the end of day 1. It was a heartbreak, but CK, I mean, this could be the start of the build-up of the momentum.
Well, with all things considered, let's see how many points they got here. Despite getting the chicken dinner, True Rippers Jelly, or quote-unquote say, Johnny said, vegetarians in this entire tournament here, does have 17 points alongside Cincinnati Kids with 13 points. SOA making a little bit of recovery from the momentums of the previous game now with 10 points, OG 8 points, Hades H4K 7 points, but ideally I want to focus on the top 3, and that is going to be RGE 6 points, BXT 6 points, and Hero Extreme Godlight with only 2 points. So that means the gap between RGE and Hero Extreme Godlight is going to be even wider for BXT. Nothing changed for RGE, but still it is a tall order. That was like 15 to 30 points at the start of the game.
This is just unfair. BXT is just playing for the bare minimum now, because they know the moment they keep on getting those 5 to 6 points, they're anyways going to be the one to lift that trophy. At this point in time, someone needs to drop clash them and just straight up stop that points flow.
I agree with what you say, but that's the responsibility of the other teams, right? If you are leading the charge, so that's not unfair. If I am leading the charge, if I'm doing well, I'm going to try and protect that lead. I'm going to play defensive. And everyone else, it's up to them to rise up to the challenge. Just like yeah, I feel a little bit short. I'm not that short. You guys are just all.
But all things considered here, we have to make everything everything into consideration right here. As the game is not over until it's truly over. As long as there's still games left, there is still potential comebacks. And speaking which as well, big games are needed left. 3 more games to go. Hero Extreme Godlike, Reckoning Esports, they need those big games, because like it or not, The current record for the most amount of points in a single game is currently held by Seoul during their round stages, which is 28 finishes, and also the chicken dinner, which is 38 points in total.
Reckoning Esports is going to be extremely close to VXT now.
Yeah.
That previous game wasn't extremely bad for Reckoning Esports. We saw the Solo Man surviving till the final few moments to maybe somewhere in the top 5 or top 6. So that's going to be a few placement points as well. So Reckoning Esports, I think they got around 5 points, right?
Both Reckoning and Versatile got
Tied.
6 points, so yeah, nothing is going to change for in terms of the difference. It was what, like
15 to 30 points.
Yeah,
30 points for RG.
The difference is going to be same.
No, sorry, it was 30 points for OG.
Versatile is going to be at 137, and it is Reckoning is going to be somewhere around in 120. So the difference is going to be still a little bit
I
more
feel
than
like
12,
Johnny should
13
be
points.
in the analyst desk. He should be there dissecting all this here.
Yeah, I mean that's I'm everywhere, man.
You're making my life a little bit harder to dissect here. Why are you spoiling?
I'm
the
too good at
information, man?
everything. Just get
I know,
good.
You're really good at that here. But all things considered here, jokes aside, we are finally in the grand finals here.
Yeah.
3 more games to decide who is going to be lifting the trophy after a long journey of the realme BGIS 2025. We started with grind, which is 2 months ago at February, and then now it's April. That has been a long journey. You must understand that a lot of time has been consumed by players, production, teams, fans. Everybody is watching for this one final moment, which is the final 3 games, to see who, after this long ordeal, is gonna lift that trophy.
And look, somewhere down line, now that blurry vision is also getting a little bit cleared up. If VXT constantly keeps on getting those 7 to 6 points per game, that's honestly going to help them maintain that lead. Even if your Extreme Godlike manages to snatch a 20-pointer, still VXT will be on the first spot, even if they get 6 to 7 points.
I love how this has just turned into like a huddle between Icy, Necro, myself, and you guys. That's how we are right now. It's an intense discussion. We are a team. We are discussing. We're trying to figure out what is going to happen or what can potentially happen in the upcoming matches. And as we were talking about it, Icy, as you said, 3 matches remain. So far, I think Versatile, they are just going to continue along their merry way, right? Reckoning, from what I have seen in the first 3 matches, they are not taking any risk, which I'm a little bit concerned about. Because when you're playing the last day of a tournament, when you have a lot on the line, you would want to play with no regrets, right? You do not want to wake up the next day thinking about, oh, I wish I would have done this. I wish I would have gone for this fight. Maybe that could have changed everything. Just play with no regrets. And Reckoning, if they do not bring in the aggression in the upcoming 3 games, might just have to do exactly that, regret their decisions today.
I think this is the question I actually posed to all the players themselves here. Did you play your best? If not, you will regret it for the rest of your life here, because it will haunt you all the way through. And that is pretty much the mindset of every single player here. Are they playing the best, or are they not playing the best? Because it all comes down to proving themselves to forge history here in the land itself. They have made their mark getting here, but now it's about to create history. But before that, I'm curious to see what our dear friend Rohit on stage has something installed with over here, because it seems like he has something installed for you guys watching home. Don't go anywhere, because we're going to be throwing it Rohit in a little bit. This is going to be very important, because I want to see the inside scoops that Rohit has.
थैंक यू सो मच कास्टर्स। एंड इस समय मेरे साथ है वो टीम जिनको आप लाइटली बिल्कुल नहीं ले सकते। इनके नाम में तो किड्स है, लेकिन चाइल्ड्स प्ले बिल्कुल नहीं है। बहुत ही कमाल का गेम प्ले है। सिंसिनेटी किड्स विथ मी। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल कांग्रेचुलेशंस। पहले चिकन डिनर और इस चिकन डिनर में काफी वेट करना पड़ा, लेकिन देर आए दुरुस्त आए, बढ़िया रहा। फाइनल डे है, तो इस समय लीडर बोर्ड में काफी ऊपर नीचे देखने को मिल रहा है, काफी ड्रामा चल रहा है। तो जूसी, मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, इस चिकन डिनर के बाद ये पूरे BGIS 2025 में क्या ट्विस्ट देखने को मिल सकता है?
मतलब ये BGIS 2025 है, सो इसमें हो तो कुछ भी सकता है। आखिरी मैच तक कुछ भी हो सकता है। सो हम लोग भी वही कर रहे हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी गेम पलट दें पूरा। हम लोग पूरा अपना बेस्ट दे रहे हैं। इसमें भी मतलब हम लोग चाह रहे थे कि कुछ ना कुछ करके बस एक चिकन आ जाए, ताकि हमको एक स्टार्ट मिल जाए एटलीस्ट। अब बाकी के 3 गेम्स में भी हम पूरा अपना 100% देंगे और ट्राई करेंगे जितना ऊपर हो सके उतना है।
एंड देखिए, चेहरे तो फेमिलियर हैं, लेकिन रंग थोड़ा सा नया है। इस समय जर्सी की अगर बात करें तो यार, आई रियली लाइक दिस जर्सी यार। ये बहुत ही अलग सा पिंक सा जर्सी है, विच रियली स्टैंड्स आउट। सो मतलब कमाल की जर्सी तो है, लेकिन कमाल की गेम प्ले भी इस समय जूसी आपकी और आपकी टीम की चल रही है। इस समय जो चेंजेस की बात हुई है, जो चेंज लाना चाहते हैं लीडर बोर्ड में, मैं जानना चाहता हूँ यार जेन्युइनली, क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं इन द नेक्स्ट 3 गेम्स फ्रॉम सिंसिनेटी किड्स? क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं फ्रॉम BGIS 2025 फ्रॉम योर साइड?
हम लोग तो फुल अपना बेस्ट देंगे, 100% देंगे। भगवान के ऊपर अगर साथ दिए वो हमारा तो फुल कन्वर्ट करेंगे।
ऑलराइट, तो इस समय कमाल की चीजें हो रही हैं, कहानी में आपको बहुत सारी ट्विस्ट देखने को मिल रही हैं। जूसी कुछ कहना चाह रहा है, एक सेकंड।
आपको जर्सी पसंद आई तो हम आपके लिए जर्सी लेकर आए हैं।
अरे वाओ यार, दैट इज अमेजिंग, आई रियली लाइक दिस, थैंक यू सो मच, दैट्स अ नाइस सरप्राइज। सो बाय द वे, ये मेरी पहली जर्सी है विच आई हैव एवर गॉट, सो दैट्स अ बिग सरप्राइज फॉर मी। लेकिन अगर आपको सरप्राइज चाहिए, इनफैक्ट जो यहाँ पर ऑडियंस बैठी है उनके लिए भी सरप्राइज होने वाला है, आपके लिए घर में बैठे उनके लिए भी एक सरप्राइज होने वाला है। एक छोटा सा सरप्राइज आपके लिए है आफ्टर दिस वेरी स्मॉल ब्रेक। तो कहीं मत जाइए, 2-3 मिनट में हम लोग वापस आ जाएंगे, उसके बाद आपके लिए एक बहुत तगड़ा सरप्राइज है। सो बी राइट बैक, डोंट गो एनीवेयर, वील बी राइट बैक।
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन
Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कंफ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
हाँ तो गाने के बोले, तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट।
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तो नूब नहीं है।
नूब नहीं? टाइम आ गया है, सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे। नेक्स्ट शॉट! हेडशॉट! हेडशॉट!
तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट। तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट।
डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ, मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा, नूब नहीं हूँ।
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है।
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी, हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी।
TPP पे जा, FPP, TPP, FPP। एक काम कर, TPP पे जा।
कौन? लूंड्री ना सर, विनर चिकन डिनर।
कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
इस ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के आखिरी दिन के 3 मुकाबले समाप्त हो चुके हैं। एक इरांगल, एक मीरामार और मात्र एक सैनहॉक अब यहां से बचा है। और अब कह पाना थोड़ा और मुश्किल भी हो रहा है और ऐसा लगता है कि शायद आसान भी कि कौन ट्रॉफी लेकर के जाने वाला है, बिकॉज टीम वर्सटाइल ने अपनी वर्सेटिलिटी दिखाई है फॉर श्योर। वो बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतर खेल के जाते हुए नजर आए। टीम रेकनिंग की बात करें, पिछले मुकाबले में एक काफी डिसेंट सा परफॉर्मेंस आया है, बट टीम SOA जिनके बारे में हमने इतनी चर्चाएं करी, ओशन एंड आईसी, आज के तीनों ही मुकाबले उनके बहुत शानदार गए हैं।
I thought you were going to talk about SOA because you actually left the discussion there. But yeah, talking about SOA, उनका प्रदर्शन काफ़ी ज़्यादा अलग रहा है. But you know, जब भी बात करते हैं SOA जैसी टीम की, वो बिग ब्रदर वाली थोड़ी सी तो स्टोरी लाइन अपने सामने रख रहे हैं. वो BGIS जब बिग ब्रदर्स की वो पूरी स्टोरी लाइन थी, and it looks like बिल्कुल वैसा ही स्टोरी लाइन. Just like BGIS 2 years back, Big Brothers on the second position, SOA is on a similar climb as an undergod.
Hey, considering the fact that are here, you must understand all 16 teams that actually gathered all the way here are already winners themselves. You must understand it has been a very, very long journey. In specifically, it has been 81 days since the beginning of realme BGIS 2025. 81 days, 47 broadcast days, and only 16 teams has made their mark to qualify the grand finals itself. Think about this. They are all here to do one thing, and that is to forge history to potentially claim that trophy. And need I remind you as well, this is the biggest prize pool in the history of BGMI up in place. It's not just number 1 getting a huge chunk as well. Placements for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the way to 8th position will be fighting for a chunk of that prize pool.
यानी कि ब्रैगिंग राइट्स जिसकी हम चर्चा करते हैं, वो इस टूर्नामेंट का सबसे ज्यादा हाई आपको देखने को मिल जाएगा, और वो हो भी क्यों ना, जैसा कि आईसी ने मेंशन किए सारी चीजें। बट ओशन एट द सेम टाइम अगर अभी के लिए आप उस रेस की चर्चाएं करें, टीम वर्सेटाइल वो इतना ज्यादा दमदार प्रदर्शन दिखा करके जा रहे हैं, और कल के दिन पे जो हमने चर्चा की थी कि शायद उनका सैनहॉक जो है वो उतना ज्यादा बेहतर नहीं जा रहा है, यहाँ तब भी बेटर परफॉर्मेंस है,
यहाँ तब भी बेटर परफॉर्मेंस है, यहाँ तब भी बेटर रिजल्ट है। और ऐसा बेटर रिजल्ट लास्ट डेज पर आना, लास्ट मोमेंट्स पर आना, ये दर्शाता है कि वो अच्छे तरीके से होमवर्क करके आए हैं। आप फिनाले स्टार्ट होने से पहले का होमवर्क करते हैं आपकी खुद की चीज़ों के लिए, लेकिन हर दिन के बाद जो होमवर्क होता है वो आपकी इंप्रूवमेंट के लिए होता है। इट्स नेवर टू लेट टू इवॉल्व योरसेल्फ इन अ पर्टिकुलर टूर्नामेंट, और ये किया जा रहा है।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल। लेकिन अब मैं एक और लास्ट सवाल आपसे पूछूंगा आईसी अभी के लिए। हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉड लाइक ऑलमोस्ट 1v4 वहां पर वो हो चुके हैं, व्हाट डू यू थिंक इज गोइंग रॉन्ग विद देम?
To be honest, I feel like it's nothing wrong. It's more like mentality and shifts, right? You must understand, if they are put into certain required condition, they might need a little bit of luck, might need a little bit of better timing here, but eventually only this can tell.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, इट्स गॉड्स प्लान। देखना इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा कि वो क्या है। लेकिन अभी के लिए दोस्तों, आप सभी के लिए एक बहुत ही ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट स्पेशल सा सेगमेंट है। रोहित पूरी तरीके से तैयार है, सो रोहित ओवर टू यू।
थैंक यू सो मच कास्टर्स। यस, एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट अनाउंसमेंट है, एंड ये अनाउंसमेंट मैं नहीं करने वाला हूं। एंड फॉर दिस अमेजिंग एंड स्पेशल अनाउंसमेंट आई वुड लाइक टू कॉल ऑन स्टेज द CEO ऑफ क्राफ्टन इंडिया, मिस्टर शॉन, टू जॉइन मी ऑन स्टेज. This is going to be something epic. So wait for it. Hi, Sean.
Hi.
Hope you're doing well.
How are you?
I'm good. But what do you have to say about this electrifying crowd of Kolkata from day 1 to day 3? The arena has been full.
I cannot but to say it's amazing. I mean, I think Kolkata is the best place that we can have such a great events. I think we cannot ask for a better place to do this. Better than Kolkata.
Kolkata is called the city of joy, and I think the joy will go 4x once we hear the announcement. So what's the big announcement?
Before we announce, make an announcement about something new coming up, I want to also thank the fans and players and also friends in the entire community. And also I want to thank our sponsor, Realme and Monster Energies, for their unwavering support for making these events happen.
All right.
Yeah.
So now I think it is the right time for the big announcement, Sean.
Yeah. I'm really excited to announce that we are going to have realme BMPS 2025 starting from 22nd of May. Yeah, and it's with a grand finale in our another beloved city, New Delhi.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the official announcement has been made. Realme BMPS 2025 starts on the 22nd of May with the grand finals in Delhi in July. So, can't get better than this. But I just got to know that there is another announcement, another surprise. And for this surprise, Kolkata and everyone watching at home, I would like to call on stage the marketing strategy lead of Realme, Mr. Manish, to join me on stage. कमाल की चीजें हो रही हैं. अभी Realme BMPS 2025 तो announce हो चुका है, but there's another surprise waiting for you. So let's have Mr. Manish join me on stage, and let's hear the big surprise number 2. How are you, Manish? So we just got the big announcement of Realme BMPS 2025. But what's surprise number 2, Manish?
Yes, Rohit. I have a very big announcement to be made. Hello, everyone. I'm Manish Rana, Marketing Strategy Lead for Realme India. The collaboration between the Realme and Crafton has truly elevated the gaming among the young India. And speaking of breakthrough, I'm thrilled to announce our upcoming flagship, the Realme GT7, which is poised and quintessential, redefine the smartphone gaming and becoming the 2025 flagship killer. This powerhouse device would be featuring a groundbreaking 6-hour stable 120 FPS and a great experience in BGMI. And that's not all. This powerhouse device would be the official smartphone partner for the 2025 BMPS. So, this powerhouse device, the Realme GT7, would be launching in few days on Amazon and realme.com. So, we hope to see you all again. So, Sean, I would like to hand over the official device to you. And
all right, big announcements made here at the Realme BGIS 2025 that we are soon, in a few weeks, starting with Realme BMPS 2025. With this device, our players will be getting their hands on. And you can also get your hands on the GT7 very soon. So, thank you so much for these amazing announcements, Sean and Manish. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are waiting for this.
Thank you. Thank you, Manish.
तो बहुत जल्दी आपके भी हाथ लग सकता है Realme का GT7. लेकिन अभी अगर आपके हाथ में कुछ नहीं है तो थोड़ा सा पॉपकॉर्न ग्रैब कर लो, क्योंकि things are just getting more fun and interesting. क्योंकि अभी भी 3 गेम्स और बचते हैं. तो चलते हैं एनालिस्ट डेस्क की तरफ एंड जानते हैं कि क्या एक्साइटमेंट बिल्ड हो रहा है BGIS 2025 में.
देखिए एक्साइटमेंट तो अपनी पीक पे और मेरे साथ 2 एक्सपर्ट्स भी मौजूद हैं. आई सी, व्हाट आर यू डूइंग मैन?
एक सेकेंड एंकी, एक सेकेंड. गेम खेल रहा हूँ रिमे पे.
ओशन आप तो थोड़ा समझिए, हमें
मैं इनकी हंसी के कारण मैं हार गया.
कोई बात नहीं, पर आप भी पूरी तरीके से बूस्टेड मेरे को देखने को मिल रहे हैं. और जी हाँ, 3 मुकाबले हमारे आज के दिन के समाप्त हो चुके हैं. अब बचते हैं मात्र 3 मुकाबले, यानी कि वो जो इतिहास के पन्नों की हम बात कर रहे थे उसका अंतिम पृष्ठ लिखने का लगभग जो समय है वो आ चुका है. बट अगेन, जैसे कि हम चर्चाएं कर भी रहे, जी हाँ, आइए सेल्फीज भी ले लेते हैं. आप उनको इंक्लूड कर सकते हैं, वो भले इंग्लिश समीक्षक है, बट
आइए आइए जरा आइए.
जी हाँ, रियलमी
आप ही फोटो खींचिए, मैं तो बोलूंगा.
ये जो सेल्फी है वो ली जा रही है।
सेल्फी
और
with the audience around. Can we have the audience out here, please? Thank you everyone. Thank you.
Bro, camera, yeah. Let's go.
अरे वाह।
जी हाँ, और ऐसी एक सेल्फी थी हमने थोड़ी देर पहले ली थी, वो आपको क्राफ्टेड स्पोर्ट्स के चैनल पे मिल जाएगी, आप वहाँ पे जाके देख सकते हैं। बट जी हाँ, मज़ा बहुत ही ज़्यादा आ रहा है। बट अगेन अब यहाँ से हम चर्चाएं करेंगे उन 3 मुकाबलों की। भाईचारा आप ज़रूर दिखाइए। बट आप मुझे ये बताइए कि अभी ऑन टॉप ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स में आपको क्या लगता है, जो सैनहॉक का मैप आ रहा है कुछ डिफरेंस ला सकता है?
देखिए, VXT के ऊपर बस एक ही कहानी आती है कि क्या वो 150 के आंकड़े को कितनी जल्दी पार कर सकते हैं। 150 अगर VXT जल्दी से जल्दी क्रॉस करती है, एंड इफ देयर इज अ सेफ्टी क्वेश्चन, क्योंकि हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक एक और खराब गेम गया है। व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट SOA, जो नीचे की टीम्स ऊपर आ रही हैं वो और ज्यादा कंसिस्टेंसी के साथ साथ करीब होती नजर आ रही है, मतलब सेकंड, थर्ड, फोर्थ वालों को नीचे भेजा जा सकता है। सो यस, रेकनिंग का फॉल डाउन, गॉडलाइक का फॉल डाउन एक वेकअप कॉल है, बट VXT वो अपनी अलग लीग में है। They have a decent safety cushion for now.
I think it comes down to their positions they're put in, right? Like Reckoning Esports and also Versatile pretty much got the same amount of points as the previous game, so that means not much of a difference in terms of closing the gap. It's pretty much still tied, but Hero Extreme got like, well, falling out rather early. That means that the chances of them are slowly slimming down, so that means there's only 3 matches more to go.
जी हाँ, और रियलमी हाइलाइट्स की अगर हम बात करें तो पिछले मुकाबले में ड्रैक्सी ने भी कमाल का प्रदर्शन करके दिखाया। टीम मिडिल की मुश्किलें बढ़ाई गई, VXT के पास ज़्यादा ब्रीदिंग स्पेस था नहीं, और ट्रू रिपर्स उन्होंने उनकी मुश्किलें बढ़ाई, और फिर SOA के खिलाड़ी वो भी आगे जाते हुए नजर आए, और टीम वर्सेटाइल वो जो घाव है वो सह पाई नहीं। बट इसके बावजूद आपको ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स में वो पहले पायदान पे ही देखने को मिलेंगे। टीम ओरंगुटन, दे ट्राइड देयर लेवल बेस्ट, प्लेसमेंट के पॉइंट भी उनको मिलेंगे, बट अगेन द होल कन्वर्सेशन कम्स डाउन टू विल दैट बी इनफ?
अगेन यस, विल दैट बी इनफ? क्या उसी तरीके से पॉइंट्स निकालना या फिर थोड़े बहुत पॉइंट्स अपने हिस्से में रखना, क्या ये इनफ रहेगा? एक आधी फाइट और ली जा सकती थी। इनफैक्ट ये फाइट जीती भी सिंसिनाटी किड्स ने है, जो ज्यादा कुछ कर नहीं रहे थे, बट देन एट द एंड दे जस्ट नो की दिक्कतें जिस तरीके से बाकी टीम्स को मिली वो उन्हें मिली हैं। 10 पॉइंट्स उठाना वो मैटर करता है। CK, दे गॉट दैट।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, और आप देख सकते हैं मिडिल के खेमे में वो सारी जो रिएक्शन है वो किस प्रकार से आए। SOA, दे आर लुकिंग हैप्पी, दे आर लुकिंग कॉन्फिडेंट, और उनको भी पता है कि धीरे धीरे करके वो भी उस सफलता की सीढ़ी पे अभी के लिए चढ़ते हुए नजर आए हैं। बट अगेन टॉकिंग अबाउट ट्रू रिपर्स, लुक दे हैव हैड अ डिसेंट स्टार्ट, बट where do you think they are heading towards? Because in this match they could have converted it into a chicken dinner, but again things didn't go in their favor, but they have got a very good number of finishes.
No, as much as we judge them on what we see on stream, right? Win or lose, you have to ask yourself this: did you play your best? And True Reapers Jelly, they have been trying their best here, but eventually time is running out, so that's going to be the very, very important factor as well. It's not over until it's completely over. 3 more games to go. Whether or not can they fight for the spot. You must understand that all 16 teams that gathered here are already winners themselves. Yes, there is 1 trophy, but there is still prize pool involved.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, प्राइस पूल बढ़ा है और वो जो ट्रॉफी है वो भी लेके जाना सबसे अहम, लेकिन उसके लिए अब अंक कितने किसकी टीम के पास है ये भी देखना बहुत अहम है। तो बिना किसी देरी के चलते हैं सीधे ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स की तरफ, जहां पे टीम वर्सेटाइल वो आपको टॉप ऑफ द टेबल देखने को मिलने वाली है, और रेडन ने वो जो मुक्का मारा है वो बाकी की 15 टीम्स को थोड़ा तेज लगा है, क्योंकि 137 पॉइंट्स टीम वर्सेटाइल के पास मौजूद हैं। अगर टीम रेकनिंग की बात करें वो दूसरे पायदान पे जरूर, लेकिन वहां पर 15 अंकों का एक डिफरेंस देखने को मिल रहा है।
वो डिफरेंस है, और वो डिफरेंस और ज्यादा बढ़ता नजर आ रहा है। 5 पॉइंट्स और इनफैक्ट एग्जैक्टली अगर गॉडलाइक की बात की जाए तो उनके पास भी पॉइंट्स की इनफैक्ट कमी नजर आ रही है, और ओरंगुटन का ये क्लाइंब है। बट SOA नेक्स्ट गेम ट्रिपल डिजिट में वो पहुंचने वाली एक और टीम बन जाएगी। ट्रू रिपर्स पिछला गेम अच्छा था, लेकिन सिंसिनाटी किड्स को भी टॉप 8 में आने का पूरा मौका मिला है, ऑल थैंक्स टू दैट गेम। अब CK के लिए चुनौती ये है, will they be able to reach 3 digits first as compared to SOA and FS?
I agree, and as of yet here, SOA and also Cincinnati Kids, they're trying their best to make a little bit of bounce back. Again, I've said this before, we're finally at the halfway mark. 3 more games to go means that there is still a shot to snatch the trophy away. However, here's a little bit of fun stats for you guys as well. The highest amount of points gained in a single match in the history of realme BGIS 2025 is actually 38 points in a single game held by Team Seoul, 28 finishes and the chicken dinner. So it is still very, very possible for some of these teams to pull that off. But again, that is the highest record so far. And 3 more games to go, they have to decide it. And that was actually done in Miramar, not Sanhok.
That's true. But again, we have to wait and watch कि क्या exactly जो strategy वो रहने वाली है. Again, the pressure is different. That was a different stage. This is a different stage. That was a different competition altogether. This is a different competition altogether. वहाँ पर teams का level अलग था, यहाँ पे teams का level अलग है. But again, there is a ray of hope for sure कि यहाँ से भी वो बड़े comebacks आ सकते हैं. But आप देखिए कि कुछ teams है जो consistently बढ़िया खेल रही है, जो आपको top 8 में देखने को मिल रही है. But bottom 5 मैच दर मैच उनकी भी consistency बनी हुई है खराब मुकाबलों की.
वो खराब मुकाबले एग्जैक्टली और वो खराब मुकाबले काफ़ी ज़्यादा खराब होते नज़र आ रहे हैं. आप मैच स्टार्ट करने की कोशिश करते हैं और उसी के साथ साथ ये होता है कि हम पहुंचते पहुंचते फाइट्स ले, बट पहली फाइट खत्म होना मतलब आपके लिए गेम खत्म होना. रीसेट टाइम बहुत है बट आप सोच नहीं पा रहे क्या सही करें.
जी हाँ, बहुत सारी यहाँ पे अब जो अटकलें लगाई जा रही हैं कि जो आखिरी के 3 मुकाबले हैं उसमें क्या कुछ हो सकता है. बट एक वीडियो है जो हमने बनाया है, एक इंटरव्यू है जो हमने लिया है, तो आइए बिना किसी देरी के चलते उसकी तरफ वापस लौटेंगे मुकाबलों के साथ.
मेरा नाम हेमंत राजपूत है. आई एम 20 years old. मैं मुंबई महाराष्ट्र से हूँ एंड मैं BGMI 3 साल से खेल रहा हूँ लगभग. एंड मेरा जो BGMI जो गेम है ये मेरे को मेरे दोस्त ने सजेस्ट करा था फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम. एंड उसने मेरे को नेम भी सजेस्ट करा था कि तू ये नेम रख सकता है. तो बस यही था, ये ऐसे मैंने BGMI खेलना स्टार्ट कर दिया था. मेरे दोस्त ने जब उसने गेम डाउनलोड करके दी, पहले तो मैंने खेला कुछ टाइम के लिए एंड फिर मैंने वो गेम डिलीट कर दिया बिकॉज मेरे को समझ नहीं आया. मैं सीधा ट्रेनिंग ग्राउंड में पहुँच गया. मैं देख रहा हूँ भाग रहा है बंदा, क्या हो रहा है समझ नहीं आया. फिर उसने मेरे को एक बार फिर से बोला कि फिर से डाउनलोड कर, इस बार मैं तेरे को सिखाऊंगा. हमने दोनों ने साथ में खेला एंड फिर वहाँ से मेरा जो था BGMI में वो इंटरेस्ट धीरे धीरे बढ़ने लगा. फिर धीरे धीरे मैं स्पोर्ट्स के सीन से इंट्रोड्यूस हुआ एंड वहाँ पे मैंने देखा कि मतलब क्या ही क्रेजी कॉम्पिटिशन्स हो रहे हैं एंड बहुत मज़ा आ रहा था देखने में. तो बस वही देखते देखते मैंने भी स्टार्ट कर दिया अपनी स्पोर्ट्स की जर्नी. मेरी टीम की मैं बात करूँ तो BGIS 2023 स्कल्स स्पोर्ट्स मेरी टीम थी एंड उसमें ऐसा था कि तब मैं आइजल कर रहा था उस टीम में. एंड मेरे जो टीममेट्स थे आर्टो, फिनिक्स एंड बिजलू, यही टीममेट्स थे जो अभी है, वही टीममेट्स BGIS 2023 में थे. तो BGIS का लास्ट मैच था 2024 का सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 2 का एंड हमें 6 से 7 पॉइंट कुछ चाहिए थे. हमें लगा हम कर लेंगे, लास्ट मैच तक भी हम कॉन्फिडेंट थे, भले स्टार्ट के 3 मैच खराब हो गए बट हम कॉन्फिडेंट थे कि हो जाएगा. एंड सडनली आउट ऑफ नोवेयर एक टीम काइंड ऑफ कह सकते हो वो हमारे टारगेट या फिर जो भी कह लो वो हमारे पीछे लग जाते हैं एंड हमारा मैच वहाँ पे कॉस्ट कर जाता है. हम 3 मैन लॉस हो जाते हैं, एक अकेला बंदा बचता है एंड वो मैच मतलब हम लोग मैच खेलते खेलते हम लोग बीच में एकदम ब्लैंक हो गए थे कि अब करना क्या है. बिकॉज ऐसा एक मोमेंट आ जाता है जब प्रेशर इतना हो जाता है ना, तो आपको पता नहीं लगता कि फिर आप गेम में क्या करना चाहिए, आपको क्या मूव लेना चाहिए. तो हमारे साथ एकदम वैसा हो गया था और 3 पॉइंट से हम शॉर्ट रह गए थे लैंड फाइनल्स के लिए. तो मतलब एकदम काफ़ी हार्ट ब्रेकिंग मोमेंट था. हमें लगा कि बस अब हो गया, अब शायद आगे ना खेल पाया, जो भी है आगे अच्छा नहीं कर पाएंगे. बट फिर भी हमने एक और होप थी कि नहीं हम लोग अगले बार वापस आएंगे, वापस अच्छा खेलेंगे. तो वही BGIS 2025 हमारे लिए एक होप टाइप की थी कि हम आएंगे वापस और अच्छा करेंगे. मतलब ई स्पोर्ट्स में जो कॉम्पिटिटिव एनवायरनमेंट मिलता है मतलब उसमें काफ़ी ज़्यादा मज़ा आता है. प्रेशर तो होता ही है बट साथ ही साथ जो किक मिलती है वो उसमें काफ़ी मज़ा है एंड अच्छा लगता है कम्पीट करना. टूर्नामेंट्स हो गया या जो भी एक कॉम्पिटिटिव एनवायरनमेंट में खेलना वगैरह बहुत मज़ा आता है. बस यही है, कह सकते हो एक स्पोर्ट्स का ऑल्टरनेटिव कह सकते हो जो रिजेंबल करता है एकदम सेम. आई गेस वो BGIS 2024 का ही जो रहेगा, जो लैंड हमने 3 पॉइंट से मिस करा वो बहुत एक हार्ड फेस था. मतलब ऐसा लगता था कि कैसे यार ये हमने कैसे कर दिया, 3 पॉइंट्स ही चाहिए थे एंड हमने इतना गंदा चौक कैसे कर दिया. वो रहता है दिमाग में बट वही है, मूव ऑन करना पड़ता है, चीज़ें भूलनी पड़ती है, फ्यूचर पे फोकस करना पड़ता है. हमारी जो टीम है ये ऑलमोस्ट अब 2 साल हो गए सेम ही टीम है. एक भाईचारा टाइप का बन जाता है, मतलब गेम के बाहर भी रियल लाइफ में भी मतलब काफ़ी क्लोज हो जाते हैं सारे लोग एंड मतलब आप इजीली इनको ट्रस्ट कर सकते हो मतलब. एंड अच्छा जाता है कम्युनिकेशन वगैरह, ये सब बहुत हेल्प होता है अगर आप काफ़ी टाइम से जानते हो. तो वही सिनर्जी का खेल है, सिनर्जी आपकी अच्छी रहती है IRL एंड गेम में दोनों जगह. काफ़ी टाइम हो गया है हम लोग साथ में खेल रहे हैं एंड ओवर द टाइम होता है ना, एक ट्रस्ट हो गया, सिनर्जी हो गया, आपका जो बॉन्डिंग हो गया एक दूसरे के साथ वो काफ़ी अच्छा हो जाता है एंड वो कहीं ना कहीं मतलब गेम में भी हेल्प करता ही ऑफकोर्स. एंड गेम के बाहर कह लो तो मतलब हाँ अभी भाई जैसे सारे एंड मतलब अच्छा लगता है साथ में रहने, साथ में खेलने में एंड बहुत मज़ा भी आता है, बहुत मस्ती भी करते हैं, एक दूसरे की टांग भी खींचते हैं बट उसी में मज़ा आता है. एंड जो कहीं ना कहीं कहते हैं कि जो द फैमिली दैट ईट्स टुगेदर स्टे टुगेदर में, तो ऐसा वाला सीन है. साथ में खेलते, साथ में उठते, साथ में बैठते एंड वो गेम में भी इफेक्ट करता है एंड गेम के बाहर भी इफेक्ट करता है। मतलब ओवरकम करने के लिए मतलब मैं तो फैमिली होगी, फैमिली से बातें करता हूँ, उनसे शेयर करता हूँ जो भी होता है ई स्पोर्ट्स में A to Z जो भी चीज़ें होती है, जो प्रेशर हो गया या जो टूर्नामेंट्स हम बाहर हो गए, मैं सारी चीज़ें अपनी फैमिली से शेयर करता हूँ। एंड कहीं ना कहीं वो मोटिवेट भी करते हैं एंड कभी कभी थोड़ा ख़राब खेलने पे डांट भी लगाते हैं कि भाई ऐसे क्यों खेल रहे हो, अच्छे से खेलो। मैचेस भी देखते हैं, फॉलो करते हैं सारी चीज़ें एंड हेल्प करते हैं काफ़ी। बाकी मैं मोस्टली थोड़ी मूवीज़ वगैरह देख लेता हूँ ऐसे थोड़ा ओवरकम करने के लिए। एक्सपेक्टेशन तो यही है कि अपना बेस्ट देंगे और ट्राई करेंगे कि मतलब #1 के लिए कम्पीट तो करेंगे डेफिनेटली। बस देखते हैं, जो लिखा होगा वो तो होगा ही, बाकी हम अपना बेस्ट देंगे जो भी होगा। इस इवेंट में तो मतलब हमारा फाइनल्स में तो यही गोल है कि मतलब बेस्ट देना है और जो ट्रॉफी के लिए एम करना है। बाकी जो घर वाले हैं उन्होंने तो बोला ही है कि आओगे तो घर ट्रॉफी के साथ ही आना, वरना मत ही आना। एंड फॉरएवर की जो ऑर्ग है हमारी, उनसे भी उनकी भी यही एक्सपेक्टेशन है कि हम इस इवेंट को जीतें, बेस्ट देंगे अपना। बाकी तो जो होना है भाई तो होगा ही, बाकी देखते हैं क्या होगा। हम तो बेस्ट देंगे अपना, जो भी होगा। रिजल्ट के बारे में नहीं सोच के खेलेंगे, तभी हम अपना बेस्ट दे पाएंगे। बस एक्सपेक्टेशन तो यही है।
क्या बढ़िया वो कहानियां हमें देखने को मिलती है। फॉरएवर रेड रॉस अगेन एक ऐसी लाइनअप जिनको शायद ज्यादा लोग जानते नहीं थे। हालांकि एक थर्ड पार्टी इवेंट में वो जरूर क्वालिफाई करके गए थे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए, लेकिन वहां के बाद फिर वो हमें इस ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट के अंदर देखने को मिले, रियलमी BGIS 2025 के अंदर देखने को मिले और एक बढ़िया जर्नी उन्होंने अभी तक जी है। हालांकि अभी के लिए आप कह सकते हैं कि ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में आकर के शुरुआती 2 दिन कंपेरेटिवली बेटर गए थे, आज थोड़ा बहुत लेफ्ट राइट जरूर हुआ, बट अगेन जो जर्नी है वो बहुत ही ज्यादा अहम।
स्पेशली वो एक चिकन डिनर जो फाइनल्स में आकर के देखिए उन्होंने उठाया था, वो दर्शा रहा था कि हाँ दे आर डिटरमिन्ड एंड दे आर डिटरमिन्ड टू जस्ट गो फॉर द डोमिनेशन। हालांकि वो एग्जैक्टली उसके बाद वो प्रदर्शन आ नहीं पाया।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल वो प्रदर्शन की दरकार ज़रूर रहने वाली है, लेकिन दरकार जो है देखिए वो हमारे ऑडियंस से भी हमेशा रहती है कि वो बहुत ही ज़्यादा बेहतर खेल करके जाएं। और जी हाँ, जो गेस्ट है हमारे स्पेशल गेस्ट आपको देखने को मिल जाएंगे। टीम ओरंगुटन के ओनर यश भानुशाली आपको देखने को मिलते हुए, और साथ ही साथ ध्वनि भानुशाली भी आपको यहाँ पर देखने को मिल जाएंगे, और वो भी यहाँ पर पूरी तरीके से ये जो एंजॉयमेंट है वो लेते हुए। लेकिन कोलकाता की पब्लिक, अरे सुनो सुनो सुनो, देखो मैं जब भी लाइव इवेंट में जाता हूं ना, मेरे को एक मूवमेंट चाहिए होता है, और अभी तक कोलकाता ने वो मूवमेंट्स की बौछार की है। पर मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सभी लोग अपने रिस्ट बैंड्स को ऑन करो और कोलकाता से पूरे भारत को संदेश दो कि ये गेम आपके लिए कितना मीन करता है। सो आप प्लीज अपने रिस्ट बैंड्स की जो लाइट है उसको ऑन कर दीजिए और मेरे साथ एक सुर में, कम ऑन गाइस, लेट्स मेक सम नॉइज कोलकाता।
मुझे लगता है कि और आवाज करी जा सकती है।
चलिए, आपने कहा है तो फिर एक बार फिर से टेस्ट किया जाता है। कोलकाता की पब्लिक, लेट्स मेक सम फ्रीकिंग नॉइज। दैट्स द एनर्जी, दैट्स द एक्साइटमेंट दैट आई एम एमिंग फॉर। और अब जो वक्त है, जो समय है, वो हो चुका है एक और कमबैक वाले मुकाबले की तरफ चलने का। It's going to be on the map of Sanhok. I see. What is your expectations?
Oh boy, this is going to be a very, very interesting one as well here, because think about this, right? Every single team is looking to lift the trophy. I gave you some stats just now, which is, what, 38 points in a single game? Think about this. SOA, Cincinnati Kids, they made a little bit of comeback, because think about this. They have made themselves 42 points in a single day out of 3 games. So wow. If you add another 42 for SOA, they might be the new champions.
Wow. I believe जो इन्होंने बोला बिल्कुल कॉपी पेस्ट उसको एकदम मजेदार तरीके से, क्योंकि कमबैक चाहिए, कमबैक मैप आ रहा है।
चलिए, जब आपने कहा है कमबैक चाहिए, कमबैक का मैप भी है, तो देखना ये है कि क्या वो सोने पे सुहागा होने वाला है। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, ये मुकाबला सबसे ज्यादा अहम एक ऑफ मैप 4x4 के इस रणभूमि में देखना ये है कि सबसे बड़ा धुरंधर कौन होगा। स्वागत कीजिए सैनॉक के रेन फॉरेस्ट का।
The 4th game of the day, and the plane's going to be hitting the skies once again, starting all the way from Hathin towards down south, which will be Sami. Now this plane fly path heavily tilted to the left side of the map. If you want to move in towards the extremities, which is going to be Camp Bravo or even Lakavi or Kampong, that's going to be a tough stretch. Here's the real question, Johnny.
Yeah.
Are we now finally going to see any sort of targeting?
I mean, this is the time when it all begins, usually, especially from the team that are playing for the dead last, the bottom 2, bottom 3. But let's see how things are going to turn out. I'm not going to predict anything, although I do hope to see some early fights.
In the morning, I had a conversation with the boys of Seoul, and they mentioned this clearly. In the first 3 games, we're going to try to give it all we've got for a comeback. If the comeback's not going to be there, then you'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, and we are going to try and see what happens, because The flight path favors their drop. Will the circle be the same way for them? Let's see. For now, though, another switch up, Reckoning. The last game they went towards Cow and Tatmok. This time they are just dropping south of Paradise Resort, kind of clustered with the players of Rivalry NRI and Godlike, although a similar drop as a previous game of Sanhok. They have to be safe. Still an opportunity is there for Reckoning and Godlike to seize the glory, to take on the players of Versatile. But Reckoning, they're going to seize the moment as they push for the players of Rivalry, and it is going to be an upsetting start for Reckoning. The first player, Gravity, knocked out, but the trade comes through and the confirmation as well. Dionysus saves the day.
Reckoning Esports still without any problems, cooking inside of the game, looking decent. Dionysus is the one to save the day. Gravity will be revived as well for Reckoning Esports. This game, Sanhok holds too much value into the previous game. Reckoning Esports somehow managed to survive till the final few moments. That's why they're still on that second spot. And speak of Hero Extreme Godlike, the team that's currently sitting on the third spot, for some reason it feels like the points flow for them has been stopped completely.
Yeah, not going to be easy for sure. But if Reckoning can continue to build up on this momentum, they might be able to bounce back, inch closer to the players of Versatile. Right now, there's a 13-point difference between the two sides. Reckoning basically need 14 to push up the first spot. We talk about Godlike, 20 points behind Versatile. But from that previous match, Necro, I mean, we were hoping to discuss True Rippers, OG, SOA, these teams also bring themselves into a fighting position, but still a 30 bomber is going to be required from these three squads if they want to be a part of the conversation of the trophy.
Without a doubt, going to be required. At this point in time, I really do feel like teams outside of top 8 just can't make it. 90 kids too, just the amount of points they need, it's insane. They've only got 3 games to go, from which one of them is being played right now.
Yeah.
So CK, pressure's going to be all-time high. Only the team in the top 8 maybe have the best shot that they can try and give to claim that trophy. But mainly it's all about the top 5, or maybe even the top 6. But the teams in the top 5, they've already reached that 100 points marker.
Of course, even then, the differences are quite clear. Godlike on our screens right now. The start of the day, the top contenders now looming on the 3rd position. Genesis quite close to them, as we can see on the map. Genesis looking to take control of Ainan and a little bit of the shoreline close to boot camp. You know, it seems like he did spot out Apollo.
Yeah, now he definitely does. Apollo as well, spotting out that vehicle from Punk. This is brilliant from Hero Extreme Godlike. Punk is doing that on purpose. Was in that vehicle trying to distract Apollo, gather the attention upon himself, so the man on the hilltop could have found the knock, but no, instead Apollo pretty quick with his movement. Now he knows exactly what Godlike is trying to do. The players, they've already got the field trap set up on the hilltop. This time around, Hero Extreme Godlike showcasing proactivity.
They're going to have to be a little bit more than proactive. They were proactive in that previous game as well. And they try to pick a fight against the players of Bot Army Esports, but caught completely off guard. This time around, they have to be cautious. Rivalry Esports is going to be closing in from their east, but Versatile on our screens. They were a little bit more comfortable in that previous game of Sanhok, since the circle was towards Cave. This time, though, an early rotation from Versatile, and they are looking to make a move for the center. Might have to take a fight against the players of Metal in order to gain that control.
Like it. Versatile. At this point in time, we all know the value this game's going to be holding for VXT. At the top, if VXT somehow manages to squeeze in a chicken dinner, Johnny, that's it. We can pretty much call them the champions. Because the chicken dinner's going to give them at least 40 points lead.
I think right now the goal for VXT should be simple. Hit 150 points in this game. Do not think about the chicken, think about 13 points. If you get to 150, that will just create a lot of mental pressure on Reckoning and Godlike for the next matches. But that also depends on whether Reckoning and Godlike do well in this game. So Versatile's goal, 150. Reckoning should just try and cross 140 with this game. Godlike, try and get 140 as well. Keep the pressure onto Versatile. But True Rippers, they're going to need more than 40 points. 30 points, in fact, to actually gain an edge or, in fact, inch closer to the top 3. I love how all of these teams have already moved in to try and take control of Ruins, while Seoul and Hades H4K are staying behind on that Cap Alpha Island.
Wanting out VXT, make that rotate in the front, but nothing can be done just yet. Was from VXT around that similar vicinity. One at a time, VXT probably are scouting for a few foes, but those shots are now going to give Metal Esports his position away. Metal Esports is also one of those teams, still with a bit of a hope to maybe make a comeback and be the champions. But it's all going to come down to this game itself. If Metal Esports does not convert this game, it's done.
Not going to be easy as well. Versatile again on our screens. Looking at the top contenders right now, as we keep talking about it, a big advantage in the hands of Versatile and Reckoning with a very close chase. We saw VXT move in towards the center of the circle, while Reckoning is still lurking towards that western edge.
Reckoning Esports. Finish point acquired so far. We did see them a while ago. A bit of a brawl. OG writing things off the rip. They've managed to find the knock. Probably even the conversation is going to be around the players of Rivalry NRI. Orangutan, they have managed to stop the players of Rivalry NRI in tracks. Now OG, they're going to try to make the bounce up close and personal too. It was supposed to be an uphill battle for OG, but they still somehow conquer the grounds. Rivalry NRI handicap big time, a 3v4 fight. OG's got the man advantage in this scenario. Aru is getting real up close and personal, spots out the players. He does some serious damage. Rivalry NRI is getting single-handedly dismantled. Last man in the back, and at this point in time, Rivalry NRI, they themselves know it's done for. They can't convert the fight anymore.
And Sanhoks are never lucky for this team. Yesterday, they got destroyed by Jonathan, and this time OG is the team that is handing them that blow. But on the other side of things, Necro, it seems like the circle has just ruined the day for everyone.
Yeah, it indeed has, but it's made Soul stay. Y'all know whenever the circle shifts towards Camp Alpha, there's a big chance Soul can convert it, but I'm going to hold on to that thought. DHW non-X, Roman is taken down real low. All that brawl, but eventually FS Esports, even they crumble down as we move on towards DHW non-X's fight once again. Forever Red Ross 2, they're getting picked off slowly and steadily. But FS Esports, this team was one of those teams that was so close in the top 5, now getting pushed down. This game was a complete flop.
It was, I mean, it was a struggle. But struggle coming to an end for Rivalry NRI. FS and TSW NON might be next as the spray from Beast finds the contact. Although not enough damage dished out to secure the knocks. But Forever Red Ross, they have an opportunity to make the pounds, get a few extra points from this game.
Beautiful shots. A connection to the dome, but that's not going to find the knock yet. Soul is the only team right next to Hades H4K who's got the Camp Alpha control. Hades H4K, they've got the high ground control, by the way, so they have the best possible point they can ask for. Metal Esports getting pounced on by Bot Army Esports. And Scary and Monty right next to each other. This proud from Bot Army Esports, it's probably going to find a lot of success. Sarvit gets taken down pretty low. Legit's going to be the only healthy player, but even Legit falls apart. Sarvit, the last glimmer of hope, well, it's not there anymore.
Yeah, even he gets picked off. Metal out of the way. Reckoning, though, taking a fight against Forever Ross, and it is not going the way they thought it would. They are knocked out. Beast, the trade comes through as Kyoya finds the contact from the flank. And Reckoning, they are left to recover, but is that opportunity going to be allowed to them? The last player from the side of Forever Ross is right next to them. That could be an unpleasant surprise for the players of Reckoning.
Forever Red Ross disengages against Reckoning Esports. Backing away, but since Forever Red Ross just does not have cavalry available, highly doubt they're going to be able to survive and sustain for too long. What happened to Gravity? The man's getting struck down from a completely different place. And that's Reckoning Esports from such far away with precision, hitting those shots. TSW Nonix doesn't even know what exactly is hitting them, but this knock, it was unbelievable.
Was indeed, but what is unbelievable is the fact that TSW somehow do manage to stay alive, man. There was such an awkward spot on the bridge for them to be in, but that distraction from Reckoning working out in their favor. Now even they find themselves on that Camp Alpha Island with a decent amount of map control to work with, although Hades H4K can cause some trouble for them. On the other side towards Ruins, we have Port Army Esports taking on Cincinnati Kids with Versatile north of these two teams. They will have an opportunity to third party, but they have to be patient.
Funny for Hero Extreme Godlike, this is the worst possible scenario.
Yeah.
Circle moving towards Camp Alpha, all the players from Hero Extreme Godlike towards Boot Camp. How can they pull off a rotation when the edges are going to be stacked with a lot of foes? It seems impossible. Hero Extreme Godlike has to pull off a miraculous play. And can they really do it though? Versatile moves up close and personal to a potential foe. Shots were taken against him, but VXT realizes that ground's filled with a lot of trouble. Better to just back away and respect the opponent's presence. And now they're going to try to close on up towards at least a better spot in the zone.
Well, this high ground in the hands of Versatile. I think that is all they were hoping for. They're looking to charge towards the players of Hades H4K.
They have no clue. Hades does not know that VXT is right underneath them. What am I watching? Where is the map awareness? Where is the surrounding awareness from Hades H4K? VXT is right underneath them.
I think they do know, but they can't really afford to fight since that early spread of theirs. All four players on 4 different hills has just backfired. There was the early pressure from TSW NON that denies any rotating opportunity for Sujal and Knight. And then Draxi, he is forced to keep an eye on the players of Soul. One-man Devil, all he can do is just not allow anyone else from the shoreline to move further in. But this is also, again, a little tricky for Hades H4K. The moment they make a single noise, any commotion, and they're going to draw all the attention now, even from the backlines. Look at that, Reckoning is looking to move in. I would not want to be Hades H4K right now.
Pretty much. Hero Extreme Godlike still towards Boot Camp region. Pinned down by the players of SOA. No one can exit yet. This is worst possible scenario that you can ask for. Hero Extreme Godlike, nowhere to move, no wiggle room available. Reckoning Esports somehow has already made it to the other side. Godlike punishing SOA. That was quite a risky rotation, and Hero Extreme Godlike gifted a few points. A few elimination points on their way. While the remaining players of SOA now needs to figure out a pathway to make it inside of the zone. They will be barely in contention, but that contention's not going to mean anything. The circle's towards Camp Alpha.
Oh man, but Hades H4K, the punish finally comes through. As Draxi is going to be shut down by Versatile. Now Devil from that high ground. Only one option left for him, fall back and regroup with the other 3 players. Although still quite tricky considering Reckoning Esports has gained the access to the northern side.
I'm telling you right now, this is going to be VXT's game.
Yeah, I agree. I think they walk away with the chicken, and after this match...
They got extremely lucky with this.
It wasn't luck, man.
I genuinely think it was luck. Hades H4K just did not see.
So, here's the thing. It wasn't just Hades that was there on the island, right? Soul was blocking that Ruins bridge. That is where Versatile crossed from, and Genesis was there as well. There were multiple teams that could have actually shut them down in their tracks. But Versatile were just, well, they just sped away, and it seems like Godlike, they have gained a few extra points. Are they just going to completely wipe out SOA? Maybe not. Shots come through, OG find the knock.
Told you, for Hero Extreme Godlike, now their life is going to be living hell. They cannot make it on the other side of the island. Players will be stuck, but Admino's already crossed on, so that's a lucky thing. Genesis Esports going to be there around the edge as well. Hero Extreme Godlike, Admino's going to be the best possible man they can try and rely on. Someone needs to provide that cover fire. Since Admino's got the edge control, Hero Extreme Godlike can actually cross on to the other side. Will be really good too. Admino spotting magic out in the open. SOA eliminated from the game. Unfortunate. Contenders out.
Contenders are out, but Godlike has 4 points. 117 turns into 121. Still a big difference to cover up, but Port Army Esports, it seems like they weren't done with the players of Cincinnati Kids. Do manage to cross towards the shorelines of Camp Alpha, but Bottom Esports, the distraction of OG. And in fact, they're wiping the floor with OG. Few more finishes in the bag. Aru still left standing. But will this one man, along with AKOP, who is on the other side of this river, are these two going to be enough? Aru looking to cross the spray from Bottom Esports. Monte still finds a little bit of contact, but it's not going to be secured.
It indeed won't be. Hitler is knocked out, even confirmed. OG on the other side is making the players of Bot Army's life living hell. No one can cross on the other side without the watch of OG. They've got their eyes pinned towards Bot Army Esports. At least AKOP, like the security guard. Reckon first and then Reckon. Monty once again spotted. The Libbies are tossed out, but I highly doubt they're going to do anything against AK. Onto is just way too far back. Look at Hero Extreme Godlike. Now they can genuinely possess a lot of threats for both the teams. And Vino finds another strike. On Army Esports as Monty gets taken down. Hero Extreme Godlike still somehow is crossed on to the other side.
Oh man, this is getting more intense with every single second that goes by. 5 finishes for Godlike. But 5 finishes is not gonna cut anything. They need the chicken. Make that 6 as one more confirmation comes through for Admino. You know where Devotee is. They are looking to go for the shutdown, but on the other side of the hill, it is Reckoning King on Versatile.
Not a good fight at all for Reckoning Esports. Viper is the only man alive. Luckily enough, he patches himself up in the nick of time, but Reckoning Esports getting devoured single-handedly by VXT. This fight is way superior for VXT. Looking better, looking supreme, looking clean, as Versatile wants to conquer the grounds of this map, but even so, they make the pounce against VXT, and instantly Knuckle and Manya fall apart. Salma is still up close and personal, wants to surprise Somraj, as even Somraj gets taken down. It's down to just Equinox, and Soul gets eliminated from this game. What am I watching?
Reckoning Esports, they wipe the floor with 2 squads. Soul out of the way, and Versatile eliminate Reckoning as well. Equinox incredible. I mean, 1 direct competition, 1 indirect competition, but now this is an opportunity for Godlike to strike, and as we were talking about it, Versatile, they're close to 150 necro, but 80's H4K, Knight shows up, and as he secures the knock onto Versatile, you can hear the cheers from the audience as well. An incredible moment, but still Knight is going to be shut down. They do manage to keep 3 players alive and break in the top 7.
Tawny, VXT's done it. 147 points. No one's going to be stopping them from conquering these grounds. They've also got the high ground to play with everything. The stars are aligned, and even the circle shifts in the favor of VXT. Hero Extreme Godlike, the only possible way they can make it to a better spot is by eliminating squads after squads and mopping the floor with the foes, which seems impossible with just a 2-man squad. Genesis in the front are going to try to block the area for Hero Extreme Godlike. And where can you go? Jonathan, the man with a lot of hopes, fans cheering his name. They want Jonathan to pull a Godlike clutch. But I don't think it's going to be possible given the circumstances and given the odds.
It definitely is going to be quite difficult for him to be able to pull it off, but let's see Punk make the job a little bit easier as Godlike are moving in, try and get a few extra points as they take the fight against Genesis, who are distracted by picking off the loose stragglers from CK and OG. We're down to the top 5, and Godlike, they need to make sure that they somehow shut down the players of Versatile in this matchup. The push is going to be executed. Punk and Jonathan moving in. Genesis, they are looking to flush them out, but Jonathan falls. Punk still left standing, the last hope for the side of Godlike, and shots in his back. They force him to move up front. He gets a knock, but gets finished off, and that would be the end of Godlike in this match. Top 4 and Versatile, they are still alive in this game.
Johnny, all of this is happening, but VXT with a 3-man squad, they're constantly dominating. The only man who can be the difference maker might just be Devotee. He's creating that flank, taking shots against VXT. But with these shots, Devotee also gave his own position away. Even Scary John gets spotted. Harry's taken too much damage upon himself. Same thing can be said for Devotee too. The main concern is Devotee does not have any sort of meds upon him, and even his vest and helmet is quite damaged. Devotee with not a lot of possible resources, but he's still striking VXT. Equinox gets knocked out. VXT with 2 pillars still standing.
2 players still left, but I think already in this game, VXT have done more than they came to execute. They have outlasted Reckoning, in fact, handing the eliminating blow to Reckoning. They have outlasted Godlike as well, and now as Devotee makes the push, he's going to find the knock as S-Power falls, but for Versatile, it doesn't matter. They are in the top 3. They have 15 points from this game, and even Genesis will make the pounce, make things worse for Versatile. Apollo spots the ankles, the shots connect, S-Power is going to get confirmed, and now IGL Somraj might be the one falling next, and as Genesis is set to take this chicken dinner, I think Necro, what Reckoning was afraid of, what Godlike was afraid of has happened. Versatile, they go on and take a big lead in the top 3.
This will be tough. This will be extremely difficult. Genesis Esports, they wake up, but a little too late inside of the game. But what a play that was, specifically from Bot Army Esports too in the end. Devotee could have actually made a lot of difference. Luckily enough, VXT somehow were able to avoid that man, but still Devotee was constantly peppering those shots, being a constant problem.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a big problem, but again, I think we talk about this game, we talk about the chicken dinner that Genesis has been able to secure for themselves. I am more concerned about that overall leaderboard. Man, oh man, I think Versatile, they've not just created a safety cushion, but they've created a barrier for everyone else to challenge them over there. Although in this game, Genesis, that crossing of the shoreline was incredible, just like Versatile crossed over early. Necro, you were quite upset with Hades H4K. You felt they could have done more?
Of course they could have done more. They could have stopped the players of VXT from taking that ground in the first place. But they were just completely unaware of the fact that someone is crawling up that hill, and that's why VXT was able to secure so many points. But because of that misplay, VXT has to thank Hades H4K. That's one of the main reasons why VXT got so many elimination points and why they got so many placement points.
I agree, and on top of it all here, guess what? I am back here to tell you guys a little bit of an interesting story here, because Versatile currently, out of nowhere, make one of the biggest comeback here in the Grand Finals here. Day 1 complete flop, but after the end of Day 1 itself, the Super Sop came in from Equinox. We haven't seen both Equinox as well as S-Power perform at the best of the best during the entire round stages, semifinals all the way through. They dropped the ball, flopped narrowly, not qualifying to the Grand Finals, but now they're back in the action here. This is the S-Power, this is the Equinox that we know them of as the Terminators of BGMI, and finally coming back alive in the Grand Finals. My goodness, what a perfect timing, to be honest.
I know, right? I mean, VXT just over here with the perfect moment, and now as you mentioned, right, they've got an insane amount of lead, Johnny. At this point in time, they're extremely close to claiming that trophy. I understand still 2 more games to go. Anything can happen. But it's Somraj we're speaking of. The man is known for his consistency.
Exactly, and I think with this advantage, as we had this conversation before this match as well, I mean, at the end of the last game, now Somraj is just going to go all defensive. They're going to try and protect their lead 5 to 6 points every single game. There's just 2 of them left. Guarantees them, pretty much guarantees them the trophy. I think this actually did help them cross a 150-point marker, and me and Necro, we were talking about it, and both of us were on the same page that 150 is where the trophy will be decided, somewhere close to 150, 155.
Exactly, I agree. I perfectly see the results here as well. Here, mathematically, it is still possible here because, again, jokes aside, obviously mathematically says that, hey, in one lobby there is 64 players, so technically getting 60 finishes and a chicken dinner 80 points is still very possible, but realistically the highest amount gained is still 38 points. So far in this next 2 games, that needs to be broken in order for any of these other teams to stand a chance to shut down VXT.
But all things considered here, let's take a look at the MVP for that match itself here. Match 16, day number 3 here. The MVP is going to be none other than Scary John, the man with the fast fingers from the side of Bot Army Esports.
5 finishes and 974 damage dished out. Move on towards the top 5 players. Even Devotee will be joining Scary John, his own teammate. AKOP from OG2 getting 4 finishes. Aquinox with 4, and then you've got Genesis Esports' same 999 with 3 finishes. The best possible chance for the teams to actually nullify the lead of VXT is going to be the map of Miramar, because history's been a testament. In the realme BGIS 2025, VXT's track record on Miramar has been horrible.
I mean, that was true till the semi-finals and the grand finals. They have done quite well for themselves in Miramar and in Sanhok. Erangel is what remains to be conquered yet. But again, I mean, I think now it's not even about winning the game. Now it's not even about getting 10 eliminations from the perspective of VST.
Yeah,
4 points, 6 points, not even 6, man. 5 points, bare minimum, as you say, right? Bare minimum, and they win it. The pressure is on Godlike. The pressure is on Reckoning Esports, because those two teams are going to need about 20 points per match.
They definitely need a miracle. They need the lobby stacked against them as well. And of course, let's take a look at the point standings as well. Genesis making a little bit of a recovery for themselves here to try and shift themselves into the potential top 8. So 19 points total gain from the side of Genesis. Bot Army Esports on 16. VXT on 3rd place here with 15 points. And Hero Extreme Godlike with 11 points. So a very, very good recovery despite the odds stacked against them for Hero Extreme Godlike. But this next 2 matches coming from them means that either Hero Extreme Godlike or Reckoning Esports needs to get those chicken dinners, or they get completely shut down. And this may be a dream-crushing moment for them as well, because think about this as well. Hero Extreme Godlike took them 3 years, what? 2 or 3 years to actually qualify all the way to realme BGIS 2025. Yes, they've had multiple LAN appearances, but again, realme BMPS last year, they got 2nd. They were snatched away by Revenant Xbox. Now Revenant Xbox out of the equation, they are still in the top 3. You hate to see it for Hero Extreme Godlike.
I mean, you hate to see it for them. Reckoning Esports, they have been in the situation longer than Godlike. I mean, for the last 3 years, since 2023, it seems like Reckoning Esports always are going to be in the top 4, but they never win anything. They're always there in the top 4, the top 5, at the finals of every single tournament, but they fail to win it. And it is that opportunity that is denied to the side of Reckoning, where they aren't able to close out the matches and close out the tournaments with a trophy in their hands, that I think might have just stung these players. And it is the flashbacks, the PTSD that is hitting them very hard right now. And I think Reckoning Esports last 2 matches just go all in. As I said earlier in the morning, play with no regrets.
I genuinely feel bad for Reckoning Esports as well, because that final match, when they realized that somebody needs to stop the bleeding, they realized that that was versatile inside this compound. I felt like the moment they went in for the push, they had a very decent formation, but the only reason why they got picked off is just one margin of a pixel, because he trusted Kyoya to watch his back, but that small little pixel allowed Aquinox to pry the entire defense of Reckoning open and then just completely shut them down. So it's a little bit unfortunate here, but all things considered here, I'm curious to see what our amazing host Rohit on stage giving us some new inside scoop on what's happening behind the scenes.
And किसी चीज की शुरुआत को, एक अच्छी शुरुआत को कहते हैं जेनेसिस. एंड जेनेसिस ई-स्पोर्ट्स की अगर बात करें तो शुरुआत बहुत अच्छी हुई थी. यहाँ BGIS 2025 में पहला चिकन डिनर ऑफ द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स आपके नाम गया था. देन देयर वाज सम साइलेंस. शैडो, आप ही बताएंगे कि आपकी टीम कहां परछाई में खो गई थी, लेकिन नाउ दे हैव रिजन बैक फ्रॉम द शैडोज. तो इसके बारे में शैडो खुद ही बताएंगे कि नाउ डे 3, अभी बस 1-2 मैचेस और बचते हैं, इसके बाद हमें विनर के बारे में पता चल जाएगा. इस समय जब आप चिकन डिनर निकालते हैं तो क्या माइंडसेट रहता है, एंड अब क्या है प्लान इस समय जेनेसिस का फॉर द रिमेनिंग 2 मैचेस?
लाइक अच्छा ही खेलना है. मतलब इतने 2 दिन से तो बहुत ख़राब खेल रहे थे, तो अभी एक चिकन मोमेंटम आया तो उसको कैरी फॉरवर्ड करेंगे. क्या पता टॉप 8 तक हो जाए कुछ.
एंड क्या सीखने को मिला? ऑफकोर्स बहुत ही कमाल का एक्सपीरियंस रहा है. कोलकाता के क्राउड ने तो बिल्कुल ही डिसअपॉइंट नहीं किया है, लेकिन एज अ टीम, एज द आईजीएल ऑफ जेनेसिस ई-स्पोर्ट्स, क्या है द लर्निंग? क्या आप ले जाएंगे टू योर होम टाउन, बैक टू द टीम?
लाइक और थोड़ा हमको वर्क करने की ज़रूरत है. हम पे कंसिस्टेंटली पॉइंट्स लेने की ज़रूरत है. लाइक एज अ टीम खेलने की ज़रूरत है, तो थोड़ा लर्न किया है अभी.
एंड अब चलते हैं अपोलो की तरफ, हु एक्चुअली काफ़ी बढ़िया इन्होंने शाइन किया था. एंड बताइए कि मज़ेदार गेम रहा आपके लिए.
तो ये दिमाग में रहता है कि पहला चिकन डिनर हमारे नाम गया था एंड फिर दूसरे दिन में चिकन डिनर नहीं मिलता है एंड टुवर्ड्स द एंड ऑफ डे 3 वापस आपको चिकन डिनर मिलता है। ये सारी चीज़ें प्रेशराइज करती हैं दिमाग को, या आप एक गेम एट अ टाइम लेते हैं और उसमें एंजॉय करते हैं?
मैं तो बस यही देखता हूँ कि एक गेम के बाद रीसेट होना पड़ता है, तो बस वही है, अच्छे से रीसेट हो, पुरानी बातें दिमाग में रखो, बट ऐसा प्रेशर मत लो उस बात में, बस एंजॉय करो गेम को।
एंड एंजॉय करते करते कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस फॉर दैट अमेजिंग चिकन डिनर जेनेसिस ई स्पोर्ट्स। लेकिन इस समय आपको अगर एंजॉय करना है एंड अगर आप वेन्यू पे आते हैं हियर इन द लैंड फाइनल्स, तो यहाँ पर एक चैलेंजर जोन है जहां पर आप BGMI का नया मैप रोंडो एक्सपीरियंस कर सकते हैं यहाँ पर। एंड अगर आपको अपने कास्टिंग स्किल्स को टेस्ट करना है तो उसका भी यहाँ पर प्रोविजन है। तो ये सारी कमाल की चीजें आप यहाँ पर एक्सपीरियंस कर सकते हैं। एंड अगर आपको BGMI का मर्चेंडाइज पसंद है तो यहाँ पर एक कमाल का मर्च स्टोर भी है जिसमें आप 25% ऑफ के साथ कमाल का BGMI मर्च खरीद सकते हैं। सो ऑल ऑफ दिस इज हैपनिंग इन द लैंड फाइनल्स। लेकिन अभी भी गेम्स बचते हैं। द एक्शन हैज जस्ट गॉटन बिगर, बेटर एंड मोर इंटरेस्टिंग। तो अभी लेते हैं एक छोटा सा ब्रेक एंड ऑन द अदर साइड ऑफ द ब्रेक BGIS 2025 continues. So don't go anywhere.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me, like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look at my iris. I be precise with the timing. I never know where my mind went.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, 4 मैचेस खत्म हो चुके हैं और केवल अब 2 मैचेस बाकी। VXT एक लीड उनके पास है नेक्रो, बट I personally believe there are a lot of teams जो कम बैक करना चाहती हैं, especially Orangutan. They're trying their level best. Team Reckoning, they are trying their level best, but VXT, they're just too good.
Yeah, they've got an insane lead at this point in time, and if the lead is not being compromised, something bad is definitely going to happen for all the other teams that are trying their best to chase it down, because at this point in time, we have a clear-cut vision of what exactly might just happen after these 2 games that are left over, unless someone decides to go and try and stop the players of EXT.
जी हाँ, but Orangutan की हम बात कर रहे हैं, हम यहाँ पे उनके ओनर्स को भी देख पा रहे हैं। बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है उन प्लेयर्स के लिए कि यहाँ पे वो प्रदर्शन करके जाएं। कल के आखिरी कुछ मैचेस ओरांगुटान के लिए बहुत अच्छे गए। आज भी कोशिश वही रहेगी कि कंसिस्टेंसी अब इन 2 मैचेस में वो दिखा पाएं, हम सबको, अपने फैंस को, अपनी फैमिली एंड फ्रेंड्स को।
Exactly, for OG, things have been a little bit shaky sometimes. You speak about today's day itself, game 1-2, OG was not exactly able to find that free flow, but now it feels like even OG can definitely stand a major chance. But as I mentioned, even the teams on the 2nd and the 3rd spot, the only way they can minimize that lead is by getting a chicken dinner, or else everything's going to be in vain.
I mean, Reckoning Esports और Hero Extreme Godlike अभी भी क्लोज हैं, लेकिन अब इतने क्लोज नहीं हैं। They need a chicken dinner or at least a big game. और यहाँ पे फिर एक सवाल आता है, क्या VXT के ऊपर कोई ड्रॉप क्लैश कर सकता है? क्या टारगेट किया जा सकता है नंबर 2 और नंबर 3 टीम क्या वो करेंगी?
But here's the thing, even if they do try and target VXT, there's a big chance VXT might just come out on top from that target. And if that does happen, that's just going to be feeding VXT more points. They've already got an insane amount of lead, and if someone directly wants to drop clash them, in my opinion, that's not going to be the best possible way you target a team. The way you target a team is by third-partying them the moment you read their name in the elimination feed.
Mizzy, you're smiling. What do you think?
मैं देख रहा हूँ कि नेक्रो कितना ज़्यादा घुस चुके हैं उस कन्वर्सेशन के अंदर, जहाँ पर उनको पता है कि आखिरी 2 मैच हैं. अब इस 2 मैच में थर्ड पार्टी करिए, ड्रॉप क्लैश करिए, कुछ भी करिए, क्योंकि इसके ऊपर अब जो 16वीं टीम है या फिर आप टॉप 8 के बाहर जितनी भी टीम है उनको कह सकते हैं कि मौका है कि अब आप वो जो प्राइज मनी का ज़्यादा हिस्सा है वो लेकर जा सकते हैं. क्योंकि हमने पहले भी बात करी है, जो 10th 9th पर मौजूद हैं ऑब्वियसली उनको ज़्यादा पैसे मिलने वाले, तो क्यों ना कोशिश करी जाए कि अब जब पहले पायदान पर नहीं पहुंच सकते तो जितना ऊपर जा सकते उतना तो पहुंच जाए.
Exactly, that is the reason कि जेनेसिस ने भी कोशिश करी, यहाँ पे उन्होंने चिकन डिनर निकाला. इवन बॉट आर्मी ई-स्पोर्ट्स ने बहुत अच्छा खेला उन्होंने सैनोक के मैच में.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? They did not get the chicken dinner. If the closure's not getting points to try and compromise the lead that the players of VXT has. As Maisie clearly mentioned, 4 of the other teams are currently not in the top 3. It's a fight for the money at this point in time. Just try and get the most amount of money in your hand, because the lead that VXT has, even with the chicken dinner, if you do get it, it's not going to be compromised.
जी हाँ, बट मुझे अभी भी लगता है कि यहाँ पे कंपटीशन क्लोज हो सकता है. बट मेजी, VXT इवन दो एक लीड है उनके पास, सेकंड और थर्ड टीम रेकनिंग, they have to make a comeback. Hero Extreme godlike, they gotta do something जो फॉर्म आज के बाकी मैचेस में नहीं था, इस मैच में लाना पड़ेगा इन दोनों टीम्स को.
देखिए दोनों ही टीम बहुत ज़्यादा खराब खेल कर गई है, चाहे आप रेकनिंग की बात करें, हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक. और दिक्कत की बात यह है कि जिन 2 मैप्स में आपने बहुत बढ़िया खेला था वही मैप आपके लिए खराब गया. सैनॉक आपने कल के दिन पे बहुत बढ़िया खेला, चाहे वो रेकनिंग हो या फिर हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक हो. स्टिल आज के दोनों जो सैनॉक के मैचेस थे इतने खराब रहे, और सबसे बड़ा चिंता का विषय रेकनिंग के लिए हर बार वो टीम जोन के बाहर फंस रही है, अंदर जाने में बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम लग रहा है, और उसकी वजह से जो एजेस पर टीम मौजूद है मल्टीपल फाइट्स हो रही है उनके साथ.
चलिए, आपने मल्टीपल फाइट्स की बात करी, एक बार दोबारा नजर डालते हैं रियलमी हाइलाइट्स के ऊपर. कुछ इस तरह से शुरुआत हुई थी हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक की, बट जोन के अंदर लेट रोटेशन भारी पड़ी उनके लिए.
Let's not forget the fact that even Hades H4K for some reason never saw VXT crawl up that hill. Because if that would have came through, Hades H4K could have easily eliminated the likes of VXT, but still for some reason they were completely ignored, and that's why VXT got a lot of points out of that game of Sanhok.
जी हाँ, बट हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक कोशिश बहुत करी, पहले पानी में उतरने से पहले ही एक प्लेयर यहाँ पे डाउन हो गया, लेकिन उसके बाद परेशानियां हुई जब वो जोन के अंदर जाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे. फोर्ज हिस्ट्री ये नारा है, और ये नारा लेके सारी टीम्स यहाँ पे आई जरूर, बट मुश्किलें अभी भी बहुत सारी टीम्स के लिए बढ़ती हुई.
देखिए निक्रो, वो जो बात कर रहे थे कि टीम हेडीज ने VXT को आने कैसे दिया, उस पर थोड़ी रोशनी जरूर डालना चाहूंगा. क्योंकि जो ड्रैक्सी थे वो ऊपर चढ़कर टीम सोल के प्लेयर्स को देख रहे थे, और उनके कंपाउंड को उनको पता था कि वहीं पर प्लेयर हैं, और जैसे ही ड्रैक्सी वहां पर एलिमिनेट किए गए, टीम सोल को हमने वापस आते हुए देखा और VXT के साथ वो फाइट करने के लिए चले गए. मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि ठीक है, अगर ड्रैक्सी हैं वो देख रहे हैं उस कंपाउंड की तरफ, डेविल क्या कर रहे थे, वो भी तो ऊपर के साइड पर मौजूद थे. एक फ्री एंट्री दे दी VXT को, जहां से उन्होंने 10 फिनिशेस निकाल दिए, 5 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट उनको मिल गए. सोचने वाली बात यह है कि ड्रैक्सी VXT के प्लेयर्स के द्वारा ही एलिमिनेट हो गए.
It's a prime example of tunnel visioning, right? And why I keep on mentioning this over and over again, even on the English test, that tunnel visioning is probably one of the worst things a player can do, specifically when you're holding the high ground. Over here in this scenario, you should try and take a bit of tips from Seoul, because whenever we see the circle pop up on Camp Alpha, their win rate has been around 80 to 90%. So Seoul this time around, when the circle popped up towards Camp Alpha, just did not have a good positioning, because Hades H4K was constantly peppering shots against them and pinning them down in that compound. But at this point in time for Seoul, let's be honest, the chance for a comeback is pretty much next to none. And if Seoul does move on and try and pretty much target the team that they do not like, things will be even more entertaining. What do you think?
देखिए, एंटरटेनमेंट की तो कोई कमी नहीं है, और यहाँ पे अब मैं VXT के भी बैनर्स बनते हुए देख पा रहा हूँ, जो पहले कल के दिन में मिसिंग थे वो आज देखने को मिलते हैं. मेजी, हम हर बार यही कहते हैं, राइट? फैंस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल अदा करते हैं, और देखिए 1700 किलोमीटर दूर से आए हैं सिर्फ गॉडलाइक को देखने के लिए. यार एक बार शोर हो जाए थोड़ा सा. हेलो कोलकाता, कैन यू मेक सम नॉइज? यार सुबह से लेके अभी तक एनर्जी में कोई कमी नहीं है, एंड अभी तो 2 मैचेस बचे हैं.
जी हाँ, बस मैं वो एक और था उधर बैनर, उसको मैं पढ़ भी रहा था कि अगर चिकन डिनर आया तो भाई डांस करने वाले हैं. लेट्स सी, अगर गॉडलाइक का चिकन डिनर आता है अगले 2 मुकाबले में तो हमें ज़रूर यहाँ पर थोड़े और एंटरटेनमेंट देखने को मिलेंगे. पर मैं बहुत ज़्यादा खुश हूँ SOA से. हालांकि साथ साथ निराश भी बहुत ज़्यादा हूं क्योंकि पहले 2 मैच आपने इतना बढ़िया खेला। पहला तो चिकन निकाल दिया, माफ़ करिए वो मिरामार का मुकाबला था जहां वो चिकन लेकर गए। थर्ड मैच चिकन डिनर उनके पास जा सकता था, वो एक अलग कहानी रही कि निंजे वहां पर फंस गए और उन्होंने एसओए को भी फंसा दिया जाते जाते। पर ओवरऑल हम ये कह सकते हैं कि एसओए मूव बहुत तेज़ी में उन्होंने किया है 8वें पायदान से टॉप 6 के अंदर। मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था कि ये मैच जब तक खत्म होगा वो टॉप 5 टॉप 4 तक तो एटलीस्ट पहुंच चुके होंगे।
देखिए जब आप पहली बार किसी लैन इवेंट पे आते हैं मुश्किल होती है, पहले 2 दिन में काफी मुश्किलों का सामना करना पड़ा उनको, बट उन्होंने आज कमबैक किया। वैसे आज का माहौल बहुत बेबी था, तो एक बार नजर डालते हैं कि आज हुआ क्या पूरे दिन के अंदर। शुरुआत हुई उन एंट्रीज के साथ एंड प्लेयर्स दे वर सुपर एक्साइटेड और वैसे कुछ मैचेस भी देखने को मिले, बट हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉड लाइक ये इनकी जो रेल गाड़ी है ना वो आगे तो गई है लेकिन अभी पटरी पे आना बाकी है।
Excitement backed up with a lot of nervousness for all the team that were there closely contesting in the top 5. We've seen a lot of teams slowly and steadily fumble out of that top 5, but also a few teams trying their best to make a comeback. At this point in time, it's going to be a little too late to try and hope for anything. But of course, everyone is fighting for that trophy that you saw on the screen.
Absolutely, but मेजी उसके बाद हमने एक Erangel का मैच देखा जो कोई भूलेगा नहीं। BXT they played so well and then crowd का रिस्पॉन्स, BXTS पावर का प्रदर्शन और जो उनका मेथोडिकल गेम प्ले है वो बेहतर से बेहतरीन होता गया पूरे दिन में।
जहां और एसओए उनको पता है कि थोड़ी बहुत गलतियां उनसे हुई जरूर थी पहले मैच में भी, अदरवाइज वहां पर भी मौका था कि वो चिकन डिनर निकाल सकते थे। पर अभी दाव पर लगा है ये ट्रॉफी और उसके साथ 69 लाख से भी ज्यादा ऊपर की वो धनराशि। अगर आप जीतते हैं तो वो पैसे आप लेकर जाएंगे। पर ओरांगुटान उनके पास अभी भी मौका है कि वो पहला पायदान हासिल कर सकते हैं या नहीं कर सकते, उसके बारे में बात होगी। जैसे हमने पहले भी बात करी है कि पहले और दूसरे के बीच में अब 25 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस हो चुका है और अब ओरांगुटान अगर लगातार 2 चिकन डिनर निकालती है, वीएक्सटी नीचे आती है तो गणित थोड़ी बन सकती है।
The funny part is for everyone in the top 8, it's either go big or go home. Simple. You either try to go and strike in with 30 bomber or even a comeback or even a chicken dinner is not going to help you to try and sustain that first spot. BXT is one of those teams that's known for their consistency, and one thing is for sure, even if they get 5 points per game, they will still be crowned as the champion. So someone just needs to stop BXT with 0 points in their bracket.
मे बी एक ड्रॉप फ्लश एक बहुत अच्छा एक स्ट्रैटेजी साबित हो सकती है BXT के अगेंस्ट। मे बी टारगेट किया जा सकता है उनको, बिकॉज अगर BXT को नहीं रोका तो चैंपियन तो वही बनने वाले हैं, ये सीधी साफ बात है, इसमें कोई शंका नहीं। फिर उसके बाद हमने सैनोक का मैच भी देखा, वो भी कमाल का। लेकिन मेरी सबसे बढ़िया जो बात मुझे लगी आज के दिन की वो यही है कि BMPS आने वाला है।
जी BMPS आने वाला है और हम कहते भी हैं कि जो हमारा BGMI है उसके जो फैंस हैं वो हर उम्र के हैं। अभी थोड़ी देर पहले भी हमने देखा कि वहाँ पर जो छोटे हैं वो भी बैठे हैं, जो बड़े हैं वो भी बैठे हैं, जो मिड के हैं वो भी बैठे हैं। तो आप ये कह सकते हैं कि BGMI के लिए प्यार हर किसी का है और उतना ही है जितना हमारे जो ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर हैं उस प्यार को इस गेम के प्रति दिखाते हैं। और यहाँ पर सारे जो प्रो प्लेयर्स हैं वो बैठे हुए हैं और हमारे पास जो प्रो डिवाइस है उसके साथ वो बैठे हैं। realme GT 7 Pro की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ और उसके चलते बहुत सारी टीम है जिन्होंने बढ़िया खेला है, चिकन डिनर्स भी निकाले हैं। गॉड आर्मी थोड़ा लेट आए, अगर कल आए होते तो शायद ये भी टॉप 5 का हिस्सा बनते।
देखिए शुरुआत तो उनकी बहुत अच्छी थी, दे प्लेड रियली वेल। पहले दिन में पहले कुछ मैचेस कैरी जॉर्ड नाम लेते हम थक नहीं रहे थे और पहले दिन के अंत पे टॉप फ्रैगर्स में से वो एक थे। हम बात कर रहे थे यार बाकी प्लेयर्स कब आएंगे, वो कब स्टेप अप करेंगे, एंड जब बाकी प्लेयर्स ने स्टेप अप किया तो स्केरी जॉर्ड थोड़ा सा रुक गए। डिवोटी आज एक 1v4 भी किया उन्होंने।
Look, here's the thing, no matter how much you try and speak about the individual prowess, if you as a team is not functioning well when it needs the most, then it's all down the drain. Let's be honest. At this point in time, BOTARM Esports way too far back from that first spot. It's all about the top 3 now, and even the top 3, they need to go big. They need more than 25 points. That too, they need to hope that BXT chokes.
अमन इन्होंने तो VXT के चोक करने की बात करी, अगर वो चोक करेंगे तभी वहां पे कमबैक होगा, दैट इज ट्रू। बट मेजी VXT जैसी स्मार्ट टीम, काम टीम क्या कुछ गलती कर भी सकती है?
देखिए मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना चाहूंगा, मैं बिल्कुल रिस्क लेना नहीं चाहूंगा और मुझे लगता है कि ऑडियंस भी रिस्क लेना नहीं चाहेगी। वो इंतजार करेंगे कि जो अगला मुकाबला है उनको हम देखेंगे कि किस तरीके से वो खेलते हैं, कैसे वो नहीं खेलते हैं। पर ओवरऑल आप कह सकते हैं कि मुकाबला तो मजेदार चल ही रहा है, पर अब जरा बारी आ चुकी है स्पीरो कि हम ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग की तरफ भी बढ़े।
देखिए आपने लीड की बात तो करी है, जी हाँ VXT के पास एक लीड है, बट बाकी टीम्स कहां पे हैं ये देखना तो मैं चाहता हूं। बट क्या कोलकाता देखना चाहती है ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग? जी हाँ वो देखना चाहते हैं ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग, तो देर नहीं करते चलते हैं सीधा ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग की तरफ और देखते हैं अभी के लिए नंबर 1 पे VXT के पास कितने अंक हो गए हैं?
Exactly. Without a doubt, VXT is going to be the table toppers over here with 152 points. That's a massive lead right there. Here, Extreme Godlike trying their best to try and compromise that. 129 points on the board. Reckoning Esports with 127, OG with 116. The top 5 pretty much crossing that 100 points barrier. Even SOA has done that.
इसके बीच में मैं ये भी बताना चाहूंगा कि हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक को एक एक्स्ट्रा पॉइंट मिला है ड्यू टू टेक्निकल इश्यूज एंड उसके साथ उनका जो आंकड़ा है 129 पे पहुंच गया है। हालांकि मेजी सबसे सरप्राइजिंग बात यह है कि उनके पास सिर्फ 27 पोजीशन के अंक है, जो कि अगर आप देखते हैं तो टॉप 9 में सबसे कम है।
और यही एक कारण भी है कि हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक चिंता का विषय अब थोड़ा बढ़ने वाला है, क्योंकि अगर VXT के साथ टाई होता है तो आप सोचिए कि VXT उनके पास वो 3 चिकन डिनर इनफैक्ट उनके पास मौजूद है और वहां पर VXT वो आपको ऊपर दिखाई देने वाली है। पर अभी भी पहले और दूसरे के बीच में वो 23 अंकों का जो फासला है वो आपको दिखाई देता है। पहले और तीसरे के बीच में जरूर वो 25 पॉइंट का गैप है, पर उसके बाद चौथा और पांचवा प्लेस, वहां अगर आपको लंबी छलांग लगानी है, बहुत सारे पॉइंट्स, इनफैक्ट आपको वो चिकन डिनर निकालना पड़ेगा।
This upcoming game is going to be far clearer for us. It's going to be clearing our visions to you on knowing exactly who will be the champion. If VXT performs once again, one thing will be cleared out, that no one's going to stop the players of VXT from claiming the trophy. If VXT gets eliminated off the rip, it's going to set the pace in a perfect manner. But without a doubt, the second last game of the day is going to boot up on the screen as the Deserty lands. They await.
Continues. The journey continues to fight for the top spot. Still holding on is going to be Team Versatile. And of course, in the map of Miramar, the showdown continues. This is going to be the second final map of the grand finals before we conclude the realme BGIS 2025. And the flight path has just taken off.
I mean, a penultimate showdown on this map of Miramar before the ultimate one happens in the last game of the grand finals. But this flight path, it has me a little bit concerned. I see right off the bat we have a flight path leaning towards the northern half from El Azhar to El Pozo. While it makes the life easier for a team like Versatile, who like to start from El Pozo, what are the contenders in the form of Reckoning Esports and Godlike gonna be up to?
Oh, it all comes down to this execution, right? All things considered, again, the record for the highest amount of points in a single game gathered in the map of Miramar, so it's now or never for Hero Extreme Godlike to try and close the distance. All things considered, can they do it? It's going to be all considering that Seoul is the expert when it comes to Miramar before the grand finals, but it seems like now in the grand finals, you might see a little bit of a different approach, because if you were to base off this previous Miramar match from the previous earlier day of today, Metal Esports was a huge nuisance when in terms of setting up roadblocks, and this integration coming from Metal Esports may have affected a lot of the teams to try and get into some points. Teams like Reckoning Esports was actually affected. Versatile was also affected as well, but surprisingly, despite the adversities, they were still somehow able to make it to the top 3. So those top contenders were put in the same situation, but I want to see the integration for the rest of the teams, right? Like, we saw Genesis making a little bit of bounce back just now to try and recover themselves, but I don't know, they need a huge game in order to try and make the pounce.
Here they are, the lads from Versatile, towards the eastern periphery of El Pozo. A few signs of concern, considering now they have to share the city with the lads from TSW NON. And of course, it is that southeastern circle that is going to be brewing up trouble for the lads of Versatile as well. No early drop clashes in this map of Miramar yet. But maybe we are going to see a few exciting mid-rotation fights in the early stages. And of course, it is a beautiful day in this lovely city of Kolkata. And the atmosphere in this arena itself, it's even better.
Hey, you know what's the most beautiful day in the week?
What?
The Sunday. And guess what? It's Super Sunday right now. And then it's going to be the grand finals. And speaking of superpower here, S-Power definitely taking one of the best times of his life here. Taking one of the best opportunities to showcase that he is the true Terminator in this tournament himself. But all things considered, on screen now, from the perspectives of Orangutan, seems like they do have a little bit of love taps coming in here. Orangutan kind of wowed us during their journey from the semifinals and the quarterfinals, but now seems like they've run out a lot of steam from day 1 all the way to day 3 itself.
they still can make a bounce. Are going to need more than, just a little bit more than 20 points per game in the last 2 matches. It is a big ask, but if they want to finish on the podium in the top 3, that is what they're going to have to do. Just get a lead against the players of Reckoning Esports as well. But right now, Godlike on our screens, almost 23 points behind Versatile. Although if they can drop a 25 bomber in this match itself, that changes everything. But we all know VXT, they're going to slow down the pace of play for themselves to a crawl, just play for survival. As we were talking about it, I see just 5 points per game needed for VXT to keep themselves safe, unless Godlike makes a big play.
Yeah, and they are currently using the pro player's choice. The realme GT7 is going to be the flagship phone that they are currently using right now to play at the best of the best. Stable 120 FPS BGMI all time. And as of yet, we've seen some insane clutch moments here coming in from S-Power in general, from the side of VXT. And right now, I'm more concerned on what happened to Reckoning Esports here, because it seems like Day 2's performance has kind of overall affected them. You know, despite having one of the best opening starts from day number 1, and slowly but surely, we talk about how this entire 3 days format is kind of like a marathon for them. It seems like towards the end, they are starting to roll up on this team and kind of getting worn out here.
Yeah, the pressure in the last 3 days is much more than all of the league stages combined for almost everyone that's competing right now. Now Versatile, look at where they are moving. Just west of us in the Patron, there's Army Esports that can stand as a barricade in their rotation into the circle, and Godlike as well, waiting on that northwestern edge, can cause trouble. But Metal Esports on our screens.
Well, Metal Esports, we talked about their journeys. Metal Esports has one of the most awkward starts, but look at this, what's happening here on the map field itself. Seems like they do have a company around them. I believe that's going to be Genesis that's kind of lurking around, and I don't think they saw him. Seems like Genesis let them through, and fortunately for them, they won't be scouted out, considering that they are kind of split apart.
Shadow just kept his ass down, went down in the trenches to hide his presence, and Metal just move on along their merry way. Makes sense, right? I mean, there's a widespread play coming in from the side of Genesis Esports. All 4 players roughly about 100 meters away from each other. So they do not want to find any fight for themselves. But it seems like Apollo is going to be required to unleash the beast with the help of some monster if he can, because Metal Esports go for the slam on his position. Versatile in the meanwhile find the opening frag of this game.
Wow, that's even more points here for Versatile to actually pull the lead here. At the start of the day here, is it going to be pulling the lead or stop the bleeding? It seems like Versatile is going to be taking that approach instead. Public enemy number 1 looking to secure their first trophy for 2025.
Hey man, earlier during the day, I was just checking the audience, which team they were supporting. There were cheers for Godlike, there were cheers for Reckoning, not a lot of cheers for Versatile, and I think Somraj might have taken that to his heart. If you aren't going to applaud for me, I'm going to force you to do it. And the best way to do it is just to take the trophy away from the fan favorite teams. Although, as we were talking about, Apollo, the god of the sun, needs to shine bright. He's getting compromised. First, it was Metal Esports, and now even SOA show up.
You know, I was able to have a little bit of conversation here with their coach, Matt Toy, helping them do their things here. Seems like they're trying their new strategies here. It's kind of worked out for today, but it's a little bit too late here. And obviously, we can't blame his mistakes for missing his first flight. A little bit too late, but sometimes you gotta go out with a bang, you know?
I mean, do we really blame him for that, though? Because day number 1, Genesis did kind of decent, and then the fall-off was there, so maybe it was just about things getting a little too complicated for the players. And of course, everyone else on day number 2 just stepping up quite nicely, and Genesis not being able to keep up. But still, I mean, props to all 4 of these players, man. This roster came together for the first time, and they made it quite far into this tournament. 3 of the players have a lot of experience, but still, adjusting to each other's play style, getting the comms right, takes a lot of work. And for Genesis to be able to do that, kudos to them.
Agreed. Hero Extreme Godlike also going to be in the position to try and contest this here. They talked about getting a lot of early aggression from the start of the day, but seems like they haven't been able to find those finishes here. But True Rivers Jelly on the sides, they do punish rotations. That's going to be a frag in the hands of Jelly on towards Forever Red Ross B. So 1 finish point in the hands of True Rivers Jelly, who's also potentially eyeing to make a comeback. But again, nobody's making some drastic movement so far. They need big game, a very, very huge big game, because now VXT at the top has already gotten the first finish of the game itself.
Yeah, but I mean, there was a drastic move this time from the circle itself between El Azhar and just the north of Impala. This is going to be a zone that ends, or the game that ends in the middle of nowhere towards that eastern shoreline. In the meanwhile, Apollo does find the first pick for Genesis. One of the players from the side of SOA shut down. But now, since he has pulled the trigger, Medal are going to be aware of his presence. And FS as well, rotating along the sidelines, are going to be able to spot him out. Shadow OG, he sees one. Shot's going to be taken on the players of FS. It seems like Max can be caught off guard, but he tries to evade. Can't get away. Shadow chooses to strike, and he gets the knock for his team. But before he can convert the finish, he's going to be traded out, and it is Dreams who finds the trade.
Well, it is Dreams there, but Shadow, he's pretty much knocked. He still can't go in for the pickup, but they have to risk everything to pick him up here. So Team Genesis, they're going to be sticking to their fallback plan. And it seems like they will be caught mid-air, but now on screen, we do see a little bit of a wild card coming in as well. Hades H4K going to be crashing onto his Meadow. They take down the coach, now player Amit. As Meadow Esports also lose a player in the map of Miramar. What a way to end things out here, especially in the second final game. This is really, really important for every single one in this lobby right now.
Definitely is, but Seoul, they are going to try and get a few finishes for themselves as well before they close out their journey right now in the bottom 3 of the leaderboard. Way too far away to realistically try and get their hands on the trophy. But I mean, to satisfy their fans, they're going to hope for a decent finish at the end of this BGIS.
Well, seems like Team Seoul, they are going to be going on the hunt against Team Genesis this time as they continue their journey. Apollo going to be on the run. Can he escape though? Spray down from Salme says, you know what, Genesis, you ain't running. I'm going to try and have a little bit of fun here. No trophy, no problem. Because Team Genesis, he's got to hold down the fort now. He's going to be surrounded. That's going to be Apollo. The sun completely shut down. And now he's going to be seeing a black hole as he closes his eyes, and he's going to be sent back to the lobby.
Oh man. I mean, Seoul ruining the day for Genesis in this game for sure.
You know, seems like whoever I talk about and praise pretty much gets shut down these days. The curse kind of still continues.
It's back after the semifinals.
I know, right? Interesting enough, Matt Toy actually brought a little bit of a hint right from the get-go. Yesterday, you know, we had the interview on the, second final match of yesterday. It's interesting that despite all the odds and all the teams they have mentioned, he specifically mentioned one specific team, and that was Versatile. And who would have thought Versatile now on top, but on screen, look at this, Bot Army Esports just having run-ins after run-ins against each other, and that's going to be Team True Rippers Jelly.
Yeah, a few moments ago we saw Godlike also circling this vicinity, and with True Rippers Jelly taking out the lads from Bot Army Esports and also having one of their men knocked out. Maybe it is the opportunity for Godlike to move in for a strike, although it seems like they did not want to close in the distance. Even True Rippers Jelly, they leave Sam behind, expecting a third party that never came their way. Genesis are going to be forced out of the game. The last finish given to the players of Metal Esports.
Seems like that's not the case as well, but now Reckoning Esports, the title contender right now, is going to be opening things up. They do find Drax, and that's going to be the knock that they need. They need as many points as they can. They're playing full defense into his Minas, but they need to get out of Minas very, very quickly soon as well. But it seems like based on their position, they're actually on the north side of Impala. So it looks like Minas, but it's actually the north Impala. And right now, this factory is where H4K is pretty much stuck. Reckoning went for the hunt. They got one. But will they be able to get the reset is going to be the question. Because as of now, Hades H4K, they're not too happy. They want to try and extend their lives here in the realme BGS 2025.
I mean, even more than this fight, the concern should be OG. Perfect opportunity to pounce on both these two teams, and even Viper, I believe, has sensed the presence of OG, maybe spotted out a play as he turns his back and looks to join the rest of the team in the factory. But Reckoning, they have the upper hand, although still prioritizing map control, still prioritizing rotation inside of the zone. Talking about Seoul on the other side, as you were talking about Minas Generalis, that's where Seoul is playing from, just the eastern edge outside the city. Rivalry NRI, they move in, check up on the players, and as they learn that Seoul is doing A-OK, Rivalry NRI just fall back.
Now, speaking of Seoul here, seems like they're going on their usual run here. We've seen them getting extremely aggressive, taking fights after fights, but for now, this only got 2 finishes. But it seems like if there is a team in front of them, I feel like they are going to try to make a show for us today. Cincinnati is doing a little bit of a recovery today themselves, but seems like they have been laying low for quite some time. They got the chicken dinner in the final zone in Sanhok, but that was all due to luck, right? Just because they were underwater and coincidentally the circle was there, they somehow survived.
I mean, just that extra bit of HP on Mighty helped them win.
Yeah, just a pixel off too.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Oh, but look at this. Look at the circle. Godlike, it seems like fate has taken a turn in their favor. If there were ever a match that they need to make sure counted and counted for a lot of points, it is this game. They are again playing the edge strat, sticking towards that northeastern edge. Forever Ross lurking quite close. And of course, the front line quite exposed as well. There is opportunity to go big for Godlike, and if they do not succeed, well, they will go home without the trophy.
Their best performing map has always been in the map of Miramar due to their long range snipes here. And based on their current position, they are in prime position to shut down everyone. And as of yet, will they be able to do so is going to be the question here as well. Title contender, going to be Reckoning Esports as well, trying to make a bounce back. They've got 1 finishers from just now. They disengage, but they're not exactly in the greatest of positions. So as of yet, will anybody stop them as well? And of course, the defenders. Versatile, public enemy number 1. The team that no one expected to make it this far, finally, potentially taking the championship title, making an appearance as they go in on for the hunt. THWX, non-X, hurt rotations, but they are still outside the zone. They don't have a lot of control. And if they decide to push in, they have to meet against Hero Extreme Godlike. And this may be huge for Godlike fans. I think this is the fight that they are looking forward to as well.
For sure, but nasty shot connection on Somraj. He's going to be forced back. Soul on the other side dealing with the players of FS. They get a few extra points, but damage taken onto Some. Manya again doing the heavy lifting for the team. 3 finishes in the bag, 4 total for Soul. Although now trouble is going to start to brew up. They're stuck towards the southwestern edge of the circle. There's 2 names in particular that might be a big concern for Seoul, Medal and Rivalry NRI.
Well, speaking of Rivalry NRI right now, Seoul, what are they doing right now? Seems like they do find a little bit of room to work with from the southwest corner, but it seems like they're just a little bit safe here. But now on screen, oh boy, this is the fight we're talking about here. Team Versatile might run into Hero Extreme Godlike, and if Godlike shuts them down right here, right now, this is the perfect time to come online. And guess what? We hear the chants, we hear the screams. Versatile, they are going to get completely shot. Sim taking jabs over there, but no connection, no knocks yet.
No knock secured yet, and they have TSWNON also to lend a helping hand. And things are going to be kicked off as Levi finds the opening knock. S-Power is going to get knocked out by Admido, and he looks for the point. He secures it. Godlike giving it everything that they have as Versatile run for their lives as they are hunted out in the open. But Godlike, all they get from that conflict is just a single point. That's not going to be enough. I see they need to wipe out both Versatile and TSWNON to actually shut down Versatile in a way in this game.
Yeah, pop tires on Somraj as well, but on the other side as well, we have Seoul going up against Cincinnati Kids. They've lost 2 players from side CK. Seoul continue on the hunt, shoot anything that moves. They are going to go for the hunt. Juicy now going to be running out of zone, but he gets run down by Seoul, and they also make a performance of himself. Ronnie, last man standing from the side team Seoul, as Rivalry NRI heard all these commotions. Pressure on you, Ronnie. Clutch or go down, and that's going to be Rivalry NRI trying to harass them, but eventually gets hunted down as Rivalry NRI destroys the dreams of Seoul of any chance of a shot to make it into as a top 8 or maybe even a trophy.
Well, as I said, I mean, I was expecting a fight between Seoul and Metal, maybe Seoul and Rivalry NRI, but Seoul just decided to move towards the western edge, try to breach from that western edge. They were forced into a fight against CK, and that was always going to be a third party. Rivalry NRI already had their crosshairs set to pick off the lads from CK. That conflict from Seoul, that initiation from Seoul just made the job a whole lot easier, but you do see Metal moving in from the south of Rivalry NRI towards the eastern side though. Forever at Ross, they spot out the lads from Reckoning Esports. Kyoya does manage to stay alive though.
This is going to be very important for them, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they're pretty happy with just taking 1 player off VXT. That's 1 finish in the bag, but so far, based on this strat, yes, they have mountain terrains, Johnny, but I'm a little bit concerned because it feels like they just can't find those finishes. People are just getting smarter in these rotations.
Yeah.
And this circle onto its truck stops hills, it is going to be very dependent on those vehicles set up in those bunkers and ditches. So this is going to be a tricky circle to play just because of how the topography is as well. As long as there's a lot of teams, all players still alive, you don't know where all these enemies are as well. They need to thin the herd. It is stage 5. There's still 11 teams, 32 players here. There's not a lot of space, and VXT somehow kind of in the smack middle of this zone.
And again, as long as Versatile is alive, not like they're going to be panicking, but same can be said as long as Reckoning is alive. Gravity is taking the pressure. The nades coming in from Forever at Ross. Now the shots from the backlines as well as True Rippers. They find themselves in a very decent position. Jelly in particular finds the opener. Should be an easy confirmation for him as well. Needs to avoid the fire from the flank, and it is going to be OG who find Jelly exposed. They do secure the knock. A lot of chaos between these 3 teams, but there it is, the 4th one moving in as Punk is looking to scout information from the other side of the ridge. Spots out 2 players, instantly falls back.
We haven't seen this split from Hero Extreme Godlike for a long time already. And if they decide to split, they are going to be looking for a lot of pain. But as of yet, it feels like they're hesitant as well. Punk is going to try and punk Forever Red Ross. He heard all these commotions. He's baiting up some reactions, but no reactions so far for Forever Red Ross. As Hero Extreme Godlike is itching for a fight right now. Oh, they do it. Nobody's making noises. Very big threat. And Punk continues to scout the vicinity. They know for a fact that everywhere in the northeast corner is clear for Hero Extreme Godlike. And now only 4 seconds remain. This is the jump. This is the gun. This is the shift. They need to take the best spot possible. And guess what? It is going to shift even more into the center. And VXT is still inside the zone. And look at this, Hero Extreme Godlike. They have to make a move. But in between Hero Extreme Godlike to the center, there is a no man's land. And they're afraid of getting shot from the mountain terrains of THW. They have to do it now. But they have to do their due diligence first.
Yeah, that high ground control. If Hero Extreme Godlike can actually take it away from THW NON, it gives them a good position to close out the end game, but it's not going to be easy. You do see Punk moving in, but he is a little too overextended. Simp right behind him, but might not be able to make it in time if Punk gets knocked out. Punk moving close to Somraj. Forever at Ross on the other side, still struggling to deal with the players of Reckoning Esports. And as Phoenix moves on the other side of the ridge, I believe Simp was spotted out, so Forever at Ross made aware of the threat that's waiting for them on the northern edge.
Speaking of northern edge as well, guess what? Everybody's playing outside the zone. Hero Extreme Godlike, they are going to take a little bit late rotation. They wanted to try and capitalize on people's confusion, but now the sprays come through. So Sim, they are going to pressure on Forever Red Ross. Can they find those connections? Sim, he needs to reposition. He sees Reckoning. Oh, just small pixel, but doesn't connect on Viper. But eventually, Forever Red Ross, they're dropping like flies, and Reckoning Esports was the one to claim up all those points, and 2 points in the hands of Reckoning Esports from that engagement for Forever Red Ross.
Yeah, Sim tried his best, but it was Jonathan from the side of Godlike as well, who gets 1 player and 1 point for his team. Admino, as we talked about it, Godlike finally moving in to take the control of the high ground away from TSWNON, and Admino is the man leading the charge. No utility left. He's going to have to take this fight with the weapons in his hands.
Wow. What a wide spread coming from Hero Extreme Godlike. Punk also going to be taking on the other fights himself. He's on the front lines and right in the faces of Reckoning Esports as well. So many angles to cover, so many spots that may be a potential threat. Hero Extreme Godlike, they don't know what to do, but it seems like they are going to be doubling down on the east side, trying to pressure Reckoning Esports to commit to this fight. Punk is there, Jonathan pretty much knocked, and Reckoning Esports, they're going for the fight. They get the knock on Jonathan.
I mean, that's going to be a start, but can Reckoning finish things in a similar manner as well? Nades coming in from the red, True Reaper's Jelly looking to third party Punk. The nade goes out, but no contact with Viper. And in the meanwhile, Reckoning, they are going to get distracted. Now Viper shows his back to Punk. Although those footsteps again draw his attention towards the main threat in front of him. Jonathan still no revive given.
They want to
finally brings him back.
They want to pick him up. They want to finish this off. Reckoning Esports, Viper, last man standing from Reckoning Esports, and they get the confirmation. Punk gets the finish points. But Hero Extreme Godlike, he gets traded off. It's still a 3-man army from Hero Extreme Godlike. True Reaper's Jelly looking to try and third party this. But the question here is, will they go in for the push? Jellies runs out and open, and Admino clips him off. That's going to be a freebie in the hands of Admino, as Jelly loses their lives. But final 6 teams, and VXT still alive. This is a long climb for Hero Extreme Godlike.
It is a long climb, but Godlike, they need to go big for sure. Look at the radar, there's so much pressure. There's True Rippers in the front lines, there's OG waiting for them, VXT in the center of the circle, and TSWNON towards the west. But Sim shut down, handed to the players of True Rippers. Even Jelly's gonna fall. True Rippers down to their last 2 players as Godlike finally gains 5 eliminations in this matchup. But it is not going to be enough. A chicken dinner along with at least 15 eliminations to catch up is going to be required. But Godlike, they gain control of the circle, and they spot out the lads from VXT as well.
They need everything in this fight. They need to take absolutely everything. The remaining players in this lobby, if they want to stand a chance to fight for the title here. And VXT, Sim barely clips him by here, barely scans them, but they're not inside the zone yet. But look at this, they have the intentions. They spotted out VXT's small little dish that they hide themselves for the longest time. Aquanox and Samra just stacking their way through, knowing for a fact that they need somebody to push to them in order to get some points. They have the safety cushion. There's no point to take those risks. They are in the center. But of course, Hero Extreme Godlike, they've realized that this might be it. They are going to try and attack this.
Tandem nades go flying. 1 soft contact with Aquanox, but this looks quite close. Godlike, they need to be careful if they run out of utility. Closing out the match, it is going to be tough. And of course, all 4 players still intact. Opportunity for the chicken dinner is still there. Versatile still present in the top 6. OG as well. A thorn in the way of the players of Godlike. Sam from True Rippers, he's surviving. He's still alive, and there's 1 more man from the side of True Rippers. Godlike, they need to clean house in this matchup. Although no one around them is making it easy, except maybe OG, as they cause trouble for the side of TSWNON. Admino goes for the shots. The knock secured, but the nade from Jonathan finds it. Ninze gets taken out, and the last man from True Rippers is gonna be ripped apart. 7 eliminations for Godlike and an entry into the top 5 of this game.
Celebrations in the arena, but it's not over yet. 5 teams remain in this zone, and Hero Extreme Godlike might be able to pull the biggest comeback ever. It's not too late, but Punk now, he gets taken out by OG. Oh no, they've lost Punk. Hero Extreme Godlike, they need to make things work if they want to deny VXT in the middle, shutting them down. They have to do it with 3 man as well from Hero Extreme Godlike. OG gonna go from push. They are gonna try and harass Hero Extreme Godlike. The nade comes through, but guess what? Sim in a little bit of awkward spot here. Aru going for a lot of suppressed fires. AKOP, the closest to Hero Extreme Godlike. The Jonathan with the nade, does it clip him? It looks good, but it's not good enough.
Yeah, Jonathan needs to heal up. He has no first aids though. Armor gone, helmet gone. This is gonna be trouble for Godlike. They've lost their IGL, and I think this game, it's not gonna end the way everyone was hoping for them. OG, they have done so much to ruin the day for Godlike. Maybe even ruin the day for Versatile as well, or maybe save their fate and hand them the trophy with this matchup. OG completely switched sides now, moving in for the circle. Godlike, they're gonna be left at the northeastern edge of the zone with no entry remaining, but Rivalry NRI, they like to push and they want to take the fight against the players of Orangutan this time.
Oh boy, Rivalry NRI making a little bit of comeback as well. They are going to be the one to pin OG. OG only be the south side on-side this circle. They need to cross the road, but they do have some sort of high ground to work with. But Rivalry NRI, they're losing their lives to THW.X as well from the sides. Getting a couple jabs in. Soham scouts things out, but doesn't seem to be able to find anything here. But on the finish feed, look at this. Atenki, they're making things hard for Hero Extreme Godlike, and they're losing bodies. Sim knocked, not being able to pick up. OG having full control, and they also catch Jonathan. Dreams for Hero Extreme Godlike to lift the trolley, slowly slithering away as Admino, last man standing from Godlike, and VXT, I think they know it's him, and they will try and shut down Admino.
Oh man, look at those nades.
Oh, no.
Admino, he has to turn into the Godmino that everyone calls him and get those frags, get the chicken dinner. The players from Versatile right in front of his eyes. The utility love to take them out, but the spray finds contact, but no knock.
Ooh.
And the fire is gonna burn Aquanox finally. The knock is there, but the finish confirmation still left hanging. Godlike, they are struggling this time. The pressure might be breaking their minds, and Admino gets distracted from the flank as THWNON are going to be spotted out, but I say it's all over. The pressure of the blue forces him out into the open, and even as he makes the run to go for the finishes on the players of VXT, he gets those 2 points. 9 finishes for Godlike as VXT get eliminated on the 5th, but it is going to be enough. That is the big question, because OG, they're definitely going to take him out.
Oh, Godmino, he tried his best, but his best is not enough. As Orangutan, the monkeys will come in and shut them down. Disappointments in the arena, but it's not over yet. Final 3 teams, final 2 now. It's going to be THWX, non-X, going up against Orangutan. The monkeys are back. The monkeys are here to dominate.
Yeah, and they're going up against THWNON, but I think OG, they will be able to close this match out with a chicken dinner. Levi looks to push Rush Boy from the flank with the Groza as well. Parks the opener, Aru's going to get taken out, but the trade comes through, and AKOB, he's going to shut everything down right in its tracks. The chicken dinner going to OG.
OG took them a while, but they are finally back on the board. But it took them almost absolutely everything to pull this win. The second final match is pretty much done and dusted, and only 1 game remains to see who will lift the trophy of the realme BGIS 2025 here in Kolkata.
What a way and what a time to come back to life for OG. They spring themselves back up, maybe around the top 3, or probably in the top 3 itself. OG was really close as well to be the champions, but VXT, a bit of a blunder from them inside of this game.
It is a little bit of a blunder coming from them here, but again, the safety cushion for VXT is slowly but surely pulling even further and further. And Hero Extreme Godlike's chance of taking the trophy needs to solely depend on the most amazing game of Erangel later on.
Let's be a little bit more accurate. 15 points separate Versatile and Godlike now on the overall leaderboard. Just 15 points going into the last match.
But of course, we do have a little bit of glimpse here of the watch party from the side of Orangutan. They were celebrating that OG has finally shown a little bit of signs of life here in the realme BGS 2025 with pretty much, what, 17 games gone and dusted in less than 3 days after, what, 3 months of a journey here, finally down towards the last game. I'm getting a little bit emotional now.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go back, aren't you?
Yeah, going back is one thing, but who's gonna be going back with that trophy? Because that's the only one shiny trophy, and it took them 3 months to get here, and now only 1 match remains, and only one winner will get the trophy.
Guys, here's an important point. The upcoming game is going to be the last game, and we all know what happens in the last game, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be chaos all across the board. For Hero Extreme, Godlike to survive, all they need to do is just stay outside of that chaos. The same thing can be said for VXT too. And now for VXT, as you mentioned, they've got a 15 points lead still from that second place. So VXT, all they need to do is just stay alive. Simple, man. 15 points is actually a lot to try and cover up.
You know how Kochi came to an end, right, in that last Erangel? We saw that Yasnaya circle. There's Revan and X-Pac, Godlike, both the teams surviving till the top 5. And one single mistake, Godlike get eliminated, and Revan and X-Pac just instantly start emoting inside this match.
Yeah, I agree. I remember exactly that as well. Joker was just celebrating as well because we saw performances, monstrous performance in two particular players. It was Sim from Godlike back then, and it was Joker from Revenant and X-Power. But this time, I feel like S-Power is the only one that's celebrating thus far. Godmino has made his play, but he needs to be a little bit more here in this final game.
Exactly. We've got the MVP of that previous game, and it's going to be Atanki from OG. Let's not forget, guys, even OG still in contention. They need a chicken dinner, and that's the only way they can be the champions of this tournament. 1,218 damage dished out. Some solid stats from Atanki.
Amazing individual performance from the lads of OG. We see the man from Godlike as well. But guys, the point I was trying to make was, I have a feeling that's going to happen again.
Well, it might happen as well. The only way
not just you,
that they deny Versatile right now is that right from the get-go, they get completely shut down. And Hero Extreme Godlike that got the pull, the biggest magic trick in the history of realme BGIS. They have been doing it consistently for 2 days now. Day 1, day 2, out of nowhere, final few games, boom, they came out on top. But now, it's one game only left for Hero Extreme Godlike. Can they make the magic and their dreams come true of finally lifting the trophy?
BXT knew they just needed 5 points to be consistent on the board, and that's what they got. 5 points in the overall standings. That's going to add on to the tally even more, giving them an edge of 15 points. OG with 23 points, got the chicken dinner in that previous game, but Godlike, if they would have managed to close things off, this would have been a comeback and a half.
That is true. If they got that chicken dinner, it would have been completely different. I mean, 9 eliminations, they would have been able to secure 19 points. Then the difference, I believe, would have been like 4 or 5 points left. So, again, I mean, now, what can you do? They tried the level best, right? They were playing that Northern Edge in a beautiful manner. The only mistake I can point out, not even a mistake, I believe, by the time they got to those crates, every crate in front of them was out of utils. It was the lack of throwables, because of which they weren't really able to engage into those cross-ridge fights that resulted in them losing players one by one. Had they had a few extra nades, had they had a few extra Molotovs, smokes, they could have actually found better engagements into the side of True Rippers, into the side of Versatile, and maybe even denied the line of fire to TSWNON.
Now, let's be a little bit honest here as well here. That once the two teams that potentially is the closest to reach the trophy right now is none other by Versatile as well as Hero Extreme Godlike. And currently, let's be realistic, these are the two teams that may or may not be lifting the trophy by the end of today. And for Versatile, they only need to defend a 15 points lead against Hero Extreme Godlike. So that means any 2-3 finish points will make things extremely difficult for Hero Extreme Godlike. And for them, they need VXT to be shut down, no points, and then get more than 50 points to overtake them.
Exactly my point. Did you guys forget that's a 15-point lead? Even if VXT gets taken down with 0 points, Godlike needs more than 15 points. Pretty much a chicken dinner, Johnny, to try and cover all of that up.
Think about this way. 1 chicken dinner, 10 points. 5 finishes, they are tied. But if they are tied, they are still going to lose to VXT because VXT has more chicken dinners. So technically, only a chicken dinner and 1 more point. So 16 points and 0 points for VXT.
So here's the thing, right? Godlike was able to get chicken dinners in day 1, day 2. They haven't gotten one yet, right? Now's the time.
Johnny, look, I feel like we're just being a little too superstitious because let's not forget, as I mentioned, the upcoming game is going to be the last game of the day, and Godlike's going to have that big target on their back.
Not just them, I think Versatile's going to have... No, both of them are going to have people coming after them, and if... So, here's a hypothetical. But even that is going to be a possibility, right? We have kind of counted Reckoning Esports as out of the play already, but they're not. If Reckoning Esports drops a 30 bomb in the last match, that is going to be a hit. OG is going to need like 35-40 points.
Yeah.
That's too difficult.
Agreed.
30 we can still
RGE
get to.
is still in contention. It's just that
Yeah.
RGE needs the chicken dinner and then a huge
20
game.
finishes.
So long story short, any of these three teams gets the chicken dinner, they're pretty much done and dusted as well. But the likelihood of that happening solely depends on VXT's performance. So VXT needs to go out first. But if VXT makes it to top 8, top 7, with one finish here and there, it's good enough to say that that trophy belongs to public enemy number 1. And we have our first champion of 2025.
Why do you keep calling him public enemy number 1? I like
Based
this
on the
team.
fans' reactions that we are hearing here, I'm not going to take my chances as well. Because think about this, from the start of the day, nobody expected VST to come on top. And surprise, surprise, the only one that predicted it, not among casters, was Mad Toy. Because we were all talking about Reckoning, we were talking about OG, we were talking about Jelly, we were talking about Erangel Godlike. None of us really touched on Versatile, except for him. He said like, oh, they have one of the best IGLs out there, VCXT.
So
they think they're doing well. I was like, what? Mad Toy,
Maisie
really?
didn't make it public, but I think his prediction was Versatile.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Not
yeah,
unofficial,
Maisie's
but
prediction was public. But you know what? Let's move on to the stage for a short interview.
Thank you so much. पहले मुझे सांस लेने दो और ओरंगुटान के पास आया हूं तो ये भी लेने दो. ऑफ कोर्स इसके बिना ओरंगुटान मुझसे बात नहीं करती है. सांस मैं इसलिए लेना चाहता हूं कि नाउ एवरीथिंग boils down to that final game. Orangutan after that amazing chicken dinner. आप इस समय नंबर 3 पर है, नंबर 2 से मात्र 3 पॉइंट्स दूर हैं, नंबर 1 से मात्र 18 पॉइंट्स दूर हैं. सो ये जो आखिरी गेम है, आरू मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूं, मुझे तो सांस की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है, लेकिन अगर मुझे इतनी ज्यादा टेंशन हो रही है तो आपको, आपके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है इस समय बिफोर द फाइनल गेम ऑफ BGIS 2025?
मेरे दिमाग में एक्चुअली कुछ भी नहीं चल रहा है, ऑनेस्टली एकदम क्लियर है, फोकस्ड है, माइंड कोई भी थॉट नहीं है. एंड यही आई थिंक एक आइडियल माइंडसेट है लास्ट मैच से जाने से पहले, क्योंकि कुछ भी सोच के जाते हैं तो फिर मोस्टली उसके अकॉर्डिंग चीज़ें नहीं होती हैं.
एंड यूजुअली जब भी ओरंगुटान अच्छा परफॉर्म करती है, इनफैक्ट जब यहाँ मंच पर आती भी है ना, तो उनका एक स्टाइल होता है कुछ सेलिब्रेट करने का. यू वांट टू डू दैट राइट नाउ बिफोर द फाइनल गेम बिकॉज ऑफ दिस अमेजिंग विन? ऑलराइट, सो ये खड़े होके करते हैं आप लोग. Can I be part of it? Now that I'm wearing these amazing sunglasses, so अब तो मैं cool हो गया हूँ, cool enough for OG. So exactly करना क्या है मुझे एक बार final बता दो. Okay.
3, 2, 1.
All right, now the stage is set for that final game. It can be anyone's trophy. बहुत मजा आने वाला है. कहीं मत जाना. अगर बगल में पॉपकॉर्न है तो पॉपकॉर्न लेकर आना, क्योंकि you do not want to miss this. This is going to be the final game of BGIS 2025 and things have just gotten more intense. लेते हैं एक छोटा सा break and on the other side of the break we have the final game and उसके बाद पता चल जाएगा कि कौन है the champion of realme BGIS 2025. Be right back.
ब्रेक के बाद आप सभी का एक बार फिर से स्वागत है रियलमी BGIS 2025 में. मेरा नाम है स्पीरो, मेरे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं नेक्रो एंड मेजी. यार ये सफर बहुत खूबसूरत था, बट सफर को खत्म करने की अब बारी आ चुकी है. एक सिंगल मैच बचा है एंड वी आर येट टू नो कि कौन चैंपियन बनेगा.
Well, I still think my vision's a little bit more clear. And I think VXT, they've got a 15 points lead over the team that's currently standing on the second spot. And we all know who's on the second spot, right? Here, Extreme Godlike. Now, here, Extreme Godlike, they need a chicken dinner or else this comeback is not going to be possible.
श्योर मैम, आई मीन जैसा आपने कहा नेक्रो बहुत ही एक टफ कंपटीशन होने वाला है, लेकिन जो डिफरेंस है उसको कवर करने के लिए VXT के ऊपर हो सकता है कि ड्रॉप क्लैश भी किया जाए। बहुत सारी संभावनाएं अभी भी बनती हैं और टीम्स, आई एम डैम श्योर कि लास्ट मैच से पहले डिस्कशंस तो यहाँ पे हो रही होंगी टीम्स के बीच में, ये बात कर रहे होंगे कि क्या करना है, कहाँ पे लैंड करना है। बट एक चीज तो तय है मेजी कि एरांगल के इस मैच के अंदर आई डोंट फील कि हम पूरा 29-30 मिनट देखने वाले हैं।
देखिए संभावनाएं उसकी थोड़ी कम मुझे लगती जरूर है, पर हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक उनके बीच का वो डिस्कशन है और बातचीत जरूर होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि जैसे नेक्रो ने बताया भी कि वो 15 पॉइंट का जो गैप है पहले और दूसरे के बीच में उसको अभी भी कवर किया जा सकता है, पर उसके लिए VXT का एलिमिनेशन जरूरी है। और जैसे हमने पहले भी देखा है कि आखिरी मैच में कुछ भी हो सकता है। मल्टीपल टीम्स जो शायद VXT की तरफ चली जाए, क्योंकि उनको भी पता है अगर VXT गई तो जो नीचे वाली टीम है उनको भी मौका मिलेगा कि धनराशि वो ज्यादा लेकर जाएं, तो क्यों नहीं। ये मैच है, ये एक बैटल ग्राउंड है, इसमें आप कुछ भी कर सकते हैं।
देखिए यहाँ पे आप कुछ भी कर जरूर सकते हैं, बट मैं नेक्रो आपकी राय जानना चाहता हूँ। वहाँ पे मैंने डेस्ट्रो को भी देखा, रॉबिन को भी देखा, ऑलरेडी बहुत सारी ट्रॉफीज जीती हैं डेस्ट्रो ने, क्या वो एक्सपीरियंस काम आएगा पंक के लिए? What are you thinking?
Generally speaking, at this point in time, the players should just rely on their own instincts instead of listening to anyone else. The players know exactly what they're facing. No one else who's currently sitting outside knows what's going on inside of the field more than the players themselves. So relying on their own instincts is probably going to be the best possible thing. You mentioned go for a drop clash against VXT, but still the odds are 50-50. Either it can be Godlike coming out on top, or either it can be VXT coming out on top. So in my opinion, just let the flow of the game take over. Someone or the other will just try to go completely menacing, and we'll try to at least eliminate one of these teams.
जी हमने बहुत सारी टीम्स को देखा है कि फाइनल सिचुएशन में थोड़ा सा वो फंसते हैं, वो प्रेशर आता है, और सेम चीज हुई यहाँ पे मेजी रेकनिंग ई-स्पोर्ट्स के साथ। आज का पूरा दिन एक ऐसा दिन है जो वो भुलाना चाहेंगे पूरी तरीके से।
देखिए बहुत मुश्किल है टीम रेकनिंग के लिए, और खासकर तब जब उनको पहले भी पता है कि जो पिछला BGIS 2024 का था वहां पर भी वो तीसरे पायदान पर एंड करे थे, वहां ट्रॉफी के बहुत करीब थी वो टीम, और यहाँ भी वो सिचुएशन जो था वो बहुत ज्यादा खराब था, और यहाँ पर दिक्कतें उनके लिए जरूर हुई। पर एडमिनो उन्होंने पूरी कोशिश करी है, ट्रू रिपर्स उनको वहां पर गिराया गया, और ट्रू रिपर्स और टीम हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक उनके बीच में एक अलग जंग चलती रहती है। इस बार आप कह सकते हैं हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक उन्होंने जीत हासिल करी।
एब्सोल्युटली बेहतर खेला यहाँ पे हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक ने, बट मैं यहाँ पे बात जरूर करना चाहूंगा VXT की नेक्रो। I mean, against all odds, वो पोजीशन ऐसी थी नहीं कि आप जोन के अंदर पहुंच पाए, तो प्लेयर्स गवाए रोटेशन में, बट फिर भी वो 5 पॉइंट लेके गए उस मैच से।
Exactly. Look, VXT at this point in time, even we had the discussion on the analyst desk, right? All they need is minimum of 5 points, and that's what they exactly did. They had a few elimination points to back that game up, and even a few placement points came forward, and that's why VXT managed to get those 5 points. Let's be honest, even in the upcoming game, if VXT managed to get 5 or 6 points, that's going to be right there, them being the champions.
Absolutely, they have to be, they want to be the champions, but champion बनने के लिए बस एक पड़ाव बाकी है, एक सिंगल मैच, और बहुत सारी टीम्स की किस्मत यहाँ पे पूरी तरह से बदल सकती है। बट रिएक्शन देखिए फेरोन का, वो भी चाहते हैं, वो दिल से चाहते हैं कि उनकी टीम भी आगे बढ़े, और ये चिकन डिनर एक ऐसे स्थान पे ला के रखा है ओरंगुटान को कि वो यहाँ से चैंपियन बन सकते हैं।
अगेन पॉसिबिलिटी तभी बनेगी जब VXT का आप एलिमिनेशन करेंगे और उनके जो फिनिशेस हैं वो भी आपके पास आए, ये आपको मेक श्योर जरूर करना है। पर एडमिनो वो जो कॉन्फिडेंस उनके अंदर था जब उन्हें पता चला कि अब यहाँ से या तो मैं जोन के बाहर एलिमिनेट हो जाऊंगा, या मैं एक कोशिश करता हूँ जहाँ पर एक्स्ट्रा फिनिशेस भी मिल जाएंगे, क्या पता अगर वो सामने वाली टीम एलिमिनेट हुई तो एक एक्स्ट्रा प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट भी मिलेगा। और एडमिनो का वो कॉन्फिडेंस उनके लिए 2 फिनिशेस लेकर आया, साथ में एक प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट। वो जो फासला शायद 18 अंकों का हो सकता था, अब 15 अंकों का है।
जी हाँ, 15 अंकों का वो सफर रहता है, लेकिन उस सफर को पार करने के लिए अगेन वही चीज है कि क्या आप अपने नॉर्मल ड्रॉप पे जाएंगे, क्या वही चीजें को दोबारा दोहराया जाएगा जो पहले हमने एरांगल्स में देखा। बहुत सारे सवाल है। यहाँ तो हमने बात कर ली कि 15 अंकों का डिफरेंस है, लेकिन उनके पीछे जो टीम्स है वहां पे कितना फर्क है, और ओरंगुटान को कितने पॉइंट्स चाहिए, रेकनिंग ई-स्पोर्ट्स को कितने पॉइंट्स चाहिए, क्या VXT सच में चैंपियन बन सकती है। बहुत सारे सवाल, लेकिन उन सवालों के जवाब ढूंढने से पहले अभी के लिए चलते हैं ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग की तरफ और देखते हैं असली में डिफरेंस है कितना।
Exactly, as we all know, VXT is going to be on the first spot with 157 points. Hero Extreme Godlike with 142. Then you've got OG on the third with 139, and on the fourth is Reckoning Esports. Generally speaking, even Reckoning Esports and OG are still in the race, but they need a chicken dinner. The same thing can be said for Hero Extreme Godlike as well. You brought up a point. Go ahead and drop clash them. The only way any of these teams can actually win is if VXT exits that game with 0 points.
मेजी रेकनिंग अगर यहाँ से देखें तो डिफरेंस अब थोड़ा सा ज्यादा देखने को मिलता है। क्या आपको भी लगता है कि वो चैंपियन बन सकते हैं?
बहुत मुश्किल है क्योंकि आज के दिन पे वो कॉन्फिडेंस दिखाई दिया नहीं है। फर्स्ट डे पर अगर आप 66 पॉइंट्स निकालते हैं, सेकंड डे पर उसका आधा थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा 37 के आसपास उन्होंने पॉइंट्स निकाले, 100 का आंकड़ा क्रॉस किया, 104 शायद टोटल पॉइंट्स उनके पास थे। और आज का दिन अगर आप देखते हैं तो 5 मुकाबले में 37 भी क्रॉस नहीं हुआ, यानी डे 1 पे आपने बहुत बढ़िया खेला, डे 2 पर गिरावट हुई, डे 3 पर तो और भी ज़्यादा आप नीचे चले गए। पर मैं खुश हूँ इस चीज़ से कि एसओए वो टॉप 6 में आ चुकी है टीम 102 अंकों के साथ। मैं बस इतना कहूँगा कि मेडल ई स्पोर्ट्स उन्होंने बिल्कुल सोचा नहीं था कि गेम अच्छा होगा कि नहीं अच्छा होगा, स्टिल वो टीम 9वें पायदान पर है।
जी हाँ, बट नेक्रो जनरली वी टॉक अबाउट अ बैलेंस और वो पोजीशन पॉइंट्स और फिनिशेस का बैलेंस। आप अगर VXT को देखते हैं वो नंबर 1 पे इसलिए है क्योंकि वो बैलेंस सबसे बेहतर है। बट वहीं अगर हम हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक पे जाते हैं, सिर्फ 31 पोजीशन पॉइंट्स और इतने सारे मैचेस 15 मैचेस के बाद।
That's what Hero Extreme Godlike is known for, right? It's their aggression. They're an absolute powerhouse. While you try and compare their performance to VXT, it makes a lot of sense why they've got a clear approach. The only man who's genuinely fragging out insanely well has been S-Power so far. Yes, on the last day when Aquinox stepped up, that's a whole different story. But still, if you try and speak of Somraj's approach to the game, it's always been tactical. And that's why VXT at this point in time, they've got an insane amount of lead. While you try and speak of Hero Extreme Godlike, yes, I do understand you want to be aggressive, but the third parties are something that's been made kryptonite for Hero Extreme Godlike.
Absolutely, they have to step up आखिरी मैच के अंदर। बट VXT की बात कर रहे हैं मेजी, आखिरी मैच एरांगल है और इस पूरे टूर्नामेंट के अंदर एरांगल उनका फेवरेट मैप बना है। इवन मिरामार से बेटर प्रदर्शन एरांगल में आया है VXT का।
देखिए, पोचिंकी पर बस एक टीम है जो उनको हरा पाई है और वो उनके प्रतिद्वंदी थे, कभी वो उनके टीम में हुआ करते थे, एक नई टीम के अंदर गए और वहाँ VXT को उन्होंने हराया था और VXT ने अपना ड्रॉप चेंज किया था। पर अब वो है नहीं तो हम उनकी बात करेंगे नहीं, पर VXT वो यहाँ पर है और पोचिंकी जैसे इलाके में जहाँ पर उन्होंने शुरुआती दौर से अपना गेम खेला है और उनको पता है कि कौन सा इलाका होल्ड करना आपके लिए ज़्यादा सही हो सकता है, वहाँ पर ड्रॉप क्लैश करना VXT के साथ, वो भी पोचिंकी में, मैं असंभव मानता हूँ।
देखिए यार, हमने तो अपनी राय यहाँ पे दे दी है, मैं थोड़ा सा जनता की राय भी जानना चाहता हूँ। उनको क्या लगता है कि कौन सी टीम यहाँ पे जीत सकती है? गाइस, मैं टीम्स का नाम लूंगा और मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप आवाज करें जो लगता है आपको चैंपियन बनेगी। शुरू करें? तो शुरू करते हैं यहाँ पे सबसे पहले और ओरांगुटान से। थोड़ा सा हल्का है, अभी थोड़ा सा हल्का है ओरांगुटान का। मे बी इस मैच में प्रदर्शन के बाद वो ऊपर आएंगे। डू यू थिंक कैन गॉडलाइक बी द चैंपियंस? वाह, इसे कहते हैं रोर। बट अभी जो नंबर 1 पे उनकी बारी है। डू यू थिंक VXT वुड बी द चैंपियंस? All right. जनता ने तो अपनी राय दे दी, आप भी चार्ट सेक्शन में जरूर बताइए। बट नेक्रो, व्हाट डू यू थिंक? क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस है आपकी इस मैच से?
At this point in time, VXT having a 15 points lead, and we know it's the last game. History's been a testament. Last game has always been extremely chaotic. So let's not forget, all they need to do is just stay outside of action. And I'm pretty sure VXT as well, on the last game itself, they would try to switch a few things up. And their drop location might just be one of them.
Absolutely, but हम इंडिविजुअल ब्रिलियंस की बात करते हैं मेजी, और कई बार हमने देखा है कि इंपॉर्टेंट मैचेस के अंदर एक प्लेयर अगर स्टेप अप करता है तो आप बहुत आगे जाते हैं। हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक के लिए जॉनथन का चलना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, एडमिनो का चलना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, बट मे बी इट्स दिस टाइम के सिंथ वो स्टेप अप करें और अपनी टीम को फिनिश लाइन पार कराएं।
मैं तो बस ओरांगुटान को देख रहा हूँ कि लास्ट मैच की उनकी रणनीति क्या होने वाली है, क्योंकि बहुत सारे ऐसे इवेंट्स हुए हैं जहाँ पर ओरांगुटान ने भी अपने ड्रॉप लोकेशंस को चेंज किया है, वो भी एंड के मूवमेंट पर। वो आखिरी मैच होते हैं जहाँ पर हमने ओरांगुटान को ड्रॉप चेंज करते हुए देखा है। उम्मीद करता हूँ इस बार वो ना करें।
A dream for thousands will now be claimed by one. Emotions will be overpowering. The eyes will be full of hope. With nervousness at all-time high, the hands will be shaky. It's time to control all those emotions and pick your devices for one last time and make that dream come true and forge history. Kolkata, make some noise for the last game of the day as we head on towards Erangel and find out who will be the one to forge history.
Can they make history right here, right now? VXT looking to claim the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, the one final game. last game of the realme BGIS 2025 on screen right here, right now. Who is gonna lift that one trophy and who is gonna be the one? It all comes down to the last map of Erangel, El Clasico. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is gonna be Super Johnny as we take you through the commentary of the final game of realme BGIS 2025.
As I said, IC, this is going to be the ultimate showdown of these 16 titans that have fought all the way towards the grand finals, and now it's time for the decider. We have the flight path starting from the northwestern quadrant of the map between the northern Georgia Pole and the main Georgia Pole city, and it's going to end towards Novorevnoy, a diagonal flight path allowing every single team to play for wherever they please.
It is going to be a free-for-all, but most importantly, the two closest contenders is going to be Hero Extreme Godlike as well as VXT, but seems like we do see a little bit of drop collision there.
Exactly, it is Hades H4K landing quite close to the players of Godlike, and that means that might be early trouble for the trophy contenders. The crosshair is set, the trigger is pulled, but no contact as Godlike do manage to evade this early conflict, and we see all four of these players making a run to save their lives and somehow get to Yasnaya Poliana, their home in Erangel.
That was so close as well, and even the Murado, the hood was actually open as well.
Yeah.
It took them a while to close, but fortunately for them, they are able to get out. So it's going to be a run here coming from Hero Extreme Godlike. Not the greatest start. They are able to get a couple of weapons here, but they need to make a run for it here. Seems like they are going to be running all the way far east to kind of stock up their loots, maybe even towards Yasnaya or Stalber or even 70, but as of yet, nothing is for certain yet for this fan favorite team. Meanwhile, on screen, OG coming in from the previous chicken dinner. They are on an all-time morale high, currently sitting on top 3 in the overall standings. Even if they get the chicken dinner, at most they will be fighting for a chunk of the prize pool against Hero Extreme Godlike.
Yeah, I mean, for OG, they might look to finish on the second position. It's going to be a big game required from OG, more than 30, 40, 35 points. In fact, they want to contest Versatile, and amongst all of this calculation, there's the failure of Versatile in this match that these calculations are banking on, but no one there to contest them in Pachinki early, and Versatile will have the standard start to this game of Erangel. We also have the circle towards the western side as well, which will make the job a whole lot easier, but there we have it, the top 4, ladies and gentlemen. Versatile in the bottom right, Godlike the bottom left, Reckoning the top left, and OG in the top right corner.
The 4-star players in the entire realme BGIS Grand Finals on screen right now, each making a mark, forging history of one of the greatest BGMI players of 2025 on screen. And interesting enough, Viper currently officially the youngest ever pro player in the BGMI circuit, with only 17 years old, currently playing for a trophy potentially after the end of this game. Can they make the dream come true? Top 4, Reckoning Esports. They have made it so far. They've made a statement here. But can they close it out with a bang? It's going to be the question here. But from the screen, on the screens as well, we see every single team forging history, breaking records as well. Most amount of watched game in the history of BGMI currently is the realme BGMI 2025.
Man, and of course, making things special, it is the Realme GT7 Pro, the GT7 series as well, ladies and gentlemen. Announced on stage today, by the way. 120 FPS, stable performance, no lag. The pro player's choice, of course, and of course, built for BGMI, ready for battle. The real MVP of every single play.
Now, SOA Esports, this was a team that Reckoning Esports inspired from coming into the grand finals as well. They picked themselves up finally in day number 3 from all the way from the bottom half. They made themselves into the top 6. They're doing pretty okay. Reckoning Esports has used their strategies, considering that they specifically called out the zone meta as SOA meta coming in from Dion, and it seems like it's worked out for both of these teams. Unfortunate to say, there can only be one true SOA meta, and currently they are in the top 8 for sure. But the ones fighting for the trophy is going to be Hero Extreme Godlike as well as VXT, as the IGLing coming from versatile. Samraj pretty much has a very, very good idea, but Metal Esports, what is this? What is going on? Seems like they're getting a little bit shaky in their rotation so far. Very early one coming from them, considering that it's what, barely 5 minutes into the game?
Yeah. Of course, I mean, that early rotation is going to be an important one as well. Need to find a safe haven for themselves inside of the play zone. If they want to increase their prize money from the perspective of Metal Esports, that's all they can do. We're talking about the teams inside of the circle as well. Seoul, one of them. They start this game from that school apartments position, now moving towards a little bit towards the northern shoreline, just starting to move towards the center, but there's already a team that's there blocking their way. We're going to see them on the radar soon in the form of Hades H4K.
Seems like Team Seoul's luck has pretty much run out as well. They narrowly qualified into the grand finals from the second semi-finals. Finally, officially, I would say, ran out of steam to try and contest for the trophy.
Yeah.
But all things considered, they're still trying their best. Again, each and every single team on screen are already winners. They made their mark, and that's why they're here in the grand finals. The best IGL, arguably, maybe a reality very, very soon. Samraj, Team Versatile on screen. Currently looking and scouting around, looking for the best possible position to try and secure their trophy. On screen, in action. Shout out to him, man.
Yeah.
It's been a long journey. 2023 was the time they actually got the trophy.
I mean, yeah, just a few moments before that, and again, he has been looking for a big moment to prove himself. As you said, it's always been arguably one of the best IGLs, right? But none of them have secured, other than Shadow from Revenant X Park, but they failed to qualify here. Other than Shadow from Revenant X Park, no other IGL has led his team to multiple trophies, and Samraj is just trying to do exactly that. He's trying to prove a point that no matter what the lineup is, he can lead them through the front lines, but it's not going to be easy as well, with 15 points separating these two teams, Versatile and Godlike. Look at how slow the pace of the game is. I see, this is not what we expected. All of us, you, me, Necro, we felt that there might be early fights, there might be a few drop clashes in this game of Erangel, but that hasn't happened. 7 minutes and 42 seconds in, not a single frag.
Well, as of yet, on screen, FS Esports, they do find Forever Red Ross. It seems like the circle seems to be repeating the trends of what the most common circle in the history of realme BGIS 2025 in this map of Erangel. It's going to be Everest once more, maybe even Ruins. We've seen it happen at the start of the day as well. This might be a repeat again, so experience plays a huge factor. But on screen, Forever, wow. Forever Red Ross defending really well. He actually got a 1v3, and Crypto, last man standing from FS Esports. Beast trying to go in for spray down, and he might be able to get a connection. Yes, he does. A very, very easy 4 frags. Solo 1 versus 4. What did we just watch? What a shakedown.
Man, begging for a sponsorship from our energy drink sponsor, Monster themselves. His name is Beast, and I'm pretty sure he emptied a can before he stepped into this game.
A monstrous performance from Beast when you least expect it. Out of nowhere, taking 4 players all by himself, and now only 15 teams remaining. And unfortunately to say, for FS Esports, they will be the first team to bow out in realme BGIS. Same can be said from Starboy for SOE Esports. 5 of these players, my condolences, that is it for you guys.
Yeah, but SOA, I mean, I have to say, FS, they did drop the ball, but a decent run from FS if they end up in the top 8. But SOA, incredible rookie run in the first finals they are ever playing. And especially in front of this lovely audience we have from Kolkata. The pressure was higher than ever, but SOA, they are still in the top 6, and I'm pretty sure they might just end the day and their journey in the top 8. But reckoning on our screens now, chasing down the players of OG, the 4th position team going up against the team on the 3rd, and the shots are going to be taken by the players of OG as Reckoning now scramble for cover.
It is going to be a fight for survival right now. Reckoning Esports trying to hold on. Looks like they are going to try and gobble up Aru. Spray comes through. Kyoya gets knocked. Aru survives and lead defense as Erangel taking a lot of hit. Reckoning Esports now going for a dive. Gravity gets 1 pump by Wizgod. As OG, they defend. Aru down 3 versus 2 now. As Reckoning Esports out in open now. AKOB looking for a jiggle pick. He shuts down Neon and only Viper remains. The youngest player in BGMI looking to defend for Reckoning Esports. There's only so much he can do. AKOB, a veteran in the battlefield, holding on, but Viper gets a trade on Atengi, but he still survives. He gets a finish, but Viper is stuck. AKOB going for the catch, going for the push, and that is it for Reckoning Esports. It is over. It is done for Reckoning Esports.
And OG almost lost it all as well, but with these 4 points, they take the second position away from Godlike. They've lost one man, though Atengi did get confirmed, and Reckoning Esports, their fate is sealed from leading on the first position for multiple matches now. They are shut down through Rippers, though, getting hunted by the players of Seoul. One finish already secured. They're going to look for more. And Jelly, I think his position is compromised as well. The jump shots do not find contact. Knuckle gets taken out. And Some, it's up to him to find the trade. He succeeds, but the third party comes through, or maybe it will soon as CK show up. The timing is perfect. Some, that nade is going to be deadly. A big chunk of his HP slips away. But Ronnie and Some still left to take the fight. Last two survivors from the side of Seoul. The entirety of CK looking to make the pounce.
CK hungry for an opportunity. Soul getting completely flushed out. Ronnie still burning to the Molotovs as well. Both Same and Ronnie so weak. CK, they want to gobble up those points. They want to get better positions. They want to get a bigger chunk of the prize pool itself. Here for the realme BGIS, 4 finishes from the side of Seoul. But it does not matter. Same, last man standing. But despite Cincinnati Kids being hungry from afar, bought Army Esports, we've got Monty lurking on this, and they are going to be suppressing on towards Cincinnati Kids to try and deny them more points or a better placement. But seeing how the zone is going to be shifting as well, it seems to be on the west side of Everest. Cincinnati Kids, they're playing patiently. They have cover. They want to hold out and reset here. Juicy gets picked up, and that's going to be Same. He takes him out. Cincinnati Kids, no free points for you. It's Same, the super sub of the semifinals, the super sub of the quarterfinals for Seoul. Last chance for Seoul to make a mark and forge their histories here. And he's got to do it with the zone at the back against him.
I think considering a lot of people were rooting for them to win, them finishing on the 14th position might have already left a mark. But CK, they're trying to leave their mark this time as well, showing up with all the confidence. Cincinnati Kids tried the level best. At one point started in the top 5 as well, ended the day 1 in top 5, but can't really finish in the top 5. They are in the top 8. Bought Army Esports though, finishing Hades H4K. That is it. Their journey in the realme BGIS 2025 also comes to an end. Bought Army Esports 4 points on the board. Can they get a few more? Will this be the game where they break into the top 8?
Well, maybe, just maybe. Scary Jot has been known to be very mechanically gifted, but bought Army Esports a little bit too late here. 12 teams still remain, and the position points to be taken into consideration starts from the top 8 itself. At VXC, they have not made a single move yet. 0 finishes, 0 placement points, but it seems like they do have a decent amount of control of a compound from the southeast corner. This is going to be Gatka in general, and this is going to be very, very difficult to push into them. And because of this, they are going to lay low. They don't want to give away finish feed info to any other team to potentially target them. Placement points to defend is going to be the way to go. And the trophy is theirs for Team Versatile.
Yeah, still holding on to the 15-point advantage they have in the overall leaderboard. Even though it has been cut down just a smidge by OG.
It's about 13 points difference now?
Yeah, maybe. But here's the interesting part, right? Versatile and OG are quite close to each other. And OG has already drawn the attention of Genesis, and the circle actually keeps OG in, kicks VXT and Godlike out. Look at that, Godlike playing the northwestern edge, Versatile towards the east, OG as well.
Oh boys, look at this. Hero Extreme Godlike, they are going to be happy a little bit here just because Northwest corner is kind of in the clear, whereas we have a huge amount of traffic on the east side. So that means VXT has to run through either in the north side with 4 or 5 teams, or maybe in the south side where they are going to be running against Bot Army Esports, OG, and also SOA.
But I see, as you said, the Northwest Squadron is in the clear, but it's too clear. There's no cover left for Godlike to play with. On the other side, OG, a fight for their lives, a fight to hold on to the top 2 as AKOP finds himself outnumbered and cornered by the players of Bot Army Esports, and Monty finds the opener for his team. AKOP out of the way, gets knocked and gets finished off. OG left in the match with just 2 players.
5 finishes in the hands of Bot Army Esports by Hero Extreme Godlike. They're expecting company. There's going to be Rivalry NRI rotating from the west side, as Hero Extreme Godlike may look to try and get a couple of finishes here. Chandan pretty much knocked at Sim, looking to try and secure those points. They need points, they need it now. But can they risk it? They're not in zone. Stage 4 slowly closing in. Hero Extreme Godlike deciding. It's so risky.
He's found the opener already a few moments ago. That bait from Sim worked out quite nicely, but Jonathan, as the push goes in, he goes down, and the drive over from Admino, they find one more, looking for that last man. He falls as well. Rivalry and Drive getting dismantled by Godlike, but they've lost 3 players as well. It's down to this one last savior. Godmino, the volley goes out, the flush comes through, and the shotgun goes big. 4 finishes for Godlike. They take back the second from OG.
The savior for Hero Extreme Godlike. The savior Godmino. But look at this. He doesn't have a lot of time. The zone is coming in. Punk being put in the vehicle. They have to sacrifice one maybe. He's going to try and save as much as he can. The save comes through. Godmino, he's saving everyone. And Jonathan Dunnan does it. 3-man still alive for Hero Extreme Godlike. But he needs to pick them up. Hero Extreme Godlike, they have such a difficult task to do, but they have done it. They keep the dream alive for Hero Extreme Godlike.
Yeah, for a few moments, so all hope was gone, but Admino, he has kept them still in check. Now the revive on Simp is done. They are going to bring their IGL back in the mix, but still the concern stays the same. There's no cover moving forward. On the other side, look at the finish feed. OG out of the way. That means from gods like POE, there's no one coming to chase them down. The difference between them and Versatile down to 11 points. 11 make that 12 to secure a comfortable win, and Versatile needs to go out of this game right now.
They need 12 points. They need 12 points for Hero Extreme Godlike. That means they need everything in this lobby. They need chicken dinners, they need finishes, and VXT needs to bow out below top 8 in order to overtake them. It's going to be very difficult here, but 3-man alive for them is still going to keep things alive. Genesis Esports now looking also to forge history here to break into the top 8. Genesis Esports took a little bit of a time to actually come up online, but they do have northeast control of this zone. This is going to be a Gatka zone. The split of the zone has pretty much shifted away from Godlike, heading into his east side, and guess what? SOA is going to be having full control of those compounds. One of the most difficult compounds to actually attack inside this zone. Hero Extreme Godlike, look at this, so far away. It's open fields, no cover, no whatsoever. And how will they push? The next contestant beside him is going to be Genesis, though.
They need to win this fight against Genesis. There's no 2 ways about it. But the problem is that Cincinnati Kids also has a line of fire against the players of Godlike. It's an all or nothing moment from the perspective of Godlike, from where they stand. Either they move in, finish off Genesis and take everything that they feel is rightfully theirs, or they just stay out of the circle, wait for the blue zone to move in and get taken out by the sandwich that's going to be there from Genesis. But Apollo, he's inching closer. This could be troublesome. Godlike, they hear the vehicle go around the hay bale. And Apollo, oh man, he's just being a nuisance. He has 8 nades left. He can actually take Godlike out here.
Oh boy, they're going to go for the push as well. The nade comes through, but does he connect? Ooh. A little bit off the mark here, but the vehicles has been damaged. Hero Extreme Godlike, they only have 1. So that means resources are going to be very limited, considering that the amount of storage that you can put in those vehicles are very limited as well. They lost most of the vehicles from the previous fight, and now they have to salvage the situation. Sam999 shows his mark, but he is going to be shot of true here, as Amino knows that now he is going to try to return the favor, because if he gets the confirmation, it's going to be huge. Sim finds the opener.
And now there is opportunity for them to strike. The nades go flying. Genesis lost 2. It is a 2v3 in the favor of Godlike, and they're looking hungry for blood, hungry for those frags, but the revive from Genesis has been initiated as well, as Apollo tries to delay the push from Godlike from the flank. Admino, he's lost a lot of HP. Punk as well, almost getting knocked out. The armor is almost gone, but Godlike, how do they make this happen? It's a big question as the nades are being cooked from either side. Apollo lobs his, no contact though. Sim from the backline, still looking for the knock. It goes towards the left, some damage on Apollo, but he's still standing on his feet. And Genesis, they're looking to recover, and if they do, the hopes and dreams of Godlike, they are gonna be shattered, and it seems like the journey might be coming to a conclusion for these gods themselves, because Genesis are back in this fight with a 4-man roster with Punk left leading in the back lines. Admino still finds the second as OG, Shadow OG is going to fall for the second time, and the hit marker was there, so he knows where the second man is. Apollo in the front lines, a lot of utility committed, but still nothing to show for it. Genesis, this split of theirs has gone brutal, but man, he shuts down Sim. Admino, he takes down Apollo. Finally, Godlike have some breathing room to work with, but is this gonna be enough? 5 finishes, 10-point difference left against Versatile.
Oh my goodness, guess what? Guess what? The third party finally comes through. THW going to say hello to Genesis. Hero Extreme Godlike, they're looking for the reset. They heard all this, but THW, where do they focus? Genesis smoked up, Godlike smoked up. Where are they lopping the nades? Tandem comes through. Hero Extreme Godlike, seems like the re-knock comes through. Sim needs to be picked up. THW, they're going for the push, but they don't have the angles. Punk keeping them in check, but THW seems like they want to try and back off, but at the same time, on the other end of the map, VXT also taking some serious fire. We're down towards the final 18. Godlike, they get the reset, but it's going to be tough. They're inside the zone, and THW, they made their mark, but they are not doing any kind of confirmations. But on screen now, VXT.
8 teams remain. Every single point matters. The difference between the top two is 10 points as of now. But what Army Esports, if they wipe out Versatile, it is just going to be those 11 points in the hands of Godlike that can save the day on the finish street. We do see Raiden fall as well. Sombra still no revive. Power, he finds the opener as Monty is going to be traded out. But Kerry Short in the front lines is looking for the second knock, and he gets taken out. Hitler in the back line still left standing. But these two lads from Versatile, oh, they go big! And Versatile get a bonus for themselves. 7 points for VXT and 1 for the placement as well. And now the difference has just gotten bigger than ever.
The dynamic duo Aquanox and also S-Power showcasing a masterful performance as Versatile continues to pull the lead. Hero Extreme Godlike trying to do everything they can to deny it. And now, down towards the top 6 here, Hero Extreme Godlike, nothing shy of a chicken dinner, and all the remaining players of this points will give them a shot to deny them the trophy. As Versatile has so much points in the bag, and they're still not out yet. The dream slowly crumbling for the fans of Hero Extreme Godlike, as we may witness a new champion, but not over yet until it's only over here. Godmino, he gets shut down by THW. And Sim trying to pick him up, trying to think of a little bit more, but S-Power, he gets shut down. But look at this, VXT, only Aquanox remain.
Yeah, and he does not really have an opportunity for the revive. The blue zone is moving in as well. Godlike, they need to recover, they need to pick Admino up, but THW NON, there's too much pressure for Roman, being too close for comfort. Punk still trying to save him.
Oh no.
Puts the vehicle there for cover. The revive should come through. And TSW NON luckily at the right nick of time to end up getting distracted by the players of Metal Esports. But Versatile, they recover. Both these two titans fighting for the trophy inside of the top 6, and everyone else is looking to finish them off. S-Power almost getting knocked out over there, still stays alive. Aquanox, he gets 1 more point as Amit is going to be taken out, and Versatile, even in the worst possible situation, are not stopping. A top 5 position with 9 finishes on the board, and Aquanox might have just put on the best performance of his career in the finals before he gets taken out. Top 5 finish for VXT and 9 finishes secured.
They might be the champions. It might be it. But it's not over until it's truly over. Hero Extreme Godlike, the last team left to steal and snatch away the trophy, is still alive. 4 teams remaining, and it needs almost everything from Hero Extreme Godlike to actually claim the trophy. It's now or never. Can they make the impossible possible right now? Can they give us a godlike performance? But for now, Versatile, here's a monstrous replay of how Aquanox as well as S-Power, a dynamic duo, just completely shut down the push coming from Bot Army Esports, and then keep things a little bit more difficult to try to defend the trophy that is rightfully theirs.
They need more finishes, man. They need more finishes. Godlike, they need a 25 bomber in total in this game, because Versatile has also gone ahead and made the task of lifting the trophy difficult with the amount of placement and finishes that they've gotten in this match. And Godlike, luckily, they still have Admino and Simp remaining in this matchup. That early casualty, Jonathan getting taken out, it might just come back to haunt them, but now are there enough points left on the board for them to secure every single finish that remains in this lobby counts? 13 players still alive, 3 from the side of Godlike, and 10 potential finishes that they can grab for themselves.
They need all 25 points. That means they need to wipe out everyone to get this. And now SOA, they lose Smoker. And if THW gets this finish, that means Hero Extreme Godlike's chances is slowly but surely dwindle down to absolutely no chance. The dreams of lifting the trophy after so many years completely shut down, dreams shattered. But Versatile hoping to lift the trophy that is rightfully theirs. A new champion here, Johnny.
Yeah, it's going to be what we call a photo finish in the world of motorsport, but this is nothing less. Adminoid steals one of the players from the side of Forever Red Ross has been shut down. 6 eliminations to the players of Godlike, and just 10 more players remain in this game. That means 7 potential finishes for the lads of Godlike left on the board. Oh man, it's going to be too close to call between these two sides. My maths is failing me. I think I am off by a point or 2, and those couple of points can be the difference maker. Sim, just to make sure no one comes out from behind the hay bale, is going to make sure that vehicle is out of commotion. But look at that, Godlike outside the circle. I see their backs against the blue. This is just brutal to watch, and a mad dash comes through as Godlike make the push. Simp in the backlines falls. Admino and Funk left to fight for the glory, and they're going to fight against the players of THWNON.
It might be over. You can see on the screens all Team Versatile. They're sitting back, laid back, just praying that Godlike doesn't make it. And Sim getting confirmed means Hero Extreme Godlike down to his only 2 players left. Admino and Punk trying to make a mad dash for the potential trophy snatch. But it seems nearly impossible as VXT taking a back seat as they slowly but surely ease their way into relaxation mode as their journey in realme BGIS has pretty much concluded. But will they be lifting the trophy? It all comes down to this. Punk, Admino, can they make the impossible happen? A photo finish is what they are going to be eyeing for, potentially. Top 2 once more. Seems like they have to do this.
Oh, it's not going to be easy. I mean, oh, it's over.
It's over.
Admino is out, Punk is out, and Godlike is out. THWNON, in the last game they play, they changed the fate of 2 of the biggest names in BGMI.
The crowd absolutely at disarray. Dreams crushed. Absolutely shut down. No more chances. That is it. And this final 3 teams are going to be playing for the final chance of the official position points. As VXT will be lifting the trophy. But for now, SOA Esports looking to pounce in the top 8. THWX, non-X esports also looking to make a mark to forge history. But dreams definitely shattered.
Yeah.
Crowds, silence, absolute silence. You can hear a pin drop in the arena as everyone is at a loss of words. Disappointment, anger, sadness, emotions all across the arena. It's just jarring. Can you feel it, Johnny? As they wait patiently for this game to conclude.
And I guess before the day concludes, the conclusion of this match remains. As SOA falls, Slavish moves forward, forever Red Ross in front, and he does find the finish. 12 finishes for TSWNON, but last man from SOA will be confirmed by Rush, but maybe not. He falls, and SOA, they've done wonderful for themselves even in this last game, but that doesn't change anything for these two sides. While they walk away with a decent chunk of the prize money in the bag, they have decided who they crown champions of realme BGIS 2025, and there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Versatile, the pop-up comes through as S-Power takes the stage and the table. The champions have been decided. History has been forged.
Take a bow, take a bow. S-Power, a monstrous superpower, has proved themselves to be champion mentality, champion quality, as they walk onto the stage to lift the realme BGIS 2025 trophy.
What a moment! 2021, Somraj walks away with the biggest trophy, with the biggest tournament that BGMI had ever seen in this country. 2025 comes after a lot of questions being asked about this man and his performance, after a lot of questions being asked about S-Power and his loyalty. This team lifts the trophy and the stage lights up in gold. Ladies and gentlemen, they are your winners of realme BGIS 2025. It is none other than Versatile!
Versatile has done it. Celebrations across the nation. A team that proved all odds, overcoming adversity, finally lifting the trophy after 4 years, 2021 until now. Let's take the second trophy, especially from Samraj, to prove themselves as the best ITL alongside the first female esports BGMI player on stage as their sub to lift a trophy, the first ever female player alongside them.
Yeah, I mean, it has been an exciting journey for Versatile. There were tumbles along the way. Everyone doubted them. People in the arena did not want them to be the ones, the winners, the champions. But that is the best way you answer to critiques. You see those faces and how upset they seem that Somraj is the one who gets to call himself the man who led his team to victory. Again, actions speak louder than words, and no actions are louder than the ones you make as you lift that trophy right there sitting on the center of the stage.
And all things considered here, that's pretty much it from us here on English Broadcast. Let's pass it over onto the stage to see what things happen.
Versatile getting the championship in their hands. The lead in the end was definitely quite stark and no one could touch it.
देखिए आज का ये जो दिन है ना VXT, उन्होंने आप ये सोचिए कि शुरुआत कहाँ से करी है और वो आज के दिन का अंत किस तरीके से करके गया। एक्वानॉक्स लास्ट मैच में जिस तरीके से उन्होंने खेला है, उसके पहले जो मिरामार में उस प्लेयर ने खेल कर दिखाया है वो काबिले तारीफ। और इस मैच में भी एक्वानॉक्स वो 5 टोटल फिनिशेस लेकर गए और VXT उनको भी पता है कि उन्होंने क्या कर दिखाया है और इसी की उन्हें जरूरत भी थी।
Without a doubt, the Equinox stepped up when his team needed the most, when the pressure was all-time high. That's when the man performed. Versatile, with this championship, they have proved that they are indeed the GOATs.
मैं बस जानना चाहूंगा कि अब सोमराज क्या कहते हैं, ये जो मुकाबला था वो किस तरीके से गया है। पर हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉड लाइक एक बार फिर से वो सपना ट्रॉफी उठाने का अभी भी मात्र सपना है। BMPS में वो कोशिश की गई जहां पर वो ट्रॉफी उठा सकते थे, पर वो ट्रॉफी नहीं आया। realme BGIS 2025 जहां एक बार फिर से पूरी कोशिश करी कि वो अपनी टीम को वो ट्रॉफी दिलाकर जाएं, पर वो ट्रॉफी एक बार फिर से उनके आंखों के सामने से कोई और उठा कर गया। एडमिनो, उन्होंने पूरी कोशिश करी, इस मैच में भी उन्होंने वो 4 फिनिशेस निकाले। और जी हाँ, हंसता मुस्कुराता जो चेहरा है वो चलते रहना चाहिए, क्योंकि यही जीवन है। कभी आप ऊपर होते हैं, कभी आपका डाउनफॉल आता है, पर एक बात जो दिमाग में आपके हमेशा रहनी चाहिए कि कभी ना कभी वो जीत आपके पास भी आएगी।
Hero Extreme Godlike gave it all. They had a fan favorite team not winning this, but still Versatile had all it took to be the champions. The guts, the resilience that they've showcased today is what matters. A lot of hearts broken today, but I'm pretty sure Hero Extreme Godlike, they will be back stronger.
They will be back, but यहाँ पे जो सीन्स आप देख पा रहे हैं वो इमोशंस हैं जो आंसुओं के रूप में अब बाहर आ रहे हैं। वाइपर, कितना ज़रूरी था उस प्लेयर के लिए भी कि वो बेहतर खेले, और वो बेहतर खेले भी सही, बट आखिरी दिन में आके वो मंजिल उनसे थोड़ी सी दूर रह गई। वही हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक, एक मिक्स ऑफ इमोशंस तो वो फील कर रहे होंगे। कहाँ कभी BGIS के लैंड में वो क्वालिफाई नहीं हुए थे, और लैंड में जब क्वालिफाई हुए तो ऐसा खेले कि दुनिया देखती रह गई। बट सोमराज, मुझे अभी भी याद है 2023 मुंबई, सोफे पे बैठे थे, क्वालिफाई कर नहीं पाए थे, और वहां पे उनके चेहरे पे बस शिकन थी, निराशा थी। और यहाँ पे इस इलाके में, इस अरीना में, बिस्वा बांग्ला मेला प्रांगण में अब झूमते हुए, नाचते हुए, खुशियां बांटते हुए। दिस इज what BGMI is all about. दिस इज इमोशंस जो अपने आप सारे प्लेयर्स के चेहरों पे आप देख पा रहे हैं।
This is what hard work brings. Versatile is known as one of the best teams, and they've proven it yet again. Lifting the trophy in the realme BGIS 2025 is a statement to everyone who's currently watching the broadcast and who's currently watching it offline in this arena. Hearts broken for the players who were extremely close to try and contest the trophy, but this gives a new ray of hope to everyone that gave it all.
देखिए स्पीरो और नेक्रो, बस मैं इतना कहूंगा कि जिंदगी आपको कामयाब होने के बहुत मौके देती है, पर कामयाब वो आपको तब बनाती है जब आप पूरी तरीके से तैयार होते हैं। मैं मानूंगा रेकनिंग वो तैयार जरूर थे। डे 1 का परफॉर्मेंस उनका बहुत बढ़िया था, 66 पॉइंट्स उन्होंने निकाले। डे 2 पर गिरावट हुई, डे 3 पर और भी ज्यादा गिरावट हुई। मैंने एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करा था कि वो जो प्रेशर ग्रेविटी आईजीएल के ऊपर होगा वो इतना ज्यादा होगा। लैंड वो ऑलरेडी खेल चुके हैं, BGIS में 3रा पायदान, BMPS में वो 5वां पायदान, और एक बार फिर से मेरे हिसाब से जो कैलकुलेशन कहती है शायद वो 4थे या 5वें पायदान पर आपको दिखाई दे, पर स्टिल आप ये मान सकते हैं कि आप लड़े, अच्छे तरीके से लड़े, लैंड फाइनल का आप हिस्सा बने और टॉप 8 में अपनी टीम को आपने पहुंचाया।
Without a doubt. I mean, at the end of the day, what matters is that you gave it all you've got. Reckoning Esports in the first 2 days, they were phenomenal. First day itself, they played the way none of us expected to. Even none of us predicted for Reckoning Esports, but they came through with a complete surprise. Move on towards day 2, not that good of a performance, but still quite consistent. But then you move on towards the day 3, and it makes a lot of sense too. The young boys cracked under the pressure, and because of that, today, it's VXT lifting that trophy.
बट जी हाँ, हमने यहाँ पे सेलिब्रेशंस भी देखी और उनको यहाँ पे अपने अपोनेंट्स से मिलते हुए देखा। वो खामोशियाँ मुझे लगता है कि बहुत कुछ बता रही हैं प्लेयर्स को, लेकिन यहाँ पे जो जीत मिली है सोमराज को, और वो नमस्कार कर रहे हैं, वो थैंक यू बोल रहे हैं आप सबको, वो थैंक यू बोल रहे हैं कोलकाता को जिन्होंने इतना सपोर्ट किया। कैन वी हैव अ लाउड चीयर फॉर VXT? कोलकाता, you have been phenomenal so far, and VXT, boy oh boy, it has been a pleasure seeing you play.
So many people turned in the arena, and generally speaking, this is one of the best environment I've ever witnessed. Kolkata, make some noise for yourself. You guys deserve it.
खुश हैं क्योंकि उनको पता है कि BGMI के जितने भी एक्शंस होते हैं वो बाकमाल होते हैं, और आखिरी मैच में आप सोचिए कि इस तरीके से खेला गया, जहां पर TSW के जो खिलाड़ी हैं उन्होंने भी कोशिश करी है। SOA एक ऐसी अंडरगॉड टीम जिनसे हमने एक्सपेक्टेशंस करी थी और वो डिलीवर करके गए। इकलौती ऐसी टीम होने वाली है अंडर गॉड में जिन्होंने पहला लैंड फाइनल अपना खेला है और वो शायद आपको टॉप 5 के अंदर दिखाई दें क्योंकि इस मैच के पहले वो 6th प्लेस पर आपको दिखाई दे रहे थे। अब ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग का इंतजार है कि एसओए कहां तक पहुंच पाए। बस मैं इतना कह सकता हूं कि स्मोकर वो खुश हैं अपनी आइजलिंग से, अपने टीममेट से वो बहुत ज़्यादा खुश हैं और जितने भी उनके बाकी प्लेयर हैं, मैजिक की हमने बात करी है, एक्सो की हमने बात करी, सारे प्लेयर बाकमाल वो खेलते हैं और इस प्रदर्शन से उन्हें खुश होना चाहिए।
This tournament's given us a lot of new faces in the name of Forever Red Ross. Even the players of SOA have been quite new on the block. And let's not forget, even Hades H4K. Unfortunately, the performance in the grand finals wasn't up to the mark, including rivalry NRI. But still, we know what sort of a caliber they have and they possess. When they will be back in the future with the experience that they've got over here, I'm sure in the future they will be the one to dominate too.
देखिए पेरेंट्स के लिए भी कितना प्राउड ये मोमेंट है जब उनके बच्चे अच्छा खेलते हैं, स्टेज पे जाते हैं, सब उनको चीयर करते हैं। और एस पावर के लिए तो ये कमाल एक मूवमेंट है क्योंकि पहले भी एक बार वो जीत चुके हैं ऑफिशियल ट्रॉफी और इस बार भी वो ऑफिशियल ट्रॉफी जीते। कुछ तो खास है इस प्लेयर के बारे में जिसको हम पहले से, जब ये पहली बार एक कॉम्पिटिटिव मैच खेल रहे थे, हम उनको प्रोडिजी बोलते थे और इस प्लेयर ने कभी हमको निराश नहीं दिया। हम जानते हैं कितनी टीम्स चेंज करी इस प्लेयर ने, बट डज इट मैटर? नो इट डजंट। ही इज एंड ही विल बी अ चैंपियन।
He changed a lot of teams, but his performance never changed. He's one of the players to be the most consistent in his entire circuit, in the entire career that the man's had. And once again, over here too in the grand finals, he performed like no one else. To his team on the day 2, he was the one to carry it all on the back and secure that second chicken dinner. And that was one of the main reasons why we saw BXD at the end of the day 2 in the top 3.
देखिए निक्रो, मैं जरूर चाहूंगा कि आप हिंदी में इस पावर के लिए जरूर 2 शब्द कहें।
देखिए अमेजिंग, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि अगर मैंने हिंदी में कुछ बोल दिया ना, इससे ज्यादा लोग ये स्टेडियम छोड़ के चले जाएंगे। तो
नहीं, आप कह सकते हैं इस पावर के लिए 2-3 लाइनें जो आप कहना चाहें।
देखिए विदाउट अ डाउट एस पावर एक ऐसा प्लेयर है ना जो हमेशा कंसिस्टेंट रहा है उसके परफॉर्मेंस में, और मैं कुछ भी कहूँ ना वो कम रहेगा यार, बिकॉज उसका करियर एक डेफिनेशन है। जिस तरीके से वो प्लेयर खेलता है ना, आई डोंट थिंक कि अब तक किसी ने उस तरीके से इस गेम को टच किया।
मेजी, आपने हिंदी बुलवाई दी इनसे।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, और बहुत अच्छी हिंदी ये बोलते हैं, मराठी उससे भी बेहतर बोलते हैं और अंग्रेजी में तो खैर इनका कोई इस वक्त जवाब है भी नहीं। पर जैसे एस पावर के लिए आपने कहा भी है कि कहीं भी हो, किसी भी टीम में हो, उनका जो गेम है वो हमेशा टॉप नॉच हुआ करता है। एक बार पहले भी BMPS 2023 का वो समय था जब ब्लाइंड से वो खेल रहे थे, वहां पर उन्होंने वो ट्रॉफी उठाई थी और यंगेस्ट MVP बने थे अपनी टीम से। अब देखना ये है कि यहाँ वो MVP कौन बनता है।
I mean, look, at this point in time, MVP is, of course, all about the individual prowess. So many players gave it all they've got. Even the teams gave it all they've got. But you know what? A lot of question marks still linger in my mind. And to answer all of the question, maybe we have to move to the stage as well. So you know what? Let's move on towards Rohit for all the answers to our questions.
Thank you so much, casters, and everyone present here and everyone watching at home. Welcome to the prize distribution ceremony of Realme BGIS 2025. And for the first award, which is the fan favorite player, I would like to call on stage Mr. Siddhant, the esports manager of Krafton India, to join me on stage to give away the award. All right. So any guesses? Fan favorite player of Realme BGIS 2025? You are absolutely right. It is Jonathan from Hero Extreme Godlike. With all your love and support, here we have the fan favorite player of Realme BGIS 2025. And Jonathan will be receiving a prize money of rupees 1 lakh. Here we have the fan favorite player of Realme BGIS 2025. Thank you so much, Siddhant. Thank you so much, Jonathan. And let's go to the next award, which is the fan favorite team. And for this, I would like to call on stage Mr. Sachin, the lead business development of esports for Crafton India. All right, we're talking about the fan favorite team. You have seen them. It is absolutely right. The fan favorite team, Hero Extreme, Godlike. The team will be receiving a prize money of rupees 1 lakh. And Kolkata, तीनों दिन आपने अरीना में प्यार दिखाया है. This is your fan favorite team. तो एक बार सुना दो कि आपको हीरो एक्सट्रीम गॉडलाइक कितना पसंद है. Thank you so much, Mr. Sachin. Thank you so much, Hero Extreme Godlike. And congratulations on being the fan favorite team. All right, some amazing promises are being made right here on this stage. Moving forward, now we have the award for the best clutch. And for this, I would like to call on stage Miss Manva, who's the lead public relationships for Crafton India, to join me on stage. And the award for the best clutch for Realme BGIS 2025 goes to... He showed some real power. It's S Power from Team Versatile. S Power will be receiving prize money of rupees 1 lakh for giving us some amazing moments and of course that best clutch of Realme BGIS 2025. Thank you, Ms. Manwa. Thank you, S Power. अब चलते हैं Best IGL की तरफ, and for this award I would like to call on stage Mr. Balakrishna, the Senior Esports Manager of Krafton India, to join me on stage. Any guesses? Best IGL? You'll come to know very soon. Mr. Balakrishna, the Senior Esports Manager of Krafton India, will be giving away this award. And ladies and gentlemen, the best IGL of realme BGIS 2025 goes to Samraj from Team Versatile. He knew what to do. He knew how to handle his team. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, the best IGL of BGIS 2025, Samraj, who will be receiving prize money of 2 lakh rupees. Congratulations, Samraj. And thank you so much, Mr. Balakrishna. और ऐसे बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स हमने देखे, ऐसी बहुत सारी टीम्स देखी जिन्होंने शुरुआत की यहाँ पर, and they have put that first step on those stepping stones towards something great. And इसीलिए let's head over to our next award, that is for the emerging star. And for this, I would like to call on stage Mr. Shubham, the brand manager of Monster Energy India, to join me on stage and give away this award for the emerging star. And let's have from Bot Army Esports, Scary Jord, who really impressed a lot of people, and that's why he'll be called the emerging star of realme BGIS 2025. Here we have Scary Jord. Congratulations. And Scary Jord will be receiving a prize money of rupees 1 lakh. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Mr. Shubham. Thank you so much, Scary Jord. Congratulations for this amazing award. And wish you all the best for the future. And now, let's head over to the MVP of the finals. And for this, I would like to call on stage Mr. Manish, Marketing Strategy Lead of realme India, to join me on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, the MVP of the finals. Guesses? Well, I'll sort out that confusion. It is from Hero Extreme Godlike, Jonathan! A title to flex, the gameplay to flex, And that's why Jonathan will be receiving this prize money of rupees 1,50,000 rupees from Mr. Manish. Thank you so much, Mr. Manish. Thank you so much, Jonathan. And congratulations. And in fact, I have requested Manish to stay back. Jonathan, I would request you to come back because you're also the realme MVP of the tournament, Jonathan. And this time, check of rupees 3 lakh rupees. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Thank you so much, Mr. Manish. And अब चलते हैं चैंपियन टीम्स की तरफ. शुरू करते हैं सेकंड रनर अप के साथ. And for this, I would like to call on stage Mr. Karan, the Associate Director, Esports of Crafton India, to join me on stage to give away this prize. And ladies and gentlemen, they made the whole tournament towards the end so exciting. And towards the end, they got the title of being called the second runner-up. It is Orangutan! Well played, Orangutan. Apart from taking home a lot of stories, a lot of memories, they will be also taking home a cash prize of rupees 26 lakhs. Thank you so much, Team Orangutan, for giving us those moments. Karan, I would request you to please stay on stage because, my apologies, I beg your pardon, but you won't be disappointed क्योंकि थोड़ी बहुत इधर-उधर कैलकुलेशन में गलतियां हो जाती हैं, लेकिन realme MVP of the tournament Jonathan के ही टीम के ही हैं, Hero Extreme Godlike में ही हैं, तो the realme MVP of the tournament is Admino from Hero Extreme Godlike. So let's welcome Admino to join me on stage and of course Karan on stage. तो sort कर लेंगे आपस में, एक ही टीम के. जब एक ही टीम में इतने सुपरस्टार्स होते हैं, this is what you get. The moments they created. Thank you so much for that, Hero Extreme Godlike, and congratulations, Admino. So that check and that flex of rupees 3 lakh you take back home. Thank you so much, Admino. Thank you so much, Karan. And up chalte hain first runner-up ki taraf. And for this, I would like to call on stage Mr. Mibu, Head of Strategy and Esports of Crafton India, to join me on stage. You've seen the leaderboard. बुलाना ही पड़ेगा और प्यार से बुलाएंगे. आप जितना प्यार दिखाएंगे, उतना अच्छा उन्हें भी लगेगा. So, Let's welcome Mr. Mibu, Head of Strategy and Esports of Krafton India, to give away the award and the prize money for the team that came second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first runner-up of realme BGIS 2025, Hero Extreme, Godlike. There they are again. And Hero Extreme Godlike will be taking home the cash prize of 37,20,000 rupees back home, along with all the love you've given in the last 3 days. तो एक बार फिर कोलकाता प्यार सुना दो Hero Extreme Godlike को. They just reconfirmed the promise out there. Thank you so much, Mr. Mibu. Thank you so much, Hero Extreme Godlike. And अब चलते हैं उस टीम की तरफ जिन्होंने dominance दिखाया, consistency दिखाई. Now it is time to award the champions of realme BGIS 2025. And for this, I would like to call on stage Mr. Sean, the CEO of Krafton India, to join me. And ladies and gentlemen, the champions of realme BGIS 2025, let's hear it for Team Versatile! They played like champions. They've entered the stage like champions. And now, ladies and gentlemen, they'll be taking home a lot of memories like champions and taking home that check of 69 lakhs and 60,000 rupees like champions. And Team Versatile will be lifting that trophy like champions of realme BGIS 2025.
Look at us, just beginning. Give me my trophy. This is the first of many. Look at the W's. This is the first of many. Give me the trophy. Celebration vibes. This is the first of many. All 2021, baby. This is the first of many. I drop a song and it's moving. I got a song and I'm moving. I want confetti all over. I'm thanking God for the movement. Came from a family of immigrants. Rewriting history, asked me to prove it. Hoping you're showing the way that we losing. Now put me to check, we just do it. Shout out to Brown and the Toon Squad. Taking my shot like a tool guard. I got a squad. Who y'all? I'm running the game with a suit on. Look at the flick of the wrist. Hand me my trophy. This is the first of many. This is the first of many. Look at us. Look at us. Yeah, we winning. Look at us. Look at us. Just beginning. Give me my trophy. This is the first of many.
Team Versatile.
first of many.
आप क्योंकि एंड तक रुके हैं तो हमारी विनिंग टीम अब एक विक्ट्री मार्च करेगी आपके बीचों बीच यहाँ. So जाइए, team versatile. Love you received from Kolkata. I would request you to take this trophy and take that victory march.
I'm counting my blessings, they never turn empty. I'm running the game, they ask me for. Ooh. It's only fam in the room. I only stand for the truth. I got the keys, I'm in tune. I'm living life in the light and I'm never gonna stop it. I take them to school. God, he making it boom. God, he gave me the tools. I'm working. Look at us. Yeah, we winning. Look at us.
And
just beginning. Give me my trophy. This is the first of many. Look at the W's. This is the first of many. Give me the trophy. This is the first of many. Give me the trophy. This is the first of many.
The IGL of Team Versatile.
What else they want from us? We making history.
अच्छा लग रहा है वापस ये ट्रॉफी जीत के. It feels good to be back and I'm very proud of my teammates कि वो लोग इतने टाइम से हमारे साथ थे, बिना कोई सपोर्ट के, बिना कोई स्पॉन्सर के, बिना कोई मॉनिटरी सपोर्ट के हम लोग स्टिक किए और अपने ऊपर भरोसा रखे कि यार ये ट्रॉफी अपने घर आनी चाहिए और पूरी रिकवरी होनी चाहिए. So thank you everyone for the support. Thank you Crafton India Esports. Thank you realme. जो डिवाइस था वो बहुत ही अच्छा था, 0 लैग और जो गेमिंग एक्सपीरियंस था इट वाज वेरी ग्रेट एंड आई एम स्टिल वेटिंग फॉर कमबैक. My dear self-proclaimed King Jonathan, MVP से किंगडम सेटअप नहीं होता है, ये ट्रॉफी घर आनी चाहिए तभी किंगडम का स्थापना होता है. So I'll wait for your comeback. Ladies and gentlemen, in the arena, ladies and gentlemen watching the stream at home, the winning team, Team Versatile, will be doing the victory lap amongst you guys.
I drop a song and it's moving. I got a song and I'm moving. I want confetti all over. I'm thanking God for the movement. Came from a family of immigrants, rewriting history, asked me to prove it. Hoping you're sure in the way that we losing. Now cut me the check, we just do it. Shout out to Brown and the Toon Squad, taking my shot like a two guard. I got a squad, who y'all? I'm running the game with a suit on. Look at the flick of the wrist. Hand me my trophy. This is the first of many. This is the first of many. Look at us, yeah we winning. Look at us, just beginning. Give me my trophy. This is the first of many. Look at the W. This is the first of many. Give me the trophy.
Thank you so much all those people who came and supported us in Kolkata. Thank you so much.
This is the first of many. I'm licking up in this penny. Ways and plays that paved the way. I played my lane. The squad is heavy. I'm locked and loaded. The aim is steady. Records go pop. I pop confetti. I'm counting my blessings. They never turn empty. I'm running the game. They ask me for.
And we will see you very soon with realme BGMI 2025. That's it from realme BGIS 2025. Thank you so much and see you soon.
Look at us, just beginning. Give me my trophy. This is the first of many. Look at the W. This is the first of many. Give me the trophy. rewriting history, ask me to prove it. Hoping you're sure no way that we losing. Now cut me the check, we just do it. Shout out to Brown and the Toon Squad, taking my shot like a tool guard. I got a squad, who y'all? I'm running the game with a suit on. Look at the flick of the wrist, hit my trophy. This is the first of many. This is the first of many. Look at us, yeah we winning. Look at us, just beginning. Give me my trophy. This is the first of many. Look at the W's. This is the first of many. Give me the trophy. This is the first of many. Give me the trophy. This is the first of many. This is the first of many. Yeah, I'm licking up and there's plenty. Ways and plays, they paved the way. I played my lane, the squad is heavy. I'm locked and loaded, the aim is steady. Records go pop, I pop confetti. I'm counting my blessings, they never turn empty. I'm running the game, they ask me for. Ooh, it's only fam in the room. I only stand for the truth. I got the keys, I'm in tune. I'm living life in the light and I'm never gonna stop it. I take them to school. God, he making it boom. God, he gave me the tools. I'm working. Look at us, yeah we winning. Look at us, just beginning. Give me my trophy. This is the first of many. Look at the W's. This is the first of many. Give me the trophy. This is the first of many. Give me the trophy. This is the first of many. What else they want from us? We making history. Look at us, yeah we winning. Look at us, just beginning. Give me my trophy. This is the first of many. Look at the W's. This is the first of many. Give me the trophy. Celebration vibes. This is the first of many. All 2021, baby. This is the first of many. I drop a song and it's moving. I got a song and I'm moving. I want confetti all over. I'm thanking God for the movement. Came from a family of immigrants, rewriting history, asked me to prove it. Hoping you're sure no way that we losing. Now cut me the check, we just do it. Shout out to Brown and the Toon Squad, taking my shot like a tool guard. I got a squad, who y'all? I'm running the game with a suit on. Look at the flick of the wrist, hit me my trophy. This is the first of many. This is the first of many. Look at us, yeah we winning. Look at us, just beginning. Give me my trophy. This is the first of many. Look at the W's. This is the first of many. Give me the trophy. This is the first of many. Give me the trophy. This is the first of many. This is the first of many. I'm licking up and there's plenty. Ways and plays, they paved the way. I played my lane, the squad is heavy. I'm locked and loaded, the aim is steady. Records go pop, I pop confetti. I'm counting my blessings, they never turn empty. I'm running the game, they ask me for. Ooh, it's only fam in the room. I only stand for the truth. I got the keys, I'm in tune. I'm living life in the light and I'm never gonna stop it. I take them to school. God, he making it boom. God, he gave me the tools. I'm working. Look at us, yeah we winning. Look at us, just beginning. Give me my trophy. This is the first of many. Look at the W's. This is the first of many. Give me the trophy. This is the first of many. Give me the trophy. This is the first of many. What else they want from us? We making history. Look at us, yeah we winning. Look at us, just beginning. Give me my trophy. This is the first of many. Look at the W's. This is the first of many. Give me the trophy. Celebration vibes. This is the first of many. All 2021, baby. This is the first of many. I drop a song and it's moving. I got a song and I'm moving. I want confetti all over. I'm thanking God for the movement. Came from a family of immigrants, rewriting history, asked me to prove it. Hoping you're sure no way that we losing. Now cut me the check, we just do it. Shout out to Brown and the Toon Squad, taking my shot like a tool guard. I got a squad, who y'all? I'm running the game with a suit on. Look at the flick of the wrist, hit me my trophy. This is the first of many.